Doamnelor și domnilor, pentru bună desfășurare a forumului,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are kindly asking you to switch off your phones or to put them on silent. Thank you.
Doamnelor și domnilor, cea de-a doua zi a
Ladies and gentlemen, the second day of the first Economic Forum Chișinau 2022 starts right now.
Chișinăul se transformă.
Chișinau is always under transformation.
Construim un oraș.
We are building a city with well set up green spaces. With large and modern avenues, with accessible and comfortable transportation, with well-organized schools and kindergartens which are well-equipped, with advanced and efficient healthcare facilities, with sports and leisure infrastructure. A city which takes care of its natural resources, a city which is open to business and to entrepreneurs. We're developing the city together. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the first Economic Forum Chișinau 2022. Instead of morning exercise, I'll rather ask a question. Who is for the second day present here? Who is present here for the first day? Congratulations, you can give yourself a round of applause, and I hope very much you're going to take as much good information as possible from all the presentations that are going to be made here. So we're going to start with panel number 3, Urban Mobility in Chișinau, Sustainable Integrated Mobility and Transportation for today and for the future. I'd like to invite on the stage the facilitator of this panel, Mr. Reinhold Stadler, Civita Associated Partner. With your applauses, and the applauses will be like exercise. Also, participants in the panel: Vitaly Mihalaki, Chief General Department of Public Transport and Communication Ways; Mr. Dmitry Ceban, Deputy Chief General Department of Public Transport and Communication Ways; Mr. Frank Hefner, Unix Traffic Sales Manager, Central and Eastern Europe; and Mr. Efim Kolomnichenko, Sales Manager, Alpa City Resellerski Data. Mr. Stadler. Good morning. I confirm, my name is Reinhold Stadler. I represent Civita, but in this context I'm also part of the team which develops the urban mobility plan for the municipality of Chișinău. Basically, we work for the future of the municipality of Chișinău and about the ideas to be developed, and we're trying to develop integrated public transportation system which is attractive particularly for the citizens of the municipality. As you know, we are now in a turning moment, and we can see that a number of efficient measures have already been taken and are ongoing, about which you are going to find out in the following 1 hour and a half. On the other side, we can also notice that the motorization index increases, so the number of motor transportation increases. We have around 400 motor cars, and which means a big pressure on the traffic. And you can see that every day when you are in the traffic. Congestion, unfortunately, is now something habitual in Chișinău, and that's why we're going to try today and tomorrow and the next months to contribute as much as possible to rebalance the transportation system of Chișinău. And as you've probably seen in the presentation, you could see roads, but we are trying to switch from roads to complex streets. What means complex streets? Where there is a balance between all the participants in the traffic in terms of allocating space, so that there is sufficient space for pedestrians and for the bicycles and for public transportation, reserved space for public transportation, and also there is space for motor cars. But we are speaking about streets which are oriented towards all the participants on the traffic, and which intend to ensure the safety of the participants. We are going to continue the presentation coming from yesterday from Francisco Esteban Victores from Valencia, who is going to tell us online, I hope this works, about the Innovation Hub in Valencia, and then we are going to continue with the presentations that were namely intended for this panel today. So now I'm giving the floor to the online speaker. Francisco, can you hear us? No.
Excellent. I've been in Valencia, I think 2 months ago, so I could admire your investment in cycling infrastructure, especially the pop-up bicycle lanes you built. So congrats on that, but I'm guessing you are speaking about innovation now.
Yes, we wait together visiting the city, so thank you very much for visiting us again. And first of all, I want to thank generally to the municipality of Chișinău for inviting us to take part in this amazing forum. I'm so sorry because I couldn't be there in person. I would have loved it, and I will try to be there visiting the city as soon as I can. Just to talk about what we did in Valencia, and as I have 50 minutes to talk, I'm going to address. You have my presentations, and you can say it with all the public. I'm going to explain you what we did in Valencia to work as a hub for innovators in a global view. We are a small city, not a small city, but a medium city in Spain. We are 1.2 million of inhabitants, and we are the third city of Spain. So we have a huge competition with Barcelona and Madrid to promote the startups, to promote innovation, to promote the cooperation between the universities, the startups, the entrepreneurs, the innovators. So what we did, we have this opportunity to develop a study for the European Commission in which we detect that the big cities like Barcelona, Madrid, Paris, London, the big European cities, they were working in the same way. What they did, they put a lot of money on the equity of the startups and push it for growth directly. It's what we call the B2C model. So those are companies that work directly to access to the clients from an equity point of view. So what we did in Insomnia, what we did in Valencia, was the implementation of a new model. What was the model? The model was what we call B2B2C model. So imagine that we have in Valencia a lot of talent. We have huge communities of entrepreneurs, but they are small. They are small companies. When they try to compete with the big companies in not just in Spain, in Madrid and Barcelona, but also in the European arena, even at global arena, we don't have the same risk capital, we don't have the same angel investors than the big competitors we have. So, and this is one of the things that we show to the mayor on the visits that the Chișinau municipality implement with us in Valencia. What we did was, okay, let's cross and put together, let's match the community of entrepreneurs that we have at local level with local companies. I mean industrial companies, mobility companies, transport companies, industrial companies, chemical companies, energy companies, and ask them how can they cooperate. What we get in the first step was a very difficult way to understand between entrepreneurs, innovators, and traditional companies. But we insist, we train the traditional companies on the ways they could digitalize their companies using startups. And we ask the startups, okay, startup, don't focus on money. Don't focus just on fundraising. Fundraising is very important for a startup, but we believe, and that's the key model that we implement in Valencia, we believe that if we move the startups to cooperate with big companies, with medium companies at local level, we have two advantages. First one is that companies get money from invoicing that companies, from invoicing that medium and local companies in the first way. On the second way, we are digitalizing our local companies, the traditional companies we have in the region, using very low prices. And this is something that we metric. These are some KPIs that we have. The small companies digitalizing medium companies save half percent of the investment that big companies do on digitalization. So that was the first conclusion of the methodology that we implement in Valencia. So that was great. Okay, now we have a model. We need to reinforce the model. We need to keep this model at local level, and we need to make growth the model. We had a huge opportunity. So we started this 7 years ago, and for the first 2 years, with local talent was enough. We had entrepreneurs, we had the universities, and with those entrepreneurs and universities connected with the traditional companies was enough. But as we have more traditional companies asking us, okay, guys from Insomnia, let's digitalize our companies using startups, using entrepreneurs. We arrived to a singular moment in which the local talent was not enough. We hadn't enough talent to digitalize all our economy. So the proposal, working together with the municipality, with the mayor, and also with the region, was okay, let's invite the rest of innovators from all over the world to visit Valencia, to establish in Valencia, and to connect with our local companies. When we planned this, the first reaction of our local startup was like a defense strategy, okay? What are you doing? Inviting international companies, international startups from Israel, United Kingdom, France, but also from the United States, from Canada, from Asia. Invite that companies to Valencia, they are going to compete us. And it was right. And competition is also right. But what we create for matching both interests was a place in which the new companies, the external companies arriving to Valencia, the first they did was a match, a contact with the local companies, and we proposed to create joint ventures between them. So what happened? What happened with this strategy? The first reaction was, as I told you, a defensive reaction in which our startups didn't want to collaborate with us to do this. But on a second phase, once they detect that cooperation with an Israeli startup very good on artificial intelligence, or with an American company really, really good on blockchain and savings on energy, Blockspot, or so we had a lot of opportunities for our local startups in cooperation with international companies. The third advantage or benefit of the strategy was that we attract investments. Now Valencia has a portfolio and we move this portfolio all over the world in fairs, in all the international fairs. We move the same portfolio to invite emerging companies, to invite technological companies to establish in Valencia. And what we offer, of course that we offer connection with local talent, but what is more important is that we offer a hub of connections with traditional companies, big companies, medium-sized companies, but also a community of cooperation between all of us. Why? To strengthen all our offers, to strengthen all our opportunities, we create what we call the talent route. I invite you from Chișinau, I invite you hubs, accelerators, incubators, entrepreneurs, also the municipality to take part of this network. The talent route is the first and the biggest network of hubs in the world. We are hubs and accelerators from Europe, Asia, Latin America, and the United States. Now we are also going to move to Africa to strengthen cooperation with them. And how we cooperate? Okay, when a local company has a need, when a local company needs a match, needs talent, needs innovation, needs a partner to cooperate in a local market, we have this connection between us to connect the companies, okay? And in a second way, we also operate as an accelerator for our big companies. In Spain, inside the talent route, we have the main banks, the main energetic companies, the main infrastructure companies, the main mobility companies, the biggest companies in Spain that want to cooperate with the startups all over the world, ask us, not me, to the network, I mean, to the talent route, to look for partners, to look for the best technology to be implemented. And now we think that we are in a good way to strengthen cooperations also with Moldavia, with you, and to help in the way that we can help, because we are a partner that could be also not a model, but probably we can also show to you the mistakes that we also had in the past. And knowing that mistakes, I'm sure that you can go faster than us. And going faster is probably now one of the key strategies and key elements to be success in this huge market. And just to end, I repeat and I insist that I invite you to take part of this talent route network. And of course that if you want to visit us in Valencia, we would love to show the hub and what we create there. I end my presentation and my speech explaining what we are facing right now. What we have now, we don't have a problem of money. There are a lot of money in the world. We have contacts with risk capital, with hedge funds, with banks. They have a lot of money to invest. Money is not a problem. Problem to us is once again talent. Talent is something that we need to keep, we need to create, and we need to strengthen and to put in contact between them. Because with talent, when I mean talent, I mean entrepreneurs, innovators, startups, the people that are thinking on the technologies of the next years, but also the people that is working with current technologies to implement, to develop different MVPs or proof of concepts with local and big companies. So if we want to create talent, if we want to generate talent, we need to strengthen our local communities, but we need to be to do this in an open way. If we have talent and if we are connected, the rest of the challenges will be saved by the technology, because the technology will be addressed to face the problems that we have and to become more efficient and to become more happy also in the way that we develop our tasks. So thank you very much to the organization. Thank you very much to the municipality of Chișinau. And sorry, because yesterday I had some problems to connect because it becomes late. I hope that these 15 minutes of speech are enough just to open a window for the cooperation. And we would love to be there with you next time. So thank you very much to all the audience. And I keep also for the questions at the end of the panel if you have any. Thanks.
Mulțumim colegului din
Thank you very much, our colleague from Valencia. I like that he mentioned about the competition between Valencia, Barcelona and Madrid. Since I've been working for Chișinau, I've seen a competition between Chișinau, Bucharest, Iași, Cluj-Napoca, and I wish this would be visible in terms of mobility as well. And for sure, Cluj-Napoca, or no, Chișinau already has made some steps ahead the other competitors. And about that, we could hear from our colleagues from the General Department of Public Transport and Communication Ways, Mr. Mihai and Mr. Dumitru Ceban. I'll give you the floor. Just a second. Good afternoon, dear guests. I'm Vitalia Mihai, head of Communication Ways Department. I would like to present to you one of the most important areas which is managed today, one of the areas that ensures comfort in traveling on the territory of Chișinău. It's the sector that started the transformation. Today, the municipality of Chișinău has 900 roads of national and local importance, which represent over 980 kilometers of municipal road, of which 635 roads within the Chișinău municipality. All this infrastructure has been permanently changing, and repairs, maintenance, and all those who are present here can notice those changes, including the repairs that are happening here close to this building, including situations where in rush hours in the morning we are forced by the situation to go around some areas because they are under repair or under maintenance. But all these actions are being done in order to improve the infrastructure and in order to create a comfortable environment. Also, in addition to the roads network existing in Chișinău, we also have a network of bridges. 7 of them are bridges of importance on main roads, which ensure the connection between the sectors of Chișinău and the mobility of passengers from one place to another and ensure the life in Chișinău. These bridges also ensure the passage of goods transportation and the communication and transportation of goods on international routes, which are also go through Moldova. The bridges infrastructure contains 27 bridges, but they are strictly necessary to Chișinău, and that infrastructure does not meet the needs for fluidization of the traffic because we have high traffic in the morning and in rush hours. All of us participate in those jams, and we have to suffer because this traffic. But we intend to develop this infrastructure, to modernize it, and to create a comfortable infrastructure. Today, I would like to communicate to you that we are for the first time at the stage of repairing one of the most important bridges and one of the most important connections between the sectors of Chișinău, the Mihai Vitazo bridge, and that site was assessed and bidded the cost of 108 million Moldovan lei, which represents over 5 million euro. Also, I would like to mention that Chișinău is among the first cities in the EU with regard to the network of electric transportation network, which allows us to transport passengers using trolleybuses on the entire territory of Chișinău. And recently, we started to provide this service to areas outside in the outskirts where we don't have a network. Speaking about infrastructure of transportation or the fleets serving the municipal transportation system, today I could say that today in municipality on the roads of Chișinău there are 601 units of public transportation. Very important thing I would like to draw your attention to, and the other speakers mentioned it. Only in the past 2 years, the Chișinău has managed to purchase 266 units of transportation for 570 million lei. And these transportation units allowed us to switch from lower quality public transportation to an improved quality of the service provided. And today we have the challenge of continuing to improve this service and challenge to satisfying new demands of the passengers who travel using this kind of transportation in Chișinău. We are also interested in adding to the fleet of public transportation with the high capacity transportation means. When I'm saying that, I mean developing the transportation network and creating new intermodal stations by taking over the passengers coming from the suburbs of Chișinău and ensuring the transportation and distribution of the flow of transportation units on Chișinău depending on the needs and the final destination of each individual. Aside from this objective of additional purchase of high-capacity transportation units, we also need to add up small capacity fleet. And this objective has always been with us, and we intend to add to those areas which are less populated, but we need to provide the same level of comfort to the citizens of Chișinău municipality in order for them to be able to travel and to do their job or to travel to their work or to other locations. The objective for 2030 is to purchase additionally to this fleet of 201 transportation units, other 300 new transportation units, which will ensure increased quality of the transportation service provided and the possibility to provide to the citizens in Chișinău the possibility to travel in Chișinău, including through communication with the suburbs. Speaking about public transportation, we can't but speak about an element. All the people traveling in Chișinău see the Chișinău as a changing city, and we are doing this permanent change so that out of 700 waiting stations that we have now in the public transportation system, we intend to modernize them and to provide the needed comfort for the passengers to wait for the destination transportation means. Today, the municipality has a strong cooperation and partnership with economic entities which ensure the maintenance of 301 waiting stations, and this partnership leverages in these waiting stations advertising space, which allows them to return their investments and leverage the investments they have made. The mayor's office develops the other stations or other infrastructure elements, and today we have over 150 stations repaired and modernized, and in the close future they are going to be completed in order to provide to the travelers the predictability of the flow of public transportation by setting up info boards at the waiting stations. As an objective for establishing a modern and comfortable infrastructure, we need to build and set up over 300 stations in order to complement the existing network and to create for all inhabitants of Chișinău and the suburbs a comfortable transportation system. Speaking about strategic development projects, I would like to say that today Chișinău Municipality, the General Directorate of Public Transportation and Communication Ways, aims at developing two big sectors in the city. And here I mean developing some connection streets such as Mircea cel Bătrân, a site which has been assessed at 240 million lei and which is currently being assessed in and the bid for this is being finalized. And this objective is going to allow us to leverage economically and to create investment prospects for a sector of 19 hectares of land in the area of Chișinău, which is going to be developed and which is going to have provide possibilities for investments by the business people. Another element. Another important site is the Mesager Street, and that's very important for the municipality given the fact that it's going to allow us to leverage 600 hectares in the immediate close to the central area of Chișinău, and this site is assessed with 620 million lei and is going to create a possibility for the transportation transit in Chișinău by creating like avoiding the usage of the central part of Chișinău, historical part for the transiting. Another important objective which is on the project stage is the industrial street, and we want it to be established in order to build a small belt for Chișinău. And we are sure that this is going to anticipate the big belt that was announced by the government. And I would like to mention that this site is an important and a valuable one and has been assessed to 680 million lei, and the implementation of it is going to allow for creating an industrial zone with an area over around 300 hectares. This site is going to allow the development of the economic entities that are operating in this area and establishing all the preconditions for development of new businesses and new sectors that are interested in developing in Chișinău. If we speak about other development elements, the municipality today has identified a need for developing the parking system. The parking system is so important for the municipality and for establishing the infrastructure for inhabitants and for those who are using that system. And this parking system is done in parallel with the rehabilitation of the road infrastructure. Currently, Chișinau has conducted a study by MTD company, which has presented a vision for the future. What should we aim for? And today, that company said we should arrange, aside from the number of parking stations that we have, another 74,000 parking places. And this volume of parking places is going to satisfy the needs of the inhabitants of Chișinău when we speak about residential parkings or for those who travel in Chișinău aside from the residential, outside the residential area, at their job, with the possibility to set up it in 322 parking stations in the historical center of Chișinău, and achieving the objective sites like park and rides, which are very necessary today. And this is now ongoing project. So these objectives of interest, I'd like to mention that the 6,322 parking places are going to be implemented in a program which is assessed to 135 million lei, and the project is going to start by the end of the tender procedure, which is now undergoing assessment. And these works are going to create opportunities for regulated usage of parkings, and only in specially set up spaces, which is going to fluidize the traffic, the historical area of Chișinău. And we are going to multiply this kind of parkings in the other sectors that we have in the municipality and which require this kind of modernization. Aside from this type of parking, we also are in process of developing other parkings of park and ride type. We have started one of them in Buican sector, but we have 3 others that are now being designed, and we are going to announce the tender for those for the construction of those parking sites. And I would like to ask kindly for your participation in the implementation of these sites by bidding in the tender that we announced. Within the design works that we are conducting now, one of the main criteria to which we are paying attention is to create a comfortable infrastructure, including for the pedestrians and for the disfavored people and for all those who use this infrastructure. And we are aware of the existing regulations and try to build the infrastructure for people with disabilities, for aged people, for mothers with children, in order to make it comfortable and friendly for the users of the pedestrian sites, but also the traffic side. With regard to the conduct of maintenance works of the road infrastructure in Chișinău, I would like to say that today we are working on repairs and maintenance works, and you can see that permanently. And current year, the municipality has conducted repair works for the magistral works with the length of over 19 kilometers. For the secondary roads, we are conducting works on 9 secondary urban roads in all sectors of Chișinău with a length of over 26 kilometers. And access roads, we have 20 of those with a length of about 30 kilometers. We have coefficient of involvement of over 220 kilometers of sidewalks in the past 3 years, and we are showing our intention of making the change and creating the infrastructure which is open for all participants in the traffic. It's very important to create a comfortable and friendly environment for pedestrians, for those who use alternative transportation means, but also for the municipal public transportation, and also for private transportation units. So all these objectives are assessed in the past 2 years within the tenders announced, and we have around 128 tenders organized, and these tenders are estimated to up to over 1 billion Moldovan lei, and we are organizing them openly on the governmental platforms for the purpose of creating a free competition and an open system for all those who wish to use it. And I kindly invite you to participate in the tenders, and together with us and with those who benefit from that infrastructure in Chișinău, let's leverage all the positive elements that we have and make good changes. And I'd like to tell you that I love my city and I want to continue living in this city.
Mulțumim foarte mult, foarte important.
Thank you very much. It is very important to appreciate the fact that Chișinău does not invest only in the comfort of the public transport system, but also makes this transport competitive. Projects which actually in Romania moving people, not just cars. But also with this quote from Frank Hefner, I give the word to Mr. Hefner from UNEX to tell about the when we can use with the to support the sustainable development mobility.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here to get the invitation to this economic forum in Chișinău, and I want to give you some inspiration, some ideas, and we can also support you in improving your traffic situation in Chișinău. I am representing Unix Traffic. We are solution provider in traffic management for cities, for municipalities. And I want first to start with some information about our company. Unix Traffic is a former Siemens company, was carved out in last year. We are worldwide acting. We have a yearly turnover by 750 million euro. We are growing every year by around about 5%. We are more than 3,000 employees, and we are with own units present in 25 countries. Regarding implementation of traffic systems, we did it already in 600 cities worldwide. We are acting worldwide in Asia, and yes. Can we go back with a slide?
You can.
It's running along. Okay. Oh, thank you. Some milestones of our company. We have almost 100 years history in our business. We installed the first intersection in 1924 in Berlin. This is the first intersection we equipped with traffic lights. In 1961, we installed the first traffic management center. And one big milestone we had in 2016. That was the implementation of a virtual UTC based on as a cloud-based solution, where all municipalities which are small and cannot afford the UTC can use the functionality of a UTC, but virtually. Here is our product portfolio. We have here's an overview you can see about our product portfolio. We provide the whole end-to-end solutions for cities. We are delivering the field equipment, that means traffic controller, detectors, signal heads, and of course the UTC. UTC is standing for Urban Traffic Control Unit. That is the brain of the central system where we collect and control the whole traffic in the city, and all intersections are connected to that. And we have a lot of other solutions. We deliver also software for planning, modeling, and simulation of traffic solutions before we bring them in reality. An important part we see from our experience that, of course, the planning and modeling phase for traffic solutions is very important. We are delivering the software tools for that, and that makes you able to digitalize your roads, your intersection, and also the whole city, and build a digital twin. A digital twin means, and that is digitalization today, that you more or less make your city in a digital world and then try to test and to simulate different approaches how you can solve the traffic problems. Yeah? And before you go and practice, you do that, of course, virtually, yeah, that you know that approach is right or it is wrong, and before you do it in realization. And I think that is quite a good approach. And our daughter company, Aimsun, that we bought 4 years ago, located in Barcelona, she can provide different use cases for that, and you can see here on this slide for what this software is necessary. Next to the software tools that we're offering to the cities, but also to engineering office, we also offer project solutions. We do also projects, and these projects we can, of course, with our own engineering stuff, offer to cities to solve different traffic problems. Here you can see it. We have on one side the software part, and on the right side we have our engineering service project that we can offer as a service to the cities. As I said before, an important part for traffic management is a central system. It's the UTC, the Urban Traffic Control Unit, that we, of course, control today in 3 different levels. On the operating level, that is the equipment that we have on the street. Of course, on the control level, that is in the control center, where we have different opportunities to control and to interfere in the traffic processes. And we have, of course, a strategical level, management level, we say, where we prepare solutions on a long term to increase the capacities of the street or to reduce the traffic jams on a long-term plan. Yeah. Next to this UTC, which we of course then integrate in the traffic centrum management system, with the UTC is then in the SCADA concert and guide system integrated. And next to this UTC, we can also offer then parking guiding systems and also data management platforms, where we collect all the data that we are collecting from the streets, from the environment in the city, and then analyzes. How that look like, we see here on this next picture. In a digital city, we can say that we get all the data on the left-hand side traffic data from traffic detectors, environmental data, parking data, traffic incidents, public transport information, and even information from cars, because we are also communicating with vehicles in the future. And all this traffic data, it comes in this data platform that we call Symphony. And here in a closed loop, we are collecting and analyzing the data. We send this data in a management scenario, then we simulate and predict it, and in the end we create some response plans for that. And these response plans, we give back this information on the results, we give back to the stakeholders again, to variable message signs that the participants can see it and can get the information. They can get it over different mobile apps, or even in the cars directly by this vehicle to infrastructure communication. Yeah, that is the data process. And another topic what I want to give you a small insight is, of course, the management software application Fusion. Fusion means that we not only controlling vehicles, we try to control all participants in the traffic, not only cars, also public transport, pedestrians, and bicycles, and others. So, and here we have another approach that we, of course, based on this participants in the traffic, we can regulate which kind of mobility we prefer or we want to prioritize. Is it really the vehicles, or is it more the public transport, or is it, for instance, the pedestrian and the bicycles? For that, we can offer different solutions. But the basis for that is, of course, that we always can detect the situation on the streets in the city that we are doing by detectors. That means with the help of the detectors that we install in the city on the roads, we are able to have a good and current overview about the traffic situation. For that, we are using different detectors today. We are using the loop detectors, we are using video detectors, wireless ground detectors, radar, infrared, or even video cameras with artificial intelligence, where we, by a deep learning process, analyzing different situations, and the camera is learning by a core unit to detect what is necessary for the traffic. Next slide. Okay. Another topic is regarding this detection, that we find a way how we can more or less contactless create green times for pedestrians, but also for bicycles. That means they don't need to push a button, or they don't need to wait until it's green. That means we detect in front of an intersection already the participants, and then gives them green if it is necessary, if we want to do that, yeah. And that, of course, increase on one side that you have no jam at the intersection, that on the other side contactless is in the COVID-19 period quite important. And it is real-time detection, and increase also the using for instance, bicycles or other mobility forms. What we are doing, especially when Chișinau now wants to increase the bicycle traffic, is that we can also give bicycles prioritization on intersection. That we are doing by an app which everybody download on their mobile phone. Then they are tracked all the time on the way through the city, and on intersection with virtual trigger points, we can detect the bicycles, and then we can, over a central system, we can then give them a green time or extend the green time that they can pass the intersection. a very important part we see when we speak today about green city or green solution is that, of course, this equipment that we install in the city is very energy efficient. So, because that is running the whole day, 24 hours per day, the whole week, all the time. So that means here we are also focusing on solutions that are very, from the energy consumption, very low. And that's called with 1 watt technology. 1 watt technology based on that our signal heads have an electrical consumption from 1 to 2 watt maximum. So, and that is of course important because you reduce enormously your energy consumption. On the other side, all our equipment is certified with a security integrity level 3. That means it is has a very high security level, and of course that is good that all the equipment is running well and even reliable. We made an example how much energy you can reduce or you can save if you use the 1 watt technology. As example, we took the city of Berlin, which has around about 2,000 intersections. If you would change all the signal heads which we have today on 230 volt LED technology to 1 watt technology, we would per year save around about 500,000 euro in energy costs, or even 20,000 kilowatt hours. And I think that is enormously to understand how important it is to use energy efficient technology. Regarding public transport, we have a similar solution like by bicycles. We equip the buses with an onboard unit that is then tracked, GPS tracked all the time. We also install virtual trigger points in front of the intersection, and if the bus is not in time, then of course we give them a green light or extend the green light that they are always in time and that the attractiveness of public transport become much better. Yeah, that was all from my side. We as Unix, as solution provider, we are ready to support you in your development in the city, and I'm looking forward for a good cooperation.
Yeah, thank you, Frank, for this presentation. He will have to run to catch the airport, to catch his airplane. Trec pe limba română. Foarte
Very important, the management system of traffic in the development of a city. It can have an essential contribution, especially in the case when we orient towards the direction which we should head to. The development of public transport, which Mr. Frank has spoken about, and commodities for bicycles, especially in the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, especially when you travel by bicycle, especially when it is raining, the traffic lights are turning green, so the bicycles can cross, and especially so such a measure can rebalance the public transport system, because even if we manage to reduce the congestion through a management traffic system through an adaptive means, this uncongestion measure will attract even more traffic. But we should take care how do we prioritize. I give the floor to Efim Kolichenko, who represents Vera Kuchikova, and which will speak about City Card, a very interesting project.
Nu. Trebuie să-i dea cineva glas, domnule. Ne ajută cineva cu puțin volum pentru domnul Kolonicenko?
Test.
Excelent.
Acum se aude?
Excelent a apărut.
Excelent, mersi mult. Dacă se poate direct.
Let's pass on to the second slide. Good morning, everyone. Today and yesterday and today there was a lot of talk about urban transport and electronic ticketing. Today I would like to present you another product that brings added value to these solutions. It refers to City Card. Vienna, Brussels, Tallinn, Amsterdam, 29 cities in 16 countries where City Card offers a great value to the community. City Card is a modern way of seeing what's the best in a city, what's the most beautiful in a city, offering the users a great advantage. City Card can be an all-in-one ticket for the touristic attractions in Chișinau, such as entertainment parks, public transport, exhibitions, festivals, museums, stadiums, parking lots. City Card is not just a ticket. Behind this product there is a management platform of each aspect from the business of these activities. By selling the ticket is only a final product for an end product for the consumers. It would be very comfortable to buy in any day of the month on 5, 15, 22 subscription for the public transportation in Chișinău, and if this subscription would offer a key access to the zoo, for example, to the zoo or to the museum or to a concert or to a festival, or to enter a park, to have access to a park, what would you say about that possibility? I would like to present to you this product, such as the majority of inhabitants from Chișinău and visitors would receive it. It is about selling the City Card ticket, through the means of vending Lasky data terminal. It's a very compact device with huge functionality, which receives the payment via card, via Google Pay or Samsung Pay, and so on and so forth. The main menu of this kiosk light vending offers you the next opportunities, the following opportunities. It allows for selling tickets on RFID new card, selling tickets on RFID card already issued, getting the tickets which were purchased online, and paying for residential parking. Everything is very in hand for the user. It can select the user can select the language. Also, it can select what service it needs. It can see very well the cost of the product, and the user can also pay very easily without cash. The vendor can in change promote its product in the promoting area, either if it's a concert, festival, a sports event, or a simple subscription, a monthly subscription for the public transport. The vendor can promote its product in the promotion area and the advertisement area. Also, it is very comfortable for people with special needs. With only one interface, the system gets down to the level of the user, and it's very comfortable to use. For maximum efficient visualization, 18 for maximum visualization, 18 products can be placed, of types of tickets in the main menu. The popular products can be presented and predefined and devised on categories. In categories. Either if you're expecting international guests, Kiosk Lite speaks in their language. There are 3 languages on the screen. Either optionally you can select the desired language. The language can be modified at any stage of usage. All the interface and the description of the products will be in the selected language. Will be showed in the selected language. Kiosk Lite is writing in the language of the international guests. The invoices can be issued in Romanian. Either the second language can be English, but if the guest chooses French or another language, the invoice will speak in his language, for example in French. Either in Romanian, first will be in Romanian, and the second option will be in the language selected by the user. So the invoice will be in that language. The payment option is guided, and it is very easy. If someone will want to pay, he or she will be very easily guided and will be able to pay with his or her credit card from Apple Pay or Google Pay or credit card. If the user wants some details about the product on the screen, it can press the information button and receives directly on the screen the detailed description of the product. 512 description can be used to describe in the language selected by the user to describe the product. Aside from the fact that the ticket is coded, printing it will be up to date. If you buy a subscription for the next month, then the old information is optically erased, and the most recent one is printed at the time of printing. It is very easy for the controllers without for them having a special devices. They can check the validity of the subscription, for example, for public transport. City Pass can also be checked if it's operational. It can the button can be pressed on the main menu, and several cards can be checked if the card is operational or not. Kiosk Lite not only sells RFID tickets, either you need simple tickets, so here you go, you have them, with a barcode as a passing ticket, or without as a voucher, or maybe for only one ticket in the public transport. It's maximum cost efficient. It's very efficient. Definitely the tickets can also be bought online, and the user receives a QR code or the alphanumeric code on the paper or on the mobile phone. It gets to the user reaches the terminal, and by scanning the code or introducing the barcode or QR code or typing the code, he can pick up the ticket bought online. Interphone for communicating with the clients. If a client has problems, if someone got lost in Chișinau, he or she can call and find a solution with any user can be helped directly from this Kiosk Lite device. But what happens when the network falls? It works or not? It doesn't work. Yes, it works. The system continues to sell new tickets and already uploads the bought tickets.
Această soluție.
This solution is expensive or not? It's not expensive at all. We propose for the municipality to implement city card at the orientative costs which it has for distribution of their subscriptions for the public transport. It's easy and simple for the client. It's very easy for the clients to buy a product on any day, not to think if it's the date of 1st, 17, 28. Having the platform of distribution and promotion as a city card, they can accomplish great results. Thank you very much.
Mulțumesc frumos, mai ales pentru încadrarea în timp. Așa cum ați văzut, e esențial ca sistemul.
It's so essential for the transportation system to also be oriented towards the visitors of Chișinău. And since I visited Barcelona several years ago, and I wanted to access their banking system, and being a tourist, I haven't managed to do that, and that's validity for many such systems which are oriented mostly towards citizens, while tourists could also use bicycles to visit the city. Moving to public transportation. A tourist doesn't know the public transportation network of a city, and so therefore integrated tariff system would be very useful. Now I would give the floor towards our colleagues from the General Public Transportation Directorate and Communication Ways for the second presentation on these most important transportation projects. The technicians, could you please launch the presentation? Dear participants, my name is Ceban. I'm Deputy Head of the Directorate for General Transportation Means and Communication Ways. And I would like to speak today about the types of transportation means which people don't pay so much attention to, but which are more and more topical, which are called alternative transportation means. With the acceleration of Chișinău development, we have noted the agglomeration of over 1 million people who are coming to study, for shopping, for traveling, and medical services, but just maybe in visit. And a personal vehicle remains the preferable way of transportation. Have you noticed how the city changes when it rains or it snows? Our vision is to provide the inhabitants of Chișinău the infrastructure and the conditions which are necessary for using alternative means of transportation, thus contributing to the decreasing the pollution level, but also reducing the agglomeration and trafficking. For instance, riding with a bike is more efficient than riding a personal vehicle if there is a well-developed infrastructure for that. And here we speak about dedicated lanes for public transportation, about separate lanes, parkings for bicycles, including secured parkings at the destination, and useful equipment like maintenance stations for the bicycles. So for the following years, we set a list of goals which are adapting the infrastructure and expanding the existing network of bicycles 5 times, connecting the parks and green spaces with a lane for bicycles, creating reactive lanes in forests and parks in order to facilitate the development of active transportation and leisure. We would like to increase the number of users of bicycles by 30% compared to the current year, and would like to reach up to 2,000 bicycle users a day on the networks we are planning to build. We have taken over the best practices from different European cities like Valencia, which is a pedestrian city with accessible infrastructure, like Grenoble, which is designed for cyclists and is known as Green European Capital, and Lublin, which is the city with the most accelerated development of the alternative transportation system. In 2020, we presented the concept of strategy for the development of alternative transportation system, given the fact that in Chișinau, almost 41% of the users of bicycles run on a distance of 10 kilometers, and other 26% run for a distance of up to 20 kilometers. There is a link here also with the suburbs of Chișinau. Also, we should mention that the most frequent users of alternative transportation are young people. For instance, in the past 2 years, the use of electric scooters has increased 6 times. We have started the implementation of dedicated lanes for public transportation with the possibility for the cyclists to ride. And for 2020 until 2023, we plan to make a link between 2 most demanded parks in Chișinău through a green corridor. At the same time, we want to link all the sectors of Chișinău through an accessible cycling infrastructure, which is safe and comfortable. For 2023, 2024, and 2025, our goal is to create leisure lanes for active leisure, but also invest in the transportation network for cyclists at local level. But in order to measure those objectives, we have established a number of indicators which are easy to understand by everyone, which are the length of lanes, length of sidewalks, and the length of number of parkings, number of bicycles rented, number of spaces accessible for changing the transportation system. We are working on 22 kilometers of dedicated lanes and cycling lanes on the main roads of Chișinău, which you can see marked in green on this map. We have set up over 19 kilometers of cycling lanes, also on the main roads close to the avenues and the main streets in parks and squares. Also, we started purchasing works for arranging 600 places for bicycles in 90 locations of the city, and we repaired over 220 kilometers of sidewalks and pedestrian infrastructure in all sectors of the city, including in the residential areas, in order to facilitate all types of active transportation. In 2022, we provided 10 million lei for the program of adapting the infrastructure for people with disability, but there is a lot more to do, and for up to 2025 we intend to conduct the following actions: to set up over 110 kilometers of dedicated lanes, 150 kilometers of cycling lanes in order to provide alternatives for the cycling, riding, and we established as an objective to build the 150 kilometers of recreational lanes in parks and squares existing in Chișinău, and to build 300 kilometers of additional pedestrian infrastructure and to repair the existing one. Here we have a few examples of how we see those happening and We shouldn't forget about the related infrastructure, which are the multimodal stations for facilitating the use of alternative systems, parkings for bicycles, and main stations for bicycle maintenance. All these are estimated to around 660 million lei, or about 3 million euro. But there is a long way to get there, and the support of the business environment would be very useful in securing quality materials and solutions for planning and design and implementation of the projects, and for building infrastructure which would meet European standards. Today we are open for developing a system of renting urban bicycles through the bike sharing system, because there is an enormous potential for development here, and we're ready to come with an initiative to provide no taxation for those who would develop that service. Where the bicycle traffic intensifies, that increases the demand for the local services and shops, thus supporting the local economy. Development of multimodal transportation stations, because where travel can leave their transportation unit and use the electric scooters or the public transportation, so they can. And there is an enormous potential for providing a greener and more efficient environment, and a potential for investment development. For a city to be as we want it to be, we invite you to have a cooperation, the business environment, in order to attain these objectives in the following years.
Mulțumim frumos.
Thank you so much. Based on the earlier presentations, it's clear that Chișinău has a very nice future, and I'm happy that we have been discussing about projects that support what's now called alternative transportation. The desiderate is that the bus, the trolley bus, the bicycle wouldn't be alternative way, but the personal means of transportation should be the alternative transportation means, and this can be done in Chișinău through the projects that were mentioned. Because the panel is formed of two groups, I would like you to give a round of applause to the presenters in the first group. Thank you very much for your presentations and ideas. And now, as in football, we are going to make a switch of the teams and inviting the second round of presenters. I will deal with that, so that it could rest. Thank you very much, the participants in the first panel. Give them please another round of applause. And now I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Octavian Lungu, project manager, Move It Like Lublin. Mr. Marius Sagan, head of the strategy and entrepreneurship, the department of Lublin city. Mr. Sorin Chiriac, founder and CEO Bolt. And Mr. Stanislav Grishkin, founder and CEO of Amigo. Mr. Stadler, you have the floor. So the new mobility team. We are going to start with a very important project for Chișinău municipality. I'm not sure you have heard about it. It's one of the projects which supports what you have seen on the previous slides. It's the Move It Like Clean project, which aims at the experience exchange, but it's not just experience exchange, but also exchange of ideas and good practices, which we already have seen being transferred quite well, and which is going to continue in the following years as well. And I would like to invite Mr. Lungu to tell us about Move It Like Lublin.
Bună ziua!
My name is Octavian Lupo. I'm a manager of the Move It Like Lublin project, and I would like to get your attention for the following 10 minutes if I manage to tell you about what this project is about. First of all, the project Move It Like Lublin is a technical assistance project financed in a proportion of 90% by the EU, and that project is an initiative for development of sustainable public transportation. And it's very important that the project is implemented with a support or in partnership with our colleagues from Lublin. And I'm happy that we have here Mariusz, our colleague from Lublin, who is going to tell us more after my presentation. Also, I would like to tell you that the main purpose of this project is to improve the public transportation system in Chișinau. And how we do that? We do that through support from the project, from the expert teams that we are contracting by the team of the project itself, of the representatives of Mayor's Office of Chișinău, Mayor's Office of Lublin, so that in the end the authorities could build, I mean more for Chișinău, because in Lublin they already started to do that much earlier. So to build a system of transportation which is more inclusive, more safer, more resilient and more sustainable. The implementation term is 4 years. We are now in the first and a half year of implementation, and now I would like to tell you about the project objectives. In order to reach the goals of the project, we have to also reach some main objectives. So these 3 objectives that we have grouped in the formulation of the project itself are the following one. First is to improve the policies and the dialogue in the sector of public transportation at the municipal level. Also, it is very important to strengthen the capacities of institutional capacity of the City Hall of Chișinău and the General Directorate for Transportation. It is also very important to increase the quality of the management system, traffic management system, and this is possible through implementation of modern solutions and technologies. What are the results expected for this project? In order to be able to say that, well, we put them on paper at the beginning and then we were able to report them as achieved at the end of the project. If we speak about the transportation policy, we have picked 6 important results. First of all, to have a clarity about everything related to legislation in the area of transportation, both secondary legislation and primary legislation, but also to understand very well what are the commitments of Moldova undertaken through the association agreement. Also, by the end of the project, it's important for us to have a much more active involvement of the civil society and the citizens in the urban mobility issues about which Raymond has talked at the beginning of this panel. Also, we need to have new approach for the development of public transportation in linking it with the suburbs. We spoke about park and ride types of parking. What's important is that the decisions at the municipal level would be made in a competent and professional way, and a General Directorate for Transportation should have the necessary competences in order to implement those decisions. And the second objective focuses more on the city halls and the transportation directorate of the city halls, so that it could function. The transport directorate is being under reform. I have seen the decision on the reorganization of that directorate, and I'm happy for that. So it's important for the transportation directorate to have the capacity to plan the transportation, so that it's not a chaotic planning. Or without objectives being traced for short, medium and long term. An important thing for that to happen is that everything that Lublin can offer should be assimilated by Chișinău. And we need to absorb as much as possible from their experience and expertise that Lublin can provide to us. For a better understanding of all these solutions and experiences, we are also conducting training programs, which are developed for the Transportation Directorate, but also for the staff hired by the public transportation enterprises. And these programs will be able to be replicated for the colleagues which couldn't participate in the first training phase. What's important is for the transportation means to become safe and to take into account the wishes of the travelers. For the third objective, we plan to have trafficking in Chișinău, which is better monitored and managed, and also to have better knowledge, or the information should be available for the public about all the actions to be taken by the City Hall. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, it's important for the technologies to be used largely, and for that we'll have an information campaign to promote some solutions that could be used for the public transportation. And as I also mentioned earlier, this project should be a visible one and should be understandable for the citizens, so that we could also have their support. Speaking about the implementation team, its members are the implementation unit representatives. That unit which deals on a daily basis with this project. In total, I think we are around 30 people. But these 30 people, only 6 people deal with it on a daily basis. All the others work in the city halls in Lublin and Chișinău, and they make interventions when their involvement is needed in different processes. But we also have some representative structures, units, and these units are the administrative council of the project, and also oversight committee, which oversees that the activities are done appropriately, and also a working group for public transportation. And all these bodies or representative bodies include representatives from the city halls of Lublin and Chișinău, but also from the municipal council, because it's very good for the municipal councils to understand, to know what are the processes ongoing and what are the results expected. Also, it's very important to have representation for the European Union, which is the main funder, and we have a few people within the EU who are constantly working with us. Representatives from the civil society, since we're organizing public meetings, they come with proposals, suggestions of solutions in order to make all these processes more efficient. Speaking about the activities of the project, I will tell them in short. I think we have around 100 activities which we need to be able to implement during 4 years. I will start with the activities that have already been finalized or which are on the way of being finalized. First of all, we conducted a screening or analysis of the national legislation and the international one with regard to the public transportation and urban mobility. Also, since we started the project when we had the pandemic, we conducted an international study in order to identify the existing solutions that could be applied in Chișinău in order to reduce the spread of COVID. And we succeeded not only to identify solutions, but also to implement them. And probably most of you have seen in the trolley buses and autobuses, we have seen the bactericides substances which are installed in order to clean the air in closed spaces. Another important thing, this year we organized the first European Week of Mobility, which is organized in European cities for more than 12 years. In Lublin it was organized last year as well, but this year was the first time when Chișinau hosted the European Week. We had an event on Sunday, and we had our colleagues participating there, where alternative means of transportation were promoted, like scooters, bicycles, walking. An important aspect related to the reform of the public transportation is the fact that we managed to conduct a study together with international experts about the opportunities and the risks related to the merger of two transportation enterprises. So we proved all the advantages and disadvantages for this situation, for the merger, and that study is a public one, and it can be consulted by all the people who want to look at it. Also, we managed to prepare the first training plan, and the representatives of the Transportation Directorate have made a visit to Lublin and received the first training that was planned. The ongoing activities, I will speak just about a few of them. We started the development of the urban mobility plan, sustainable urban mobility, and I'm happy to welcome here Reinhold, who is basically the representative of the consortium of international experts who is going to develop during 2 years this urban mobility plan. What's important also is the fact that we launched the development of the Center for Trafficking Monitoring in order to be able to take over the solutions that were presented by our 4 speakers, the modern and efficient solutions for monitoring, which would be able to solve partly the traffic congestion problems and jams in the rush hours. I have one more. What activities are we planning for the next period? First of all, to continue the training for those in the public transportation area, to conduct comparative analysis of the transportation system from both cities, Chișinău and Lublin, and to see what are the practices that we are going to take over in the first stage and then the second and the third stage, and be able to afterwards implement those. We talked about electronic tickets. We want to make a study on electronic ticket and also to have a pilot project to see how that functions and to apply the most efficient and most accessible one. And last but not least, we would like to, for all the information about public information to be very accessible, to have an application, a dedicated website, a dashboard, where everyone interested and the local authorities would have access to the relevant information. Thank you very much, and I hope this project could be considered an opportunity for investments and could be further developed. Thank you. Thank you so much. And since we're discussing about the cooperation project and about the exchange of ideas, we are going to continue with Mr. Marius Sagan from Lublin, who is going to inspire us and bring us additional ideas in order to develop towards what we call sustainable urban mobility. Mr. Sagan, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you so much for invitation from the mayor to come here and to tell you about the project, about our experience. We have a common project with Chișinău. We have a very good project, and we are talking to the mayor to have other projects with your beautiful city. So this cooperation is developing, and I can say now that we are good colleagues as a cities. But today I would like to tell you about the challenges, problems related to the mobility revolution. What we can observe now is a complete change in the mobility paradigm in Europe, in the world, and all these trends are also coming and can be seen in European countries, in Poland, in Moldova. So this revolution occurred a couple of years ago. We, as a cities, we have to face with all challenges and all problems. I would like to tell you a story about how Lublin was adjusting to the new mobility circumstances, and also I would like to tell you what kind of mistakes you can avoid learning from our experience. We had, maybe it's not a good place to say that we had a lot of mistakes going through the process of adjusting to the new policy, to the new world of mobility. First of all, what we see now, that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we had a public transport as a main source of the mobility in the cities. We had the private cars, we have the private cars, and now we have much, much more. We have scooters, we have electronic bikes, we have car sharing, we have a completely new modern means of transportation, and that makes a lot of opportunities on the one hand and challenges from the other point of view. First of all, I would point out the first opportunity. You can see it on the left side, that new ways of mobility can significantly contribute to the zero emission transition. I would say more, in some cities, especially smaller cities, this is the only way now to introduce zero emission transport. Because some cities, they have buses, mostly driven by diesel, and they cannot afford to buy electric or hydrogen buses. So this is the important element of starting the transition. Challenges. I don't have time to describe all kinds of opportunities and challenges, but what is the challenge? I think the main challenge is that new means of transportation, new mobility tools can significantly affect the public transport in the cities. So, in other words, the public transport is becoming less competitive. In some ways, it's becoming unnecessary. And the question is, should we invest or shall we invest in a public transport or rather support private operators providing new mobility services? So from my perspective, this is the crucial dilemma and crucial challenge. And at this slide, you can see what we have now. We have the public transport, we have buses, trolley buses, trams, light rail. We have private trips that we would like to reduce. We have cars, motor cars, and we have completely new services for mobility. And the challenge is to integrate all these tools, to run the system and coordinate the system from the city perspective, from the top. It is very, very difficult. In Lublin, we have 3 stages of this road to the sustainable development. First stage started 12 years ago and lasted from 2010 till 2015. I will tell you a little bit more in a minute about this stage. This stage was mostly dedicated, or in this stage we could see one crucial element: the purchases of a new buses, trolley buses, and purchases of the system of management of public transport. The second system completely reviewed the approach, because we were investing into the new buses, new trolley buses lines, and suddenly it showed that we have a lot of new opportunities, like new mobility services. And we have to rethink strategically what we should do after that. And this stage 2 is, I can say, it's the intermediate stage, and it's still is present in the city, but we entered the new stage, which is the stage of the challenge, how to integrate the existing means of mobility to a new means of mobility. And this stage started in 2019 and will last for the next 5, 7, maybe 10 years. Stage 1, as I said at the beginning, huge investments, new buses, new trolley buses, new management systems, ITS systems to improve the traffic in the city, a lot of money, very convenient services. The citizens were really happy because they finally got the system showing where is the bus in the city and in how many minutes the bus will come to the bus stop. So that was a revolution for the citizens, and it attracted people to go into the bus and use the public transport. But there is a challenge. And challenge is that at the same time, city introduced the bike system, city bike system with 700 bikes, 130 stations, and people moved from the public transport to the bus system. So they started to choose. They had a good offer, they had the new buses, new roads, GPS system showing where is the position of the bus, but on the other hand, they had a mobility option number 2, which was a bike, and they could use, our citizens could use the bike for free for the 20 minutes. And what happened after 2 years? The number of passengers in the public transport dropped yearly from 1.8 million passengers to 1 million passengers. So it means that we lost 7 million passengers because they moved from the public transport, from the buses to the bikes. The question, is this good or not? And the public transport system lost a lot of money on that. On the one hand, but on the other hand, how can we measure the health of the people using bikes? Stage 2. New operators, mostly private ones, and the problems. How to coordinate all these efforts to build a pleasant place for the, or nice place as a city for the new means of transportation. And first problems occurred. First problem when we had the first electric scooters was the problem that everybody was abandoning scooters everywhere. So there was a complete mess, and the scooters were lying on the pavements, in the parks, sometimes even on the streets. At that time, we didn't have any law, Polish law, because the service appeared immediately to solve this problem. So the solution was to start to talk to the private operators and work out the basic rules of behavior for that kind of service. So we started in 2020. We sat at the table with the operators and we discussed that, first of all, there will be 20 informal places for the parking spaces for scooters, electric scooters. And the second thing was that we agreed that the maximum scooter speed in Lublin will be not 30 as before kilometers per hour, but 12 kilometers. And the operators of the scooters put this into the technical parameters of the electric scooters. So this is the case of the mutual cooperation, how to solve the problem which is not regulated by the state. The cases from the third stage. full integration. I think this is the biggest challenge in Lublin and in other cities, how to integrate all these means of transportation, how to build the effective mobility mix policy, and also how to avoid the problems with uses of the public resources. What I mean public resources. And this is another example showing what kind of problems we made in Lublin. When we were buying buses, a lot of buses, hundreds of buses, in 2012, 2013, we didn't know that we will not be needed as a city so many buses and trolleybuses. We didn't know that this mobility revolution will explode, and we bought more buses that we presently need. So some buses in Lublin are not used anymore because they are not needed, and they are new. This is the case. How to optimize the system, how to purchase the equipment and not to have these expensive toys useless. The second problem is the question of the infrastructure. The problem is how to encourage people not to come to the city and leave the car outside the city or use the public transportation modes. And we have two solutions. One solution is the internal mobility, and we built as a city integrated transfer hubs, which is a place situated at the outskirts of the city, encouraging people to leave the car there and use the other means of transportation to go to the city center to work. So we offer the bus or public transport services or trolleybus. We also the system of kiss and ride, and also we offer the bike system that we have at such transfer hubs. People are coming to Lublin, they are leaving cars at the outskirts in these places, and they are moving to the bikes, or they are moving to the public transport. And at the beginning, the system was completely unpopular. Nobody wanted to use it. And step by step, because of the promotional campaigns, some fiscal encourages, we were able to encourage people to use that kind of mobility system. And external multi-mobility, this is just the case of the big investment, one of the biggest in Lublin now, worth about 60 million euro. This is the new integrated international metropolitan railway station, integrating all kinds of transports or mobility. Railway, buses, long-distance buses, and all kinds of new mobility services. And the last problem, I don't have much more time, but I promise not to speak more than for 2-3 minutes. The problem is that the problem appeared 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The customers, the clients, people using the public transport in Poland, now they have a choice. They have the choice to choose the public transport. They can rent a car, they can rent an electric scooter, they can walk. So the problem is now how to encourage people to use the public transport, because people are moving from the public transport to the new mobility models. So for us the solution is IT applications, the system that is providing I think favorable solution for the fares in the public system. And we call this system Lubika. This is the electronic ticketing system which is really innovative because it's based on the flexible digressive fare. So if you travel a long distance from one place to another place in the city, you will pay less. If you travel short distance, you will pay more. And The system is also dedicated as an open platform, which allows to integrate with other elements like our city services. Why the system is good, and I would strongly recommend you to use this solution. You have everything in your mobile. So we don't need any card for the system. You have the application, you go to the bus, you scan your mobile on the bus electronic terminal, and then when you get off of the bus, you log out, and the system is calculating fare for you and taking money from your electronic wallet. And that's it. So you don't need any paper, any cards, nothing. Summarize. What we have, you can see, what I would like to point out that Lublin has one of the most zero-emission systems in Poland. 40% is zero-emission now. We are also working to implement the first hydrogen buses in the city. But what is the clue? And I would like to show you this last slide to have some takeaways from my presentation. So first takeaway, this is a long and windy, difficult process to transform the city from the one model to another. It takes about 15 years. Second important element is that, and the last one, that you cannot forget to modernize the existing system. Because I saw in some European cities that they moved to the new mobility on the one hand, and they left the traditional mobility, traditional transportation system completely uninvested. So this is not the way. You have to invest both into the old mobility and the new mobility. And I think the third takeaway is that you need to integrate the system, to work with the local operators of the private mobility services. You have to work with the government, with the other stakeholders, and this is the clue to have the success in the city. Thank you so much for the attention. I'm sorry for exceeding my presentation. I'm giving the floor to the moderator.
Yeah, thank you for Mr. Sagan. We have a lot to learn, and especially we are proud to being able to learn from your mistakes. So that's a good opportunity for us. Scuze că a trebuit să fac puțin, am rămas aparent fără baterie, mi-au dat baterie și nu cafea.
Apparently, I went to take a battery, so I was given a battery and not coffee. I ran for a battery. It is needed for an involvement of the private sphere in the development of a city. So the city has abilities to develop its transport system. Here we refer to human resources, technology, and also financial resources. And that's why the private sector can come up with a great help to develop things in this direction, because things will move more agilely. And in this respect, I will give the floor to the private sector, to Mr. Sorin Chiriaxio, Bolt, Republic of Moldova, to tell us a bit about the Bolt project. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Chiriac Sorin, representative of Bolt company on the territory of the Republic of Moldova. Bolt is present in over 170 European cities in over 20 countries and is the biggest operator of micromobility in the world. Our mission at the local level and both of our company at the global level is to create a city for people who want to move with an alternative type of cars and not by cars but with another source of transport. I will speak today how we developed in Chișinau this system and the means to create a safe transport system for users. 1,250,000 kilometers. This is the distance passed by Bolt tricycles in Chișinau. So equivalent of this figure would be 31 times surrounding the globe from equator, or some travels from of Chișinau from one side to another. Daily we place on the streets of Chișinau over 500 tricycles. We try to make it more efficient, placing them very comfortable places. 76 tricycles are used in the first 4 hours from placing them, and then in the first 8 hours, 91 tricycles are already used by users, taken by users. It is important to mention the fact that the tricycles are already not a way of entertainment as they were before. They become a means of transportation for people. As an example would be that we have over 500 users who crossed over 300 kilometers across the year, over 2020, in 2020. So there are also people who have reached records. We have users who crossed around 1,317 kilometers, which would be the equivalent of over 3 travels per day, let's say. Here I would like to tell you about the most frequent destinations which are used by Chișinău citizens. The first destination was a surprise for us, and I think it's a surprise also for you. It's the La Izvor Park, which was recently renovated. After renovation, from our statistics, we can see that it became a kind of hub or place of concentration for inhabitants from that sector, and not only. In the La Izvor Park, we had 10,500 travels, which were finalized, and 8 in Parcul Ștefan cel Mare Park. And in Valea Marilor Park, we had 9,000 travels started, and 6,700 were finalized. Our system allows us to see the locations in Chișinău where the users most frequently access the platform in searching for tricycles. We understand that in these locations, either it's a grown influx of potential users, or it's a deficit of another type of transport. 3 locations which are most popular are the Unic shop area, the commercial shop, Ștefan cel Mare Park, 52,000 tricycles, and Moldova shopping, where there were 62,000 tricycles. It is needed to make a distinction between the trottinets for tricycles for commercial use and for personal use. The main factor which differentiates it is the speed limit. Bolt tricycles have 25 kilometers per hour speed limit, and together with the police we have agreed to reduce the speed up to 15 kilometers per hour to prevent some accidents. I would like to speak to you about free measures which we undertake in order to prevent the subsequent accident and to enhance the security of the users. First of all, the first module is, we call it Tandem Riding. Probably many of you have seen that on the streets of Chișinău are 2 or 3 people on one tricycle. This is the problem that we face the most, and also it is a problem for the police also, because when there are more than 2 people on a tricycle, it becomes unstable, it stops harder, and the risk of an accident is greater, because the weight for the tricycle becomes bigger. and it cannot be stable. So this leads to an accident or to the fact that the tricycle may break into parts. How does this tandem riding system work? We can, due to the electronic equipment which is in the tricycle, we can detect the change in weight on the tricycle. If for travel the user had 100 kilograms and on the next trip is of 150 kilograms, we understand that it's due to the fact that on the tricycle there are there is more than one user, two, for example. So we realize the fact that many users do not know that this is not allowed for more than one person to be on the tricycle. That's why we are trying to bring this information to their knowledge in order to prevent such cases. Another function which is implemented is the prevention system on deviating, on stopping the tricycle. So that's why we are trying to stop the aggressive riding of the tricycle and drifting elements to prevent this. And this is dangerous for all the people, for all the participants in traffic, both for pedestrians and for other participants, because the tricycle is not the safest one. It has an excessive speed limit, and when it stops suddenly. Also, the system detects when the wheel is blocked for drifting and notifies the user at the end of the travel about this and asks the user not to do this again. The third tool that we have is the test of cognitive reaction, and it is conceived for prevention of the cases when people can use a tricycle being drunk. So the test consists with the fact that the user has to answer some exercise in a kind of a game, and the application evaluates how fast the user has conducted the test. If the user does not pass the test, the request to get a tricycle is rejected. We consider that these measures will enhance the security both for our participants in traffic and for pedestrians. Thank you very much for your attention, and for all those who want to use our services and who would like to use them, you can benefit from a discount by introducing the discount from Chișinău 2022. Thank you very much. I think that tricycles should yell when two people get on it, but it's very nice, and I appreciate the fact that there is a continuous process for improvement this product and services, and this is a very important thing and specific to the private sector. We have discussed in the beginning that Chișinău municipality has a very high index of motorization, and because we have many cars in the city which overload the transport system. You know very well, those of you who have a car, personal car, if 23 hours of 24 that car is parked, it's a parking lot 14 square meters, so you occupy 23 hours, and it's a space that Chișinău does not have, you know very well. And in this respect, the services of car sharing are essential because they actually offer a much more efficient usage of that car. A car, you can have access to a car, you do not need to own it. I can get from point X to point Y very easily. You can use the public transport or the bicycle, and in this case the car sharing services are vital for a city who wants to make more efficient its transport system. And I will invite Mr. Stanislav Grishkin from Amigo, the car sharing service from Chișinău.
Good morning, everyone.
Today, I would wish to tell you a little bit about company and what our company could do for our city. A small video to start with. Just a second, some technical issues. Thank you. So the idea of car sharing is far from being new. It's been successfully developed in the neighboring countries. This idea, and while studying this idea and making analysis of the neighboring countries, so we gave ourselves a question. Why shouldn't we have it in Chișinău? Chișinău deserves to have it, and we took a risk and we opened a company for car sharing. The only thing that we added was that we decided car sharing should use electricity, and I explain why. So the interest towards electrically-fired automobiles when we just were opening the company, and now it's grown up so much that our company is enjoying a great success. Even just people coming to try it, to test it, and people are purchasing such automobiles for their own use. And going a small way of analysis and adjusting our analysis program, we started our business in August 1, 2020. And we started with 7 automobiles, electric Renault. So before the end of 20, we managed to acquire 10 automobiles of this type, and actually we used the 10 automobiles throughout the whole year. That was like a test drive to answer a question, do we actually need car sharing in our city? And the answer to this question was yes. That made us believe and cherish the hopes that we do the right thing. And during 21, while using different forms of financing, we managed to amend our automobile park up to 53 automobiles. And taking into account that we are using electric cars, and seeing the interest growing to this type of cars, we decided to further extend it in the model line. So today we have Renault Zoe, Leaf, BMW, and even Tesla S. What our company could do for our city. So basically today we discussed and we could hear a lot about that is a big problem for the city, traffic jams, huge traffic jams and parking lots missing. So we have some statistical data telling us that electric cars and car sharing could actually bring down the load by reducing 5 to 6 automobiles per private cars. And taking into account that we are using electric cars, it means that we are directly influencing the ecological situation in the city, not only by reducing the number of cars on our roads, but also being friendly to environment and improving by so doing the ecological situation, lack of exhaust, lack of vibration, and actually what actually is creating a problem while using the standard cars. So basically, while understanding that this is a business we should do and we need to develop it, and we have some estimates showing that the market for car sharing in Chișinau is not less than 500 cars. And also taking into account that our estimates we have a clearly stated scope and objective to actually car sharing, to raise it up to 500 cars up to in 5 years' time. So 2 years have passed out of 5, and what will it give to our city? I mentioned already, but in order to make the most efficient use and influence on to achieving the goals set, we shall be happy to cooperate with the municipality. Such a cooperation could actually be expressed in providing for parking lots for our electric car sharing cars within the city infrastructure. And this will send a clear signal for the users to understand that the car could be left at a certain place and you take it for use, and then use only private car to come to the main city, and probably it will not be as useful as using car sharing option. And also we suggest a cooperation in the domain of allowing for traveling for car sharing on the roads of general use. That's many times we see that it's impossible to park your car in the central part of the city, especially. So, and if we will get permission to make use of the public transport isolated lines, that will help us to actually find the proper way to travel through the central part. And so we have set the objective and opening our desire towards cooperation. We will insist on moving towards our goal. We'll take care of our city, and we shall be happy if our service will bring and will be useful for our city and for our country. I was happy to make presentation of our company, and thank you very much.
Mulțumim foarte frumos. Din păcate, nefiind vorbitor de limbă rusă, n-am putut să înțeleg. Am înțeles.
Since I am not a speaker of Russian, I haven't understood. I only understood Tesla S, and I hope that's part of the fleet existing with the company. Now we are going to close this panel. Earlier, we discussed about the urban mobility for Chișinau, a project that is ongoing. So it's about the transportation strategy for the following 20 or 30 years. You've already seen some parts of the plan in the presentations of our colleagues from the City Hall. And there is a website for this mobility plan where you can interact with the project team, you can send your ideas and can highlight the problems existing in the transportation sector, and also it's .am.com. Also, you could help us fill in the questionnaire, which will provide us data in order to develop the transport model in the mobility plan. That's the English version. We also have a Romanian version. And the first click on fill in the survey, if you could do that by filling in the questionnaire and distributing it, so that we could develop a tool which would help us prioritize the projects and measure them as efficient as possible. I mean the transportation projects. Now I'd like to thank you very much that you have bared with us. Apologize for the delays. For questions to any of the speakers, you can find us during the coffee break. We could discuss in more details about any unclarities that you have or any questions. And I kindly invite you now to go to the coffee break. I'll give the microphone to my colleague, and I'd like to thank the speakers for the ideas they presented and for the motivation they shared. Thank you very much, Mr. Steiner. Thank you all the facilitators, all the presenters in the panel. And now I announce a coffee break of 10 minutes, maximum 15 minutes, and we are going to announce when that ends.
Vieții lor.
Vin în toată sâmbătă și duminică și miercurea și joia. 4 zile pe săptămână aici merg dansurile.
Sâmbătă trecută a venit așa o ploaie, s-a pornit, dar nu se duce nimeni. Ploaia a trecut și am ieșit din nou.
Pentru pensionari, pentru oameni în vârstă, comunicarea, mișcarea, asta este viața.
Noi întinerim. Eu mă simt parcă studentă, aceea când a venit cândva.
Petrec timpul cu bătrânii, învățându-i lucruri noi, de care n-au știut până acum.
Au început să-și facă primele lor poze, să vorbească cu ceilalți, să îi sune și se simțeau foarte energizați.
Я не умела вообще работать с телефоном и научилась всему, что они знают.
Ne-au arătat cum sună hotare la neamuri. Interesant te vezi și te auzi.
Când te sună, asta e foarte mare bucurie la inimă.
Bătrânețea este o perioadă cea mai frumoasă pentru persoane. Părul sur, cum spune că este o coroană pusă pe cap ca la cel tânăr.
Eu consider că sunt niște persoane foarte tânări dacă au ajuns la o vârstă și să împart înțelepciunea asta pentru toți, pentru că și noi, tinerii, avem foarte multe de învățat de la ei.
Мы чувствуем себя как раз в русле жизни. Так что большое спасибо, что о нас не забывают.
Fiecare din noi poate să contribuie și să ofere o bătrânețe cât mai fericită și liniștită persoanelor vârstnice.
Dragile noastre bunicuțe, bunei, mame și tați, persoane la vârsta înțelepciunii, vrem să vă aducem un omagiu, să vă spunem un mare mulțumesc pentru ceea ce sunteți, pentru ceea ce ați făcut, pentru țara noastră, pentru Chișinău, că grație efortului dumneavoastră s-au construit școli, spitale, academii, universități, fabrici, drumuri. Vrem în această zi să vă spunem cu toții mulțumesc și să vă asigurăm că Primăria Municipiului Chișinău depune toate eforturile ca să vină cu un sprijin și cu un răspuns cât se poate de apropiat de doleanțele, necesitățile dumneavoastră, de la recriere până la protecție socială, de la ajutor până la o mână întinsă și dialog între generații. Mulțumesc pentru ceea ce sunteți și vă dorim multă, multă sănătate și mulți ani înainte.
Primul SMS expediat, Molțel a început calea lansării serviciilor și tehnologiilor inovatoare pentru sectorul telecomunicațiilor din Republica Moldova. Încă de la început, unul din principalele obiective ale companiei Molțel a fost îmbunătățirea continuă a experienței clienților și dezvoltarea mediului de afaceri din țară prin digitalizare. Prima transformare digitală cu impact răsunător a fost semnătura mobilă, un serviciu cu o popularitate progresivă chiar și după 10 ani de la lansare, un rezultat extraordinar al unui parteneriat public-privat. Odată cu această soluție, a fost impulsionată și apariția ecosistemelor digitale. Astfel, a fost posibilă implementarea platformei digitale de transmitere și semnare a documentelor în format electronic, mDoc. Rezultatul este o eficientizare substanțială a timpului de execuție și resurselor implicate, în special în relația cu clienții business, însă cel mai important, reducerea cu aproape 70% a hârtiei utilizate în acest proces, ceea ce reprezintă un pas semnificativ în direcția economiei verzi. Tot cu scopul digitalizării și grijii față de mediu, Molțel a lansat e-contract, versiunea ego a contractului semnat pe hârtie, care exclude consumul acesteia, o soluție inovativă și simplă pentru client. La fel de simplă în utilizare este și aplicația My Molțel, ajunsă în top cele mai populare și descărcate aplicații din Moldova. Cu aproape 1 milion de conturi create, este o soluție digitală ce a reinventat independența în administrarea propriului număr și continuă să fie o platformă de primă necesitate pentru clienții Molțel. Anual, numărul apelurilor la serviciul suport clienți scade invers proporțional cu numărul de utilizatori a aplicației. Experiența digitală a clienților este în continuare diversificată prin intermediul magazinului online Molțel, ce permite tuturor să facă cumpărături la distanță, inclusiv conectarea sau portarea unui număr cu livrare rapidă la domiciliu în orice colț al țării. Cea mai mare parte a livrărilor este asigurată cu ajutorul mașinilor electrice din dotarea parcului auto molțean. Magazinul online, în combinație cu eSIM, este un alt exemplu de ecosistem digital. Prin posibilitatea de a fi comandată și activată online, este una din soluțiile digitale perfecte, atât din perspectiva economiei de timp, cât și a consumului de hârtie sau plastic. Mediul de afaceri, în ansamblul său, este o simbioză de soluții digitale și produse inovatoare ce propulsează creșterea și dezvoltarea companiilor. Agenții economici din Moldova au la dispoziție instrumente oferite de Molțăl, prin intermediul cărora pot să sporească semnificativ eficiența operațiunilor, cum ar fi administrarea fluxului de apeluri cu ajutorul platformei de telefonie inteligentă Virtual PBX sau gestionarea flotei auto prin intermediul soluției Monitorizare Transport. În mod direct sau indirect, toate aceste soluții, servicii și platforme ale companiei Molțăl contribuie nemijlocit la dezvoltarea durabilă a societății. Angajament asumat prin semnarea memorandumului de susținere și promovare a obiectivelor de dezvoltare durabilă ONU în Moldova. Soluțiile digitale reprezintă o componentă importantă atât a agendei de mediu, cât și a sustenabilității companiei. Acestea vor continua să aibă un impact profund asupra societății prin reducerea decalajului digital și să contribuie la creșterea oportunităților pentru toți membrii societății.
尊敬的杨切班市长、严文彬大使、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好！很高兴同各位朋友云端相聚。首先，我谨代表基辛诺乌的友好城市中国青岛市，向基辛诺乌首届经济论坛的顺利召开表示热烈祝贺，向出席论坛的各位嘉宾表示诚挚的问候，并致以美好的祝愿。基辛诺乌历史悠久，风景迷人，充满生机活力。青岛是中国沿海重要的中心城市，滨海度假旅游。
Doamnelor și domnilor, vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile în sală. Rămâne valabilă invitația să deconectați telefoanele mobile sau să le treceți pe un ton silențios. Vă mulțumim.
两市交往日益增多，摩尔多瓦驻华大使多次访问青岛，让更多青岛人走进了美丽的基辛诺乌，而且品尝到了来自葡萄酒王国的香醇美酒。今年是中摩建交30周年，让我们携手同行，共创美好未来，不断增进两国人民之间的深情厚谊，持续深化青岛与基辛诺乌 两市之间的务实合作。预祝本届论坛圆满成功，祝各位身体健康，万事如意。谢谢大家。
Hello, Chișinau. I'm Eric Piolle, the mayor of Grenoble, and I'm delighted to be part of this initiative and to promote the image of the capital of the Republic of Moldova this year. We are really inspired by this event and we are delighted to contribute. Grenoble as well is a model city. We were chosen by European Union to be European Green Capital for this year 2022, and part of this we know that cities can protect inhabitants against climate change, against biodiversity loss, but as well can promote social justice. And this is not only a purpose, a goal, but as well a mean to fight against climate change. We are as well a unique city, and we are sure that promoting human rights for women, for LGBTs, for migrants is as well part of what is required to fight against climate change and part as well of our responsibility. In this year, 2022, we see inspiring movements as Chișinau to promote economic action and to protect its inhabitants. We are really supportive of that, and we are hopefully sure that you will continue to have this momentum to share with other cities. So thank you, and yeah, best wish and kind regards.
Witaj, miło Cię widzieć. Chociaż znamy się nie od dziś, myślę, że jeszcze wiele o mnie nie wiesz. Znajduję się w centrum Europy, więc szybko do mnie dotrzesz. Za granicą jest o mnie coraz głośniej. Ostatnio mówią o mnie, że jestem smart. Jestem pewien, że znajdziemy wspólną przestrzeń, taką, w której będziesz mógł się rozwijać. Nie czekaj, przyszłość zaczyna się tu, w Lublinie.
Dear Mayor of Chișinau, Mr. Ceban, honorable guests, friends, it's a pleasure to greet you at the first Chișinau Economic Forum. In the modern age, most of the economic activity, employment, talent and creativity are concentrated within cities. So cities are turning into major players in the international arena. We are facing serious political and economic challenges. Only by joining our forces can we defend our interests and find common solutions. Chișinau, together with all of Moldova, has shown great courage, selflessness and true humanity this year by helping and welcoming Ukrainian refugees. Thank you for your standing with Ukraine at a time when Ukrainians are giving their lives for the freedom of a democracy.
Doamnelor și domnilor, vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile, vă rugăm să deconectați telefoanele mobile sau să le treceți pe un ton silențios.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. In 1 minute we are starting.
Așadar, doamnelor și domnilor, bine ați revenit în sală.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the room. Welcome to the session. Please let us start the next panel. We would like to ask all those behind to come up forward. There are 3 places in front, so you can better receive the message, both visually and audio. Definitely, it's.
Următorul panel are tema turismul urban.
The next panel is about urban tourism as a tool for developing the city, which brings benefits to the touristic sites. Mr. Stanislav Rusu, former director of the tourism agency, president of the Association of Hotels and Restaurants.
La fel aș vrea să
Roman Vitiuk, head of the General Department for Commerce and Tourism. Mrs. Natalia Țurcanu, Executive Director of the National Association for Inbound and Domestic Tourism. And Mrs. Audrey Scott, Strategic Specialist in the field of tourism and marketing and Cornered Market, Czech Republic. Mr. Russo. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope the coffee was tasty and the pies as well. You're going to feel now more relaxed. Now we have a panel which is quite interesting, and we have insisted to have a panel with a lot of emotional charge to see how Chișinau can be attractive not only for its inhabitants, not only for the citizens of Moldova, but also for its guests, the guests from abroad. And our Moldovan hospitality is very much promoted. And we wish that the guests coming to our houses and to whom we are showing the best things we have in our house and courtyard. Indeed, Chișinău is our home, and we wish to have as many visitors and tourists as possible. And this is an objective of the touristic industry. And what are the objectives of the city hall, the administration, in this sense? Because through tourism it is possible to increase the local budget. And how can we do that? How could we benefit from those incomes from the tourism field in order to be able to invest in infrastructure, in modernizing services, and being able to conserve and to repair the architectural monuments? So tourism comes with solutions. In that sense, we have two very important messages for this event from two world leaders who would like to come in front of you with two messages due to this forum. And I would like the technical... So the message from the State Secretary of the World Tourism Organization and the UN and the leader of the World Tourism addressed to the participants and organizers of the forum.
Mică pauză tehnică. Sperăm rapid să o recuperăm.
Dear Mayor, dear Ivan Ceban, dear delegates, it's a pleasure to greet you on the opening of this important forum. I would like to congratulate City Hall and the Mayor of the important work. You are putting your country on the map. The Republic of Moldova is an active member of UNWTO, and we value your support for many of our key projects. Now, the country is also emerging as a top destination in the region. I have personally visited Chișinău a few times. Each time, I enjoyed the warm welcome, and I enjoyed excellent gastronomy and wine, as well as great culture. I know that Chișinău has changed a lot since my last visit. With this team, Mayor Ceban has developed the infrastructure of the city, building parks and entertainment centers. There are also new restaurants and hotels, and museums and monuments have been restored. And now Chișinău is hosting an important forum for city and leaders from all over the region. I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of your discussions, and I wish you inspiring and productive 3 days. Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Mesajul liderului turismului mondial a fost foarte clar, concret. Este un oraș care merită a fi vizitat.
Chișinău is a city that deserves being visited. Chișinău is developing, and a lot is being invested in infrastructure, and this can be seen.
În general, de toți turiștii care ne vizitează.
Now we have another message as an information for all the participants coming from the tourism industry, the associations, the economic entities which provide touristic services. Yesterday took place very important actions for the tourism industry in Moldova. A few weeks ago, Chișinău city has become a member, full-fledged member of the World Federation of Touristic Cities with office in Beijing. And what could that give to us? Specialists in this field know a lot about that. So the city is becoming destination must visit on the touristic map. That's a very strong message, which is acknowledged at the international level. Now I would like the technicians to show us the message of the Secretary of the Organization of Touristic Cities, which like was additional to the yesterday event when the memorandum was signed between the City Hall of Chișinău and the World Federation of Touristic Cities. And we hope the actions are going to be taken in order to draw additional investments and continuous development. So, Yang Shou, General Secretary. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. I'm delighted to join you all the Chișinau Economic Forum 2022 online. On behalf of the World Tourism Cities Federation, I'd like to extend warm congratulations and warm greetings to all the distinguished guests. Since its inception in 2012, WTCF's core vision of the better city life through tourism, actively advocating the globalization of the world tourism, continuously promoting the cooperation and exchanges among world tourism cities. At present, WTCF has 237 member cities and institutions from 83 countries and regions around the world. On August 9, 2022, Chișinău, the capital of Republic of Moldova, became a member of the WTCF. Hereby, on behalf of WTCF, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Chișinău. The recovery, to prosperity through the COVID-19 pandemic has a huge impact on the world tourism. We should keep in mind that rainbows often appear after storms, and opportunities always come with challenges. Both the huge potential of the tourism market and the main development trends of this sector have been changed. Beijing, where the headquarters of WTCF is located, has attached great importance to the recovery and economic and social development. For example, it has the opportunities through about the events such as big games and tourism resources. A number of new cultural tourism landmarks such as the Universal launch. I can't manage reading.
向世界提供了北京经验。在此，我提出以下3点倡议：一是秉持协调发展理念，统筹抓好疫情防控和旅游发展。旅游城市应该把游客的生命安全和身体健康放在首位，将疫情防控措施融入旅游各环节和领域，营造舒适、便捷、整洁、安全的旅游环境。同时，应实施更加积极有效的扶持政策，加大对旅行社、饭店等市场主体的帮扶力度，加强对旅游从业者的培训和劳动者权益的保护。二是秉持高质量发展理念，推动城市旅游业迭代更新。受新冠肺炎疫情影响，短距离、个性化、低密度、高品质、自助式的旅游模式成为了新的需求。旅游城市应适应新的发展趋势，注重产品创新，加快旅游与文化、科技等要素的融合发展，全力推进旅游业态升级，为游客提供更加优质丰富的旅游服务。三是秉持可持续发展理念，促进旅游城市绿色低碳发展。旅游城市应将生态文明的理念贯穿旅游经济发展全过程，坚持生态优先，大力发展生态旅游，不断开发资源节约型、环境友好型的生态旅游产品，努力推动碳达峰、碳中和目标的如期实现，促进旅游城市可持续发展。女士们、先生们，我们坚信，在不久的将来，世界旅游业将逐步从疫后复苏转向革新变革，实现更大的繁荣发展。今天，联合会与基辛讷乌市 将共同携手，就确立双方在2023年摩尔多瓦共和国城市旅游年庆祝活动中的战略伙伴关系，在本次论坛中签署谅解备忘录，共同推动城市旅游复苏发展。最后，祝本次大会圆满成功，祝2023年摩尔多瓦共和国城市旅游年在城市旅游领域取得辉煌成绩。谢谢大家。
Rog multe aplauze.
A round of applause. So I think not me and not only me, but everyone who has listened to a message in Chinese. In Chișinău we have hotels, restaurants, cultural patrimony, underground. We have travel agencies, we have travel guides, we have travel relatives. It's an enormous industry. Tell me who likes to wake up in the morning and walk to work. So there are some kinds of people like this. So let's please raise your hands, those who like to wake up in the morning and plan a vacation and go to travel somewhere. Now municipality has a concept, has a strategy, how Chișinău can become a touristic destination. And with this on this occasion, I would like to invite Mr. Roman Vitiuc, head of the Economy, Tourism and Trade Department, to make an interesting presentation on what plans does the municipality have on developing and reaching these objectives. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. As an old friend of Chișinău, Dalai Lama has said, once a year go in a place where you have never been. I assure you that Chișinău is the perfect destination in this regard, because it's on a distance of 1 hour of direct flight from Bucharest or Istanbul, at a 2 hours distance from Berlin, 3 hours from Paris, 3 hours and a half from London, or around 4 hours from Lisbon. Chișinău is considered one of the greenest cities in Europe, and at the same time it occupies 47th place on one of the biggest cities in Europe, the 3rd place in the world according to the coefficient of the population rate with access to internet, with a speed to internet of 1 gigabit. Having into consideration all these pluses, we have developed a development strategy for Chișinău and tourism in Chișinău for promoting this destination, which we call Chișinău Touristic Capital. This strategy is based on 3 development pillars: sustainability, on long term of investment in tourism, protection and development, coherent protection and development of capital in all the areas of touristic development potential, and implementing partnerships. The strategy is planned to be realized on a period of by 5 years, but that by 2027 Chișinău would become a renowned touristic destination at a European level, competitive and attractive for investments. I will not stop on strategic objectives, but I want to see the main directions which are reflected in this strategy. The gastronomic and wine tourism. It's popular among those people who plan a vacation for a short term or for a long term or a weekend vacation. Did you know the best wine, Fautor Negre from 2017, is considered, according to the Brussels contest 2022, the best one? Mr. Mayor has opened some brackets yesterday when he said that you cannot find this wine with 19 euro. How much would this wine would cost in European capital. It was mentioned again by the mayor yesterday. But we are all proud of our wine producers. In Chișinău and in Moldova you will find the best wine for the best quality and price. The famous underground wine cities, they are both in Guinness World Record book. They are either part of a territorial administrative area of Chișinău or are nearby. Cricova, the biggest wine cellar with 53 underground galleries for 120 kilometers. Melistimic, the biggest wine collection in the world with 1.5 million bottles of wine. So yearly also in Chișinău new wineries are opening and wine bars. Currently there are more than 20 such places which practice different local mixed events for wine, other for food festivals. In the conditions when a good wine asks also for a good food, the Moldovan kitchen offers a quite wide variety of dishes, which combines the culinary methods and combination of products which at first sight may seem incompatible, like pickled fruits, meat with fruits, such products as kushmalubguța or baba neagra. So within the forum also we have the Eco Fair. There you can find the tastiest products in this respect, and yesterday we had the chance to taste the black pudding. In Chișinău you can find over 20 restaurants to try different other cuisines, either Albanian, Georgian cuisine, or Greece or Bulgarian. Chișinău is a perfect destination also for mice tourism. Over 7,000 places available for mice, either organized in museums, exhibition areas, hotels or hubs, which are in Chișinău. The Palace of the Republic, where we are today, can host over 1,700 people during one event. Moldexpo exhibition spot, over 1,000. Coverage with a mobile 3G or 4G internet broadband is a strong point. When mice tourists get into a city, they need visits, excursions, shopping, traditional cuisine. All of this can be found in Chișinău, and not only. In the conditions in which tourism, business tourism and mice refers to events and international conferences, Chișinău already is a host of different events of such type, such as Chișinău Economic Forum, Moldova Business Week, Moldova Tourism Forum, the festival I Salute You Chișinău Summer Fest or National Wine Day, which starts today. So after the forum, don't hesitate to try, to taste some wines which our wine producers are offering. I cannot say not to stop at the sports event which are organized in Chișinău, because, however, even if they are not from mice category, but the Chișinău International Marathon, and for the fact that Chișinău for the second year in a row was a host for European Championship for beach football, is an appreciation of the results which we have accomplished in this field. Chișinău can be included in a list of this top destination for digital nomads. Change of the world due to the pandemics, the COVID-19 crisis has generated a large number of people which want to travel and work remotely. Chișinău, in this respect, offers a very high speed of internet, 91.4 megabits per second, a reduced cost according to the statistics. Chișinău is on the 4th place out of 50 from ranking as the cheapest for living from Central and Eastern Europe. Co-working spaces offered by the TechWell Hub, MediaCore, ArtCore, iHub also are a plus in this respect. The reduced Cost of transport 0.30 euros public transport cost, or by 10 euros travel by taxi in any area of the city. And the proximity of all the sightseeing and touristic spots with an interest and with the national and international and local interest. Castelmimi and Tomanok Bay, from Chișinău you get to there in less than 1 hour. Medical tourism is another direction which deserves attention for those who want to invest in Chișinău. Here I will stop more to dentistry, dental tourism, because I've noticed that many people come to Chișinău to benefit from these services because they're offered at a very good price in conditions when the specialists which work in Chișinău have a very high qualification and the equipment is a very modern one. But I will not stop very much here at this point because my colleagues in their presentations will speak in detail about this. The importance of the Chișinău municipality for the tourism industry from Moldova is a vital one. Chișinău represents 60% from the companies anchored in tourism, 68% from the number of people who are working or the employees are in Chișinău. 82% of the tourism share is generated by Chișinău out of the entire of Moldova. So the aggregated sales from tourism industry in the last period have reached to 10.9 billion lei with a yearly growth of 10.8%. So it is clear that the investment areas are very important, especially in the field of tourism. Here we refer to hotels, tourism agencies, the terrestrial transport and air transport, car renting, and so on and so forth. And also, since the tour agency offer prices for better trips than the ones from the region, we propose to benefit from these options. Partnerships with the wineries and local sellers are also on the top of preferences of foreign investors. We are trying to create new pedestrian areas. As a local public authority, we come with the support in the development of infrastructure destined to tourism activities. At the same time, we have developed a favorable framework aside from restaurant, cafe. We promote the local cultural and touristic activities and other similar events in Chișinău. Now you will not find a weekend where in Chișinău is not organized either a fair or sports competition or a open air concert. We are supporting the initiatives of the guides and opening of new touristic routes. Starting from 2020, since the Department of Economy, Commerce and Tourism was organized, so art crafts fairs have been organized starting that from 2021. Chișinău has a unique calendar of events which take place around Chișinău, and also the project touristic trolley bus Chișinău sightseeing, which we are very proud of. With this trolley bus have been organized over 430 trips, out of which 300 trips according to the weekend schedule, another 300 thematic trips with dedicated to winter fairs or other to professional days, the day of doctor. 10,000 travelers have benefited from the services of the sightseeing trolley bus, developing the industrial tourism, or the one that can be practiced during some abandoned objects, or those who have to be valued in another form, also represent a priority for us. And light adventure tourism also, we aim to explore the underground galleries of Chișinău through three means of bringing tourists, either through a pedestrian trip, a mixed trip, or either by having the possibility to explore these mines with the help of kayaking. The information on the touristic objectives and the activities recommended and the events planned in Chișinău is accessible on the informational resource visit.chisinau.md, as well as on the pages from Telegram, Instagram, which are managed by the local public authority. And if there you cannot find the information which you're interested in, I'm sure that the colleagues from the Center of Information for Tourism will offer you some other data. So Natalia will have much more details, many more details. Presentation of Mr. Viduk. I will not speak very much, but we have a lot to discuss and many plans. We appreciate very much the cooperation that we have with the City Hall of Chișinău, and for us is very important the support in developing the local offer of the Republic of Moldova, the local tourist product, and we opened together the first informational touristic point in Chișinău in November 2017, which allowed us to be closer to the tourism which come to Chișinău, which is the gateway to see the nice places in our country. And thus we could offer for the foreign tourists over 16,000 tourists from 90 countries have entered our office, and we consulted them together with the volunteers. We involved and we trained volunteers from universities from Chișinău, and I think we trained over 100 young people, which afterwards helped, and they left to see study at international universities, and they did their internship at the informational center. I present National Association for Receptory Tourism. Now we have over 100 members, tour operators, which work in Chișinău, but also some guest houses, wine cellars, which come to bring international interesting offers for tourism. In those 8 years of activity, we managed to open the first center for touristic information. We organized very many press tours. If you manage to see articles about Wizz Air on the board newspaper, and from August and September, you've managed to see that we promoted the National Wine Day, and all the passengers from all the routes operated by this company, aircraft. And this makes Moldova more visible, especially Chișinău, where all those coming through Chișinău International Airport can see the Republic of Moldova. And also we have organized very many promotion campaigns, national ones, and every time Chișinău is included in the touristic offer, and we try to encourage the tourists to offer them much more information through the Center for Information for Tourists. You have seen the mention Zoru Polodukashvili mentioned. He visited us in 2018 in the Republic of Moldova, Moldova being the host and Chișinău being the host of the Global Conference of Wine, the third edition, and we appreciate a lot that he visited us, and he left a message in the guest book of the informational center. The center is a platform, actually a very good platform, not only for tourists who come to visit the country and to inform them, but is also a platform where we promote the events from Chișinău, a platform for communication for all the stakeholders in this field. We organize the workshop, we promote the campaigns for tourism, we offer informational services, and it's also the place where the young specialists, the students, can come and do their practice. The Informational Touristic Center was launched in 2017, and I've mentioned this information. I will keep mentioning it. To a great extent, we have brought our contribution to the development of the infrastructure of the touristic product from Chișinău. It was through the development of those audio guides, which now are integrated in that nice project, the touristic trolley bus, which came up as an idea from our side, an initiative a few years ago, and we wanted to have something similar with the hop-on, hop-off buses from other European cities, and I said, let's use the public transport that we have and to be more original, and the City Hall has listened to us, to our desire, and together, side by side, we managed to jointly to organize a project which is a sustainable one, which keeps developing, and we will keep developing other interesting routes for tourists. We are very happy that we have this support and this understanding that together we have a common vision. We have also contributed a lot to the development of the strategy, which is already proved one, the strategy of the development of Chișinău as a touristic destination, but probably you have seen the indicators, street indicators. We have helped develop the infrastructure and diversify the touristic offer, and this make a capital more attractive from the touristic point of view. Definitely we want to keep on having some urban installations. You are here touristic map, and I hope we will organize it, and the touristic brochure, the guide about Chișinău as a touristic destination. At the touristic information center you can find the map of Chișinău with locations where you can stay, what you can do, activities, events are promoted both on our platforms, country platforms, Moldova Travel from Instagram, from Facebook, which we manage, but also on the web page Moldova Tourist Information Center. But we are also ready to open new touristic routes and to have this, to keep on working on those plans of the Chișinău as a touristic destination by attracting not only from resources, funds from the budget of the City Hall, but also to attract international funds to apply for European projects, and to have in this regard also the support of the strategic partners. In this respect, I want to mention and to thank a lot the contribution which was brought, but because together we were also supported by the activity of supporting the competition from light industry, and which is a project financed by USAID, and the fact that we could contribute to the development of the strategy for tourism for Chișinău is also their effort, including Audrey Scott, which you can see here as a speaker, has brought her enormous contribution in order to have a strategy in take into account the current trends, the challenges, international challenges, and this hope will a nice cooperation for the future. Thank you very much, and I hope we'll have a much more touristic capital with many more tourists coming.
Mulțumim, Natalia, mulțumim, Roman. Deci,
much, Mrs. Natalia. Thank you, Mr. Roman. I remember that a few years ago in the Chișinău City Hall, we did not even have a person working on tourism. And a few years ago, 1 year or 2 years ago, we developed an organizational structure which was focused on tourism. We also had a strategy. We also have an action plan with specific tasks, and I wish good luck to this new structure, on which we count very much, which will bring added value, and will keep realizing those actions, and only through a partnership and through a dialogue with the associative sector and with the strategic partners and with the entrepreneurs from the tourism area, will have good results. Thank you very much and good luck. Definitely we have still another interesting speaker. It is we speak about Audrey Scott, speaker specialist in the area of strategic and marketing called market from the Czech Republic, which will tell us about how can we promote ourselves and how can tourism become a driving force for the economy of the cities. Because if 10 years ago I asked, where have you been? Where have you traveled? In France. To France I've been traveling. To Italy. No, now when you say, you can say, visited Madrid, Prague, Strasbourg, visited. Chișinău becomes a destination which prevails as a country destination. Audrey, you have the floor. Mrs. Audrey, you have the floor.
So, thank you very much for inviting me to speak with you today. Tourism is a topic that I'm passionate about personally. It's also, I'm very fortunate to have been working in it and for the last 15 years. My name is Audrey Scott. As mentioned, I'm a tourism and marketing advisor. And for the last 15 months, I've been working with Natalia and Antrim as a marketing and tourism advisor for the USAID EDGE Buy-in Moldova Competitiveness Transition Activity. It's a long name for a project, but in the last 15 months, we've done a lot of exciting things, including working a little bit with the City Hall on the strategy. I was fortunate to be involved at the beginning with some of the advice and looking at it and trying to put my experience. I've actually traveled to over 100 countries. I've lived in about 4 different countries, so trying to put all my professional and personal experience, because I do believe that Chișinau is an exciting city. As you might guess from my accent, for those of you who are listening in English, I'm originally from the United States. I currently live in Berlin, Germany, and I used to live in Prague in the Czech Republic for 5 years, many years ago. So I bring a lot of different experiences and perspectives to this. So talking about urban tourism, a driving force for city development, I first want to talk about this idea of sustainability. It's a term, sustainable tourism, we use it a lot, and it gets to the point where sometimes we don't really know what it means. So the official definition from the UNWTO, World Tourism Organization, is that it's tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts. And I mention this because often when we think about sustainability, the focus is very much on environmental, especially right now with the climate crisis. But really, if we look at sustainability as a whole, it's really important that all 3 aspects are there: the economic, the social, and the environmental. It also addresses the needs of visitors, travelers coming to your beautiful city, the industry, tourism businesses, different stakeholders, the environment, you're a green city, so making sure that stays protected, and the host communities, which means all of you here in Chișinău, the residents, the people who live here that call it home. So when I think about taking this to the next level in terms of urban tourism, what does sustainable urban tourism really mean in action? And to me, it means to make a city a better place for local people to live and grow. So it's not just thinking about the present, but it's also thinking about the future. And to make it a better place for people to visit. And again, not just now, but also for future generations. So in the next, let's say, few minutes, I'm going to be talking a little bit about how urban tourism and this exciting Chișinău city strategy that's been developed can work towards that. And I've been fortunate to have visited Chișinău 3 times. This is my 3rd visit. I was here last November, so I saw it in winter when it was a bit chilly. I was here in the summertime when it was beautiful and sunny. I'm here right now, and to be honest, I was expecting kind of cold fall weather, but the sun came out for the wine days and for your forum, so it's an incredible time to be here. And my first time here, I remember I got off the airplane, I went to my hotel, it was dark, it was November, and I threw everything down and I said, okay, I'm just gonna go into the city and see what there is. And I went through the parks, and even though it was cold, people were outside, they were drinking tea, there was some dancing in the square, and there's an energy about this city. And I think the goal here with this tourism strategy is to bring that energy to the surface and to help travelers explore it even more. So when we think about urban tourism, let's talk first about the potential positive impacts. And again, I'm looking at this in terms of the 3 pillars of sustainability. So socioeconomic, which means the increase in quality tourism jobs and the increase in income. Economic opportunities for marginalized areas and communities. I've worked a lot with social enterprises in different parts of the world, and there are a lot of opportunities in tourism to bring together communities who might not have access to business skills or to work with travelers. So there is an opportunity there as well. And I think as mentioned in the introduction, of course, tax income, which is very important, to a city, from tourism to be able to invest back into city development, in infrastructure, in transport, in all these different ways. Now for cultural, I think as mentioned in the previous presentation, I think there's an event going on every weekend right now. I think there's 5, maybe 7 different events. Chișinau is a very rich cultural city. So urban tourism can support that cultural heritage, and it also can protect historic areas, meaning buildings and even neighborhoods that perhaps wouldn't have the funds before to be renovated, to be preserved, because we understand that that's a real asset for travelers. They're looking for this cultural heritage. It also can mean more cultural events, and not cultural events that are just put on for tourists, but these are cultural events that locals can enjoy. And tourists love this because they love engaging and meeting local people. Moldova is very much known for its hospitality, so these cultural events is also an opportunity for people to engage. And also this international feeling of pride and this international feeling of the city. When I've shared photos about Moldova and from Chișinau, many of my friends back home are like, wow, I never thought of Chișinau or Moldova that way. And likewise, I've also had Moldovans come to me and say, wow, I never thought of my city or my country that way. So there's also this kind of civic pride that comes from it. And in terms of environment and infrastructure, urban tourism development can also drive better infrastructure, better transport, more efficient use of natural resources in terms of renewable energy, reducing waste, plastic waste, things like that. And as I mentioned, investments in renewable energy, that's something that I think is going to become bigger and bigger in tourism and in urban planning. Now, I'm also going to say more tourism isn't always better. There's also possible negative impacts from urban tourism development if it's not done strategically, if it's not done sustainably. And I mention this because, sometimes in places they're like, we just want the tourists, like it doesn't matter. And I always say, be careful what you wish for, because sometimes it can become too much if it's not properly managed. And also if the strategy, the marketing, the promotion isn't aligned to get the right type of tourists, the tourists that you really want. And so some of the possible negative impacts from urban tourism are increased prices for local people. It becomes more expensive to live. I was recently in Portugal, in Lisbon, in Porto. For a lot of people, it's just becoming too expensive to live in the downtown area because a lot of the apartments are being given over to tourists. And so this is something that also, you want a vibrant city where real people are living. It can also overload the infrastructure in terms of increased traffic, as well as more waste, a high use of natural resources. And it also can be a threat to culture and heritage. And what I mean by that is when you have so many people, it can destroy some of the beautiful buildings or parks or resources that you have. So it all needs to be thought about in advance to manage the people who are coming. And it also can create greater inequality and lack of access for local people, where it's seen that only certain things are for tourists and local people can't, maybe they can't afford it or can't access it. So we've seen with over-tourism before the pandemic in many cities that were famous, Barcelona, Venice, Rome. And I remember when the pandemic happened, I was part of different webinars and people were like, oh, over-tourism, it's over. But as we've seen in 2022 in a lot of places, it's back. And so this is something that I just mentioned as caution to make sure that, as we're going forward. So we need to think about how to engage in urban tourism development that maximizes the positive impacts that we talked about and minimizes the negative ones. And here are just a few ways that I've seen from other cities, but also that I've seen in kind of best practices around the world. And first is inclusive governance and tourism management. I think this has started already with the strategy. It's been an inclusive process. There's been feedback from different stakeholders, not only the tourism business, but government. And so that means multi-stakeholders, but also private-public partnerships. Community engagement, which means actively communicating with residents what's going on, the tourism development that's happening, why it's happening, and also what changes they might expect in terms of benefits, but also to be honest about perhaps some of the negative ones, because this open communication will start to get everyone involved with it. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, being able to engage marginalized communities and neighborhoods in tourism development, perhaps in products. So that way, visitors to Chișinău, they don't just stay in this beautiful little center, but they have an opportunity to explore different neighborhoods and perhaps see a different side of the city and meet new people. And again, it also with improving transport and cultural infrastructure. So this means making it easy. You know, we have the trolley bus already, but what are some other different ways with, I think we saw the Bolt scooters before, to really focus on how can we make it easy to get around and allow travelers and tourists to really explore places, which also makes it better for local people. Same with the cultural infrastructure, with signage. There's so much here to learn, and there's so much that I think even when I talk to locals, they're also interested in learning about the city. So together, this inclusive development can benefit, as I said, both tourists, but also local people. And in terms of product development, this is really core for urban tourism development because you want travelers, you want tourists to really be engaged in the city. You don't just want them going from the hotel, taking a photo, going back to the hotel, drinking a glass of wine. You want them to be engaged, you want them to explore. You also want businesses to have opportunities to sell tours, for guides to have the opportunity to, you know, have that storytelling. So this also involves a strategic product development process that highlights these core cultural and urban strengths. And I mention urban strengths because Chișinău I see it as a very dynamic urban place, and I see how that type of tourism complements the tourism in the countryside at the rural guest houses, which is more focused on tradition. And I think these two things with the product development can go very well together. This also means going beyond just traditional tourism businesses. Yesterday there was yesterday and the day before, there was the Moldova Tourism Forum. And we had speakers from the creative industry talking about how can we engage the creative industry, how can we engage the art communities, how can we engage tech and fashion to be part of the tourism experience, to maybe offer different products, but also just help people understand this is a dynamic city that has all of these opportunities. And this photo here is actually from Berlin. It's street art. And I put it here because I've lived in Berlin for about 10 years. And there's an area that used to not be very nice. Like, you wouldn't want to walk down there at night. You might be approached in different ways. And about 5-6 years ago, the city invested in developing street art there, and they actually developed a street art museum. And so now it's actually a really dynamic and beautiful place to visit as a local, but also a traveler. And there's new restaurants that's opened up. So really, by combining this cooperation with the art community and tourism, it's kind of revived this community and made it more engaging for everyone. And also another good practice is, of course, engaging local communities to develop new products. This has to be from the ground up because it's local people in these communities that know these stories, that know the special secrets, because that's what travelers that want. They don't want Disneyland. They want something that's unique. And again, that's also focusing on developing experiences that actually promotes engagement between local people and visitors. You don't just want the tourists staying over here and the residents and local people staying here. You want ways that they can engage and support each other. So when we think about uniquely Chișinău, kind of in terms of city branding, positioning, authentic, this is something that's used a lot in the promotion of Moldova. You know, Moldova is an authentic travel destination. And when it comes to Chișinău, I think it's also important to remember that authentic does not need to mean traditional. And I come from Berlin. Berlin is not a traditionally, let's say, beautiful, or, you know, you don't go to Berlin to look for traditional German culture. If you want that, you go to Stuttgart, you go to Munich. But Berlin has its own urban authenticity, and I think this is an opportunity also for Chișinău. And that's about highlighting the strengths of what's uniquely Chișinău and what's different from other places. One opportunity is to work with local city ambassadors. You have some incredible young people here who are so passionate about wine and food, and they're doing really innovative things in fashion and design and culture. Have them also tell the story of Chișinău and work with them. And that also means, you know, promotional marketing campaigns that are customized for strategic target markets. I do a lot of digital marketing training with Antrim, with small businesses, and that's the first thing, is to really make sure that you're focused, so that way you have, you will get the visitors, you align your marketing and visitors with the type of travelers that you want. And this was mentioned earlier. I always say Chișinău, it's closer than you think. When I go back to Berlin, everyone thinks, oh, it's in the east, it's far away. And I said, well, actually, no, it's a 2-hour direct flight. And they're like, really? So I can just go there for a weekend? And I'm like, yeah. And so I'm trying to also, with my friends and colleagues, because there is this opportunity to really promote how it is closer, and it is very much connected with Europe, especially now with low-cost airlines and direct flights. And so I'm almost up down with time, so I just want to say that, you know, when you align the strategic product development and the marketing, it really comes together to attract the type of quality tourists that the city wants. You don't just want anyone. I lived in Prague for 5 years. There were a lot of tourists that you don't want here that were in Prague. I used to not go into the city center of town on weekends because of all the drunk people. You don't want that. So you really want to focus on trying to get the type of travelers that you want. It engages visitors in different experiences, this alignment between product development and marketing, and it also can reframe the way a city and residents think of themselves. Again, this pride, and for people to say, wow, I never thought of my city as having these special attributes. And it also makes a statement. When this product development, marketing, the strategy comes together, it says we care. We care about our city, we care about the future, and we really want to work together to make it better for everyone, for visitors, but also local people. So just in closing, I always am thinking about how these positive impacts intersect. And so first we have the local community, you have residents, and there's the opportunity with urban tourism development to really focus on income, quality jobs, cultural, natural preservation, improved infrastructure. You have the visitors, so this urban tourism can give them more authentic travel experiences. They get to go deeper. They have that local connection with people, that local connection with the city, where they go back home as their own ambassadors of the city. And then you have the tourism sector, the stakeholders, the businesses, and for them, this work on the strategy, the work on focusing on tourism development in the city, allows them an authentic marketing story, as well as developing different types of tourism products that go beyond just the standard things, so something really unique. And it also benefits their businesses and it benefits their employees. And so altogether, it really comes down to the city development and the shared benefits with all of us. So thank you very much for having me, and appreciate it.
Thank you very much, dear Audrey. Desigur că acum vedem ce impact pozitiv poate aduce.
Now we can see what positive impact a touristic product can bring to a city. A few years ago, researchers have reached the conclusion that a foreign visitor, when he visits a touristic site, Chișinău, for instance, lives from 100 to 200 euro per day in that city, and these are direct benefits which brought to the local taxes, the incomes to the touristic service providers, restaurants, hotels, and so on. So the touristic product from the city has an extraordinary impact on establishing jobs. It all depends on the will of the stakeholders at the country level, at local level, to make things moving, and only through partnership between the local public authorities, between the providers of tourist services, the business, the associations, such results could be reached. Sergio, now we have a new panel of speakers, and I'd like to introduce them. Thank you, dear participants in this panel. Please take your seats in the room. For the next panel, we'll have online the Deputy Mayor of Chișinău, Mrs. Angela Kutasevich. Also, we are kindly inviting here the head of the General Department for Medical and Social Assistance, Mr. Boris Gâlcă, Yolanda Berdomo, the Madrid Tourism Director, Ivan Kiseev, Director for Development of the Marriott Hotel Network, and Ion Ștefăniță, expert in heritage management and sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. Rusu. A few years ago, when I was conducting economic surveys about what's the purpose of the visitors visiting Chișinău, aside from wines, and aside from gastronomy, sports events, and many other events, there was a boom in terms of the interest of the visitors for medical tourism, and everything started through the activity of our diaspora in Italy, Portugal, UK. When they were coming to Moldova, they discovered qualitative services, medical services, which are affordable in terms of price. But the problem was how to reach Chișinău. There were no direct routes because a ill person needs accessibility to the healthcare facilities. And due to the low-cost airlines, a lot of success has been reached in the recent years. We are now having a new panel, medical tourism as an opportunity for developing urban tourism. Now I'm giving the floor online to the Deputy Mayor of Chișinău Municipality, Mrs. Angela Kutasevici. Mrs. Kutasevici, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this extremely important event for Chișinău, for the development of Chișinău. And as you mentioned, when we speak about tourism industry, we either speak about global tourism or local tourism. We can't omit the health tourism, which is a niche that has been increasing rapidly in the recent years. As I was saying, health tourism is one of the markets that has been increasing hugely in the past 2 decades, particularly, and if it continues the same pace, we are going to have an increase of the income by 2028 on the health tourism field by 21.1%. And also the financial profit will increase up to $53.51 billion. An important thing what's important for tourists when they choose a destination is the high quality of services, competitive price, qualified staff, using the new technologies and modern methods for treatment, availability of specialized services, credibility, and of course reputation. And well, Chișinău is a touristic place, a site which provides all the comfort to the visitors, having, aside from infrastructure of the hotels and restaurants and other related services needed by tourists, it's a city that has managed to preserve the authenticity so that every tourist visitor could have a unique experience and could have memorable emotions. According to some analysis that we have done, I could say that 5% of the tourists visiting our country come here for treatment purposes, for prevention and treatment. Although the pandemic affected tourism itself, the travel restrictions have led to the decrease in the number of tourists. But according to the data of the National Statistics Bureau, we can see that in 2022 we have had an increase of the number of tourists who have come for treatment purposes or for healthcare, and their number is over 9,000 tourists. The most demanded types of services of healthcare demanded by the visitors are modern dentistry, family planning, plastic surgery, and also health rehabilitation and recovery. why dentistry services? Because in that field of healthcare, the patients can benefit in Chișinău of dentistry services at more attractive conditions than the country where they come from can provide. So tourists opt for stomatologic tours in order to save money and in order to also travel, visit places and benefit from high quality dental services. Why would tourists choose such kind of services in Chișinău? Because we can see that in total in the country we have 917 private dentistry facilities, of which 524 of such facilities are located in Chișinău. Therefore, they have a big choice here. Very high quality services and diverse services are provided not only by private dental facilities but also by the public municipal ones. One example of a wide range of dental services are provided by the Chișinău Municipal Dental Center. Of course, patients who come for stomatologic treatments can enjoy high quality and professionalism of the specialists, advanced equipment, and also a good combination between treatment and seeing beautiful sights. Another demand which could be developed is family planning. In vitro fertilization is the most efficient form of technology for assisted reproduction. I would like to say that the first in vitro fertilization in the country took place in 1995, and the first child born after in vitro fertilization was born in 1996. And so far there are over 10,000 in vitro fertilizations that happened. The success rate is 40 to 45%. Now we have 4 in vitro fertilization clinics, and the 5th one is now opening. And we could transform Chișinău as a city which gives birth to lives. Chișinău, or the City Hall, is now developing a municipal program for assisted reproduction in vitro fertilization, and the beneficiaries of that program will be ladies from low-income families who have a residence permit in Chișinău. And our intention is to support through these families to be happy. Another important area which is in high demand and continuously developing is cosmetology and plastic surgery, because here people are demanding the services of aesthetic specialists in order to have the expected results in reasonable timelines. According to the statistics, the number of plastic surgeries in Moldova has been increasing by 30% every year, and the highest demand are the minimal invasive surgeries. The following type of services that require a development and which are in demand is the development of Moldova as a balneo-sanatorial or spa destination. And we are well known by having a post-Soviet infrastructure, post-Soviet heritage, which has been obsolete. And in order for these facilities to be competitive on the inbound tourist market and more attractive on the domestic market and also on the foreign market, of course, additional investments are needed. The most well-known place is the Vadului Vodă, spa and leisure facility, which has now over 20 leisure centers, and is the most demanded recreation facility on water. Why should we choose Chișinău for treatments? Because here quality health care for reasonable costs. We have qualified doctors which are recognized internationally. We could avoid the waiting lists existing in many countries. We have a personalized approach towards the patients. We have high ambitions, and we intend to develop by 2030 and to have important projects in the medical tourism and to rebuild the natural destinations in the suburbs of Chișinău and to increase the number of agreements between cities in terms of medical tourism to attract investors in the tourism infrastructure. And the extremely important aspect is to provide economic facilities for the service providers in the healthcare field. We are going to focus on increasing the level of confidence in the safety of services provided, in organizing events for raising awareness about the services, where we are going to highlight the specifics and the potential of this place, and we are going to create and develop more broad packages where we are going to combine the important resources of destinations, such as the combination of spa products and the hydrotherapy, kinetic therapy, or beauty services. Medical tourism can become one of the important segments which requires to be developed and which can bring profits both at local level and at regional level, because the development of this sector is going to impact the health of the population, both the people of the country and in the region. And I hope this forum will draw the attention of the investors and potential partners who are willing to come and to invest in Chișinău. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Indeed, the platform of the forum today perhaps is going to help us create investment opportunities and maybe transform Vadului Vodă in a new Baden-Baden. So let's set for this ambition and let's work for that purpose. The administration of the local authority has the willing to do so. Are you not tired yet? Please bear with us for a little more, because we have a new speaker now, but in a more original format this time. I would like to invite the head of the Health Directorate of Chișinău, Mr. Boris Gâlcă, who is going to tell us about the development of medical tourism in Moldova.
Dear colleagues, I salute you here at the Republic Palace of the Republic. Boris Gâlcă, doctor. I salute first of all the guests to this great forum, all who see us. All mentioned by the Mrs. Vice Mayor Angela Kutisevich. I can say that the medical tourism has developed ever since ancient Greece, and more recently in our contemporary era. It was actually practiced for the people with financial possibilities to travel from the poor countries to the developed countries to developed countries for medical treatment. So now the situation has changed, and now we see that from the developed countries in medical purposes for health, so many people, citizens, are traveling in the developing countries, and Republic of Moldova is not an exception in this case. Why? Because the medical education from the Republic of Moldova is worldly renowned, internationally renowned. Why? Because 35 countries in the world have chosen to be educated medically in the Republic of Moldova. So students from 35 countries in the world have chosen to do their medical studies as future doctors, specifically at the Medical Institute for Pharmaceutics, Nicolae Simțeanu from Chișinau, from the Republic of Moldova. I have my distinguished colleagues in the room, and I have the honor to invite Mr. Rector, Mr. University Professor, of the Medical University Nicolae Simțeanu, and Mr. Emil Ceban, which will tell us why it's so attractive, the medical education in the Republic of Moldova. Mr. Rector.
O să vă rugăm să includeți microfonul domnului rector.
Vorbiți. Am un clip.
În primul rând, vreau să mulțumesc primarului general, excelență domnul primar, pentru posibilitatea.
First of all, I would like to thank the General Mayor to participate in this important forum. Dear guests, honorary guests, I present the State University of Pharmaceutics, Medical University, Nicolae Simțeanu, with a history of 77 years, which during this time has prepared 47,000 medics and doctors and specialists for Moldova, and also for over 35 countries in the world. It has 3 departments, 72 didactic teaching cathedrals, 19 scientific laboratories, which teach at this university the best 1,200 teaching staff, scientific teaching staff, and scientific, including PhD doctors, professors, professors, academics of the Academy of Sciences from Moldova. The process in our university is made according to the following specialties: superior studies, 4 years, public health, medical assistant, optometrics, radiology technology, chemotherapy. These specializations are from international projects: optometrics with Norway, superior medical assistance together with the USA, with California, radiology technology with Brașov, Romania. So integrated superior studies, integrated dentistry, medical studies, and also pharmaceutics. We have also a university center of simulating medical studies, which is built in the from the EU funds, and in the East Europe is one of the most important. We also have the clinics for primary health care. The clinic, the university clinic, 2 ones actually, where the students and the international ones, and more than that, the students from the USA can learn stomatologics in the Republic of Moldova. We have the only drugstore university in the Eastern Europe, Vasile Procopeshin, and also a scientific center to cultivate medical plants, where medical plants are grown and they are studied, and all the plants who grow in the Republic of Moldova are studied, are researched. A scientific center for rehabilitologists for this new specialty, balneokinetotherapy, also It's an university patrimony with classes, aulas, centers, with sports room, alleys, and social-cultural rooms. The university is accredited and authorized nationally at all the programs, study programs. Aside from that, we have accreditation of the programs which exist, international accreditation of the study programs. The university holds the symbol of quality, and specifically it holds the quality of ISO 2015-2001. Aside from that, it is accredited with crystal of quality and promoting the quality. The university has international accreditation, and aside from that, 15 September it was accredited by the International Agency of Upper Studies of Higher Education for Medics, Dentistry and Pharmaceutics. Our pride is accreditation by the California Board of the Dentistry Faculty, and this accreditation allows us to prepare students at the international level. So at the university they are studying over 294 students from the USA. Aside from studies and the science and the research is also accredited through national accreditations and the international ones. The university is an international one with over 90 cooperation agreements with different international organizations and institutions, prestigious ones. So we won the first place from the rating of 24 universities from the country, from the Republic of Moldova, and the university holds the Glory of Labor, the Order of the Republic, and the ISO quality. And the most important, the university prepares quality doctors for the healthcare, for the national healthcare, state healthcare, and the private healthcare. And that's why we are here today, to be available to participate in this medical tourism. Thank you.
Vă rog, regia, mulțumim tare mult. Mulțumim în
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Rector, I have remembered about the international certification of medical education in the Republic of Moldova. So I remembered those 35 countries that decided to instruct their future doctors in the Republic of Moldova, and something else, that if you want to be a doctor, a dentist, especially in the United States, you have to come to study in the Republic of Moldova at Nicolae Timițeanu University of Medical Studies in Chișinau. This is something true. I am proud that I am a graduate of this university, together with my distinguished colleagues. So, because this university is preparing very good specialists for Moldovan healthcare and also for the world healthcare, which work in their countries. I want to propose you something. To smile. To smile. Why? Because the smile makes a person happy. And I even propose you to do this. To be smiling the way that we can. So please smile. Nicely. Thank you very much. But as I've looked across the room, I've seen different types of smiles. The wide open smile, or with a closed mouth, or maybe even those who didn't have a reason to smile at the moment. However, I want to invite someone, the university professor, Mr. Valeriu Fale, who knows how to make someone happy, how to make someone smile nicely. Mr. Professor, I salute you, so please, slides. Thank you very much. I also, dear guests, I propose also to smile with those teeth that you have. Dear guests, in a lack of time, I will try to continue or to relate those ideas that I have, that Mr. Emil Ciobanu, and to continue with the implication or those implementation of those technologies and methodologies or the modern digital technologies involved in the dentistry, on all the ways of digitalization in dentistry with all the aspects, especially the diagnosis, planning, treatment, motivation of the patient, and also management of the dental clinic. The involvement of these technologies allows us with smart brush to detect those diseases. With a great implementation has the artificial intelligence, the capacity of a computer to think together with the human brain, training the appliances by training the devices to perform different tasks without in advance planning, the usage of the intellect of the artificial intelligence in the dentistry, such as augmentation assistance in the diagnosis, digital technologies for caries and for technologies, the digital planning of dental implants, the digital analysis, photo documentation of occlusion, also determination of the dental color, intraoral scanning, digitalization of the clinical case system of the recording the articulations of the mandible and digitalization of the dental models, integration of data, radiology, functions, scanned models. All of these are integrated and allow us for the doctors to obtain functional rehabilitation of this individualized system and personalized system. Facial scanning, with the help of which we can choose that smile which is perfect for that patient. Planning of the rehabilitation of the digital assistance, assisted design of the future restoration with the usage of CAD, CAM, and to it maximum precise. All the digital system cannot function without a human involvement, without those possibilities of the human for them to be involved in the day-to-day and on a daily basis. That's why we need educational programs, applicatory programs, scientific programs, in order to be able to develop this area, for it to be more attractive for those patients of ours, for those citizens that are in diaspora, and why not for all the citizens around the world. More than that, I come up with a request, kind request, both to the local public administration and the Republican administration to help us through different maybe versions, but not to, the most important, not to impede us to develop those areas. We know how and we want to do it, and we will do so that our patients, to have patients from all over the world. Indeed, we have patients from Canada, from the USA, and let alone the countries from the European Union, from the European countries, and those surrounding Republic of Moldova. Mr. Professor, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the quality of the services at the world level which are available in the Republic of Moldova. What I remembered from what you've mentioned is that we have dental services, elite dental services, very top quality, specialists with international certifications, equipment and technologies of world class. And also remember that in the Republic of Moldova, people come to smile nicely. So in other words, Chișinau and Republic of Moldova makes people smile nicely. We've discussed with Mr. Professor before the session, and aside from it, and aside from the patients, of this region, aside from the patients from all over the Europe. Also for our dental services, complex, very complicated dental services, come patients from Israel to treat their teeth from the USA and also even from Australia. It's such a pride for us that we are holding top lead in such a service and on very affordable and for very affordable prices for those who come to treat their teeth and to smile nicely in the Republic of Moldova. By the way, to smile nicely, this is not enough. A person has also to be fulfilled or accomplished or happy. How do you think, what makes a person become fully accomplished or happy? The family, yes, nicely. Children, very nice, correct. I think that we have a specialist in the room, Mr. University Professor Mr. Vyacheslav Moshin, who actually knows how to make a complete family, how to make a family with children, with healthy and nice, beautiful children. Hello everyone. I have the honor to speak here after many years. And definitely I am nervous because the field which I represent is a very important one for our countries with a very low fertility. And you all know that we live in times that all the families that are planned now are more than after 30 years, after people have turned 30, after they have set up a career or studies, not only in the Republic of Moldova, but also abroad. More couples want to have a baby after 35, 40 years, and then we implement the method of assisted reproduction and help the families have a baby. Definitely this is a new branch for the Republic of Moldova. It is not so well developed as the dentistry, but we hope that through the technologies that are advanced in the Republic of Moldova, we can help. We can help many couples, and not only from the Republic of Moldova, but also from abroad in this issue. But if it's refer the advantages of the reproductive tourism in the Republic of Moldova, the assisted reproductive center in the Republic of Moldova can offer a complete range of services in the field of infertility at international standards, because our specialists have a huge experience in this area, and they offer solutions, both personalized ones with a very high degree of success compared even to European standards. Also, we think of that it would be good for these medical services that we can offer in the field of reproduction would be much more attractive if we would combine them with dental tourism or other medical tourism or visiting with other types of medical units, which would be popular in the Republic of Moldova. Same as colleagues have spoken about urban tourism in the Republic of Moldova. If it's to speak about services offered by us, we can say that we have an experience of several years of offering complex diagnosis of infertility, modern protocols of ovarian stimulation, laboratory of very modern laboratory. Here is available also the preservation of for donation of ovocytes and material for conceiving a baby, biological material. Also the experience that the Republic of Moldova has in the Republic of Moldova in this field, the specialists, our specialists, including me, we have a vast experience of more than 25 years in the field. The first baby was born with the help of such methods was in 1996. If it's to speak about the neighboring countries, we are 1 or 2 years ahead of Romania, together with Romania, with Belarus, and let's say we have a vast, very rich experience. Now we have 5 in vitro fertilization centers. The success rate is according to 40-50% with a degree of birth of 35-40%, and the prices which offer our centers are the lowest in Europe. The cost of procedure are under 2,000 euros compared to the prices of for such services in other countries. Currently, if it's to speak about destination, the countries of origin of the patients mostly come from Romania, but also we have patients who come from the UK, from Ireland, from Italy, also from the United States. We would want definitely to have the more patients coming from abroad, but for this we need to offer them modern logistics. We need facilities. We need very good hotels, very good air routes, very good roads, to have the possibility for translators, to offer them something very special for them when coming here, to feel both safe and feel comfortable, so that the expectations towards the Republic of Moldova to be linked not only to success but also for them to have nice memories, to visit a restaurant, a winery. So I plead for the fact that I think that medical tourism should be integrated with other touristic facilities which can be available in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much. Mr. Professor, thank you very much. I have a short question. You have mentioned several countries where the patients were coming from, but tell us all, in how many countries you have helped you have their babies born from such methods? Currently, definitely from my personal experience, there are more than 5,000 babies who were helped to be born by me and my team. The most faraway country or family is in Brazil, which came here from Brazil to help them have a baby. So also in the United States, who came here, and by our methods they have 2 babies and they're very happy. This is extraordinary. Indeed, we applaud Mr. Professor. This is the first professional in the Republic of Moldova who has started the assisted reproduction, the in vitro fertilization, in 1985. He was the author of the technological of the child born in through this method, and as you can see, there are children born by this method also in Brazil. He helped with this. We will continue the topic of happiness in Chișinau. And another question, please excuse me if I'm somehow funny, but what makes another person happy but also fulfilled? There's something else. The smile, the family, the children, something else. To have a house, yes, definitely. But something, what else? Yes, someone made a non-verbal communication, the body language, a nice body and a perfect image of the face, of the body, or the physical condition. And I will invite here someone who definitely knows how to make a nice appearance or look, physical appearance. For ladies and also for gentlemen, we speak about those high-quality services at the international level, about plastic surgery, reconstructive surgery, and also aesthetic surgery. Mr. Professor, University Professor Anatolie Taran, you have the floor.
Vă salut! Bună ziua! Sunt onorat de a fi prezent astăzi în sală pentru...
Hello everyone, I'm honored to be present here today to present you the services about the beauty surgery, as Mr. Boris Glok has mentioned. Definitely if the beauty lacks, there are some other questions even more arising. The aesthetic surgery compared to the other type of surgery is also different, let's say, and is different compared to the other type of surgery by the fact that it reforms or changes some aspects of the human body, or it's the alternative of the other types of surgery. In Moldova we have a team of doctors with international training in Chișinau, in the Republic of Moldova. There are 5 clinics of performers that offer beauty surgery services, out of which there are 3 hospitals and private ones also, but with very high-end technologies. The surgeries from the clinic where I work are definitely plastician surgeries, is very up to date, and they are trained abroad. They have conducted internships abroad for several years. The first intervention, aesthetic intervention, or that of refining some parts of the bodies, was conducted in 1997. The plastic surgery from our clinic has 2 rooms for surgery interventions and has all the devices and equipment to undergo specialized surgeries, and the surgery rooms allows us to offer such services with the most exceptional and performed equipment. A special attention is given to the intensive therapy rooms for the comfort of the patients, and comfort of the patients is very important. Under the supervision of the doctors and the nurses, we have 25 beds and 5 beds for intensive therapy, which can give assistance to all the patients at the same time. The care and the conditions offer a comfort under the supervision of medical staff and both of the assistants from the institution. During this time, since 1997 up until now, the aesthetic surgery in Chișinau has offered the following surgeries: abdominoplasty, or the excess of fat which is in the lower part of the lipoaspiration, or lipocorrection, the total one, starting from the face, and the correction of calves when vulgovarus changes. All those imperfections can be corrected with the help of lipoaspiration and lipofilling, or filling those parts where there are imperfections created by the nature. The correction of the butt to introduce some parts of fats, brachioplasty, where some patients have been a bit more fat and they have reduced their body mass, mammal augmentation. It has been discussed a lot in the medical tourism in the Republic of Moldova and in the world. The most requested surgery is mammal augmentation. There are also patients within the clinic. We also had patients from Italy and from most of the European countries, either Moldovan women or either from other countries. Mastopexy, or lifting, mammal lifting, again breast lifting. It's again an intervention which we offer surgery in some cases for the patients which had to suffer from cancer, breast cancer, And that's why we have conducted such surgeries with changes of the mammal gland and reduction and breast reconstruction, again in this category.
Thank you very much, and I hope that what has been presented is going to be useful to the international representatives, but also the domestic ones that are dealing with medical tourism. And we invite them to use our services when needed. I think the problem of Moldova is that the tasty food in Moldova and the good cuisine we have here sometimes makes a lot of work for the plastic surgeons. As a conclusion, in the conclusion of this section for medical tourism, I would like to mention that the healthcare system in Chișinău is a very well organized and a strong system, which is equipped with advanced machinery, and here you can benefit from this state-of-the-art equipment. Mrs. Stasevich spoke about spa treatment, balneoclimateric treatment in Moldova, in Vadul lui Vodă, Călăraș, and other areas of Moldova. And in conclusion, I would like to say that actually the advantages for medical tourism are the ones you can see on the screen. Internationally certified medical services in case of in vitro fertilization, in case of assisted reproduction, we have a very high rate of success. 40-something percent of success, so low cost and high quality. In other words, nice looking and happy people made in Chișinău. Thank you very much, Mr. Gluck. I hope you still can bear with us for a little more, because we have other three interesting speakers with very important topics for urban tourism. It was for the first time when more was talked about medical tourism than the wine tourism. Usually Moldova is positioned as a wine destination, but medical tourism should also start somewhere. So, dear workers and the medical system, thank you for everything that you are doing, because you're doing very important things for the society. Now I'd like to invite to give a round of applause for this noble profession of a doctor. Having conducted a visit to Madrid, I was so impressed with the beauty of the city. I think many of you who visited this destination have seen the way local authorities develop this vector of urban tourism. And I have seen, I've met a famous person, a dedicated professional who knows how to develop qualitative urban tourism and be successful with that. I'm now giving the floor to Mrs. Yolanda Perdoma, who is the head of the tourism department in the Madrid City Hall, and who has visited us today with a forum with a short message about her experience in the urban tourism area and how can the management of the destination sites to have results for the rural tourism. Dear Yolanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. So thank you so much for inviting me to Moldova. It's my first time here. Such a pleasure. I was almost coming here in 2018 for the Wine Tourism Conference, and I finally made it. It's a beautiful place, and I'm really enjoying my time here. So I want to talk about destination management and the challenges we have when we try to deal with a destination and to position it as a leading destination in the world. And I have been working for many destinations in many parts of the world, and I can say that the challenges are always the same. You find them all over the place, and what has been discussed here are questions and issues that many professionals are dealing with all over. And I wanted to leave you with some key messages, with some questions that I think are answering some of those challenges and that I have experienced myself. One of the most critical elements is the governance model. How are we going to interact with each other? You have the private sector with all sorts of companies. You have the public institutions, which have a different agenda at a local, at a regional, at a national, at an international level. And you have to make sure, as it was discussed before, that tourism has a positive impact along the value chain, that everybody has an opportunity through tourism, that you really come up with a model that provides an answer for many people who didn't have an opportunity before. So in here, when you are designing this governance model, the way in which we're going to interact with each other to come up with the best possible model, it always comes to our mind public-private collaboration, but also public-public collaboration. How are those political institutions going to come up with a common perspective in a way that they all agree with? And then there is a final factor that has to do with the private sector itself. When we're going to build a model such as the one that you want to build here, that you're building here right now in Chișinau, you have to make sure that all the private companies that are going to come up with that model are going to be collaborating with each other. This is competition. Competition means competition and collaboration at the same time. Those companies are going to be competing with each other, but they have to find the way to collaborate. It's the only way forward, and to understand that the competitors are out there. The competitors are here, but I mean, we also need to compete with other destinations. So this is what Madrid has been thinking about for many years. What was the challenge in Madrid until now? You had the city hall, the mayor, doing the promotion of the city itself, and then you had the region. The region of Madrid has many cities around Madrid. So you had two different institutions promoting Madrid. On one hand, you had the mayor, and on the other hand, you had the president of the region. And that was inefficient in many ways. So it was a long dated request from the private sector to solve this situation. And that's what they have decided to do, and it's starting right now. A new entity that's gonna do the joint promotion of the city of Madrid, the region as a whole, and with a completely different approach, because this is being done within an institution that was already there but wasn't doing promotion before, which is called IFEMA. And those that know the tourism sector, it is the institution that organizes the Fitur fair, which, I mean, there are three very important tourism fairs in the world. One takes place in Madrid in January in Fitur. The other one takes place in Berlin in ITB in March, and the last one in London in every November, the World Travel Market. So Fitur is one of these very important fairs. So they have decided to choose this institution because they were partners of IFEMA before, and they thought that has some of the critical requirements that this exercise is asking for, which is legitimacy. You need an institution that is recognized, that is respected, that has, you know, some experience dealing with this, and that is, you know, is seen as a respected place by all these stakeholders that need to be engaged in this exercise. Then this initiative is meant to optimize the resources within the public sector. Because sometimes now what we have seen is that they were duplicating the efforts. So the resources, the public resources, were not used in the best possible way. And finally, it provides financial stability. Sorry, because I think I just passed. Yeah. So it provides financial stability. One danger you have in the public sector sometimes is that there is a short-term thinking. It is not the case of Chișinau, for what I've seen yesterday and today, because you're really thinking ahead. But in many cases, it is short-term because there's a political term and people want to accomplish and they need to show results. But in this case, they have a financial budget for several years and they are thinking long-term. So this is quite positive. And what are the objectives of this new initiative, of this Madrid tourism entity that is going to do this joint promotion? Well, it is to attract a higher impact visitor, one that is going to be able to spend more money in the destination, that is going to stay longer because of its profile, and that is going to help overcome some sense of seasonality that Madrid is experiencing. So this requires a new exercise too, because it means we have to go to new markets, to new inbound markets, not the traditional European ones, but we're talking about North America, we're talking about Asia and the Middle East. And in those places, Madrid doesn't have the visibility that it has had in the traditional inbound market. So that's also a challenge. It requires a lot of effort and really a very well-organized strategy. And in terms of positioning, Madrid wants to position itself internationally as the best, as the world's best lifestyle. It was mentioned also before, for those who have been to Madrid, it has great gastronomy, leisure. It's a place, it's a safe place where people enjoy themselves. And it's because the people locally enjoy themselves that we can showcase something attractive for the travelers. So we're going to be highlighting gastronomy, also wine tourism, because people don't know, but there are many wineries, like a very short distance from the city. A very rich cultural agenda and leisure, shopping, and those are also very important elements for the meetings and incentives industry. So I'm finishing here because I know we are running short of time, and if there are any questions, I will be available for any queries you might have afterwards. I wish you all the best here in Chișinau, because I can tell you that I have a very attractive value proposition, and I'm sure you will succeed. Thank you so much for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Yolanda.
Thank you, my dear. Yeah.
Mulțumesc foarte mult, sperăm foarte...
Thank you very much. We also hope very much to have dinner in Chișinău and to have such a public-private partnership that would bring good results for the daily activity. A few years ago, I organized a hotel forum in Moldova, the first hotel forum, and you know that when you plan a vacation, aside from the air ticket, a cheaper, lower ticket that you are looking for, you're also looking at what? Secondly, a hotel, right? Where you get accommodation. And the quality of the services, what the prices of the hotel, if it's part of an international network or brand. And here I met a friend who has become the representative, the director of the Marriott hotel network, who, when I met him, I discovered together with him that we don't have in Chișinău one whole brand hotel network, notorious one. Like you go to Europe, you'll use Ibis, Hilton, Kempinski, while in Chișinău we don't have those. Now they start appearing due to particular interest for the Chișinău as a destination. So this has appeared lately, but on that occasion I would like to invite with a short speech Ivan Chiseev, Development Director of Marriott Hotel Network for Europe. We have already Courtyard, Radisson, and he could tell us in short information about how, through developing international hotel brands in Chișinău, we could explode tourism in the positive sense of it and to have more tourists here. Ivan Kisiev, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have really limited time to disarm this, but I will try to do my best. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and thank you for resilience. I see that the room is more than 50% full. It's a good sign. I would like to probably share some experience with you. I was born here in Moldova, and I had an opportunity to look at the situation from inside and also from my regional perspective. So I think it would be interesting to share and probably to discuss later what I see as a perspective. So first of all, I would like to just boost the message which was shared before. Tourism is a way forward and is a growth generator for the country and for Chișinău as its capital. It is clear that Moldova, being a small country, needs to export something to earn more money. The market is small, so you have to sell. You can sell traditional export, you can sell goods, and probably with time, if everyone works together like government, municipality, you can be in top 30 candidates to host next Volkswagen factory, maybe, if we're lucky. And as we say here, Doamne ajută, but nobody knows. I mean, we have to work in this direction, but it's not guaranteed. Moldova can export services to earn more money, and we're doing it, yeah? We just realized that you can come to Chișinău one person and leave completely different person, even looking differently. We're doing it. But that's not enough. And if we work hard, in time we can be probably in top 10 candidates to host the next, I don't know, Apple back office or Microsoft, whatever. But also that's a perspective, and it requires lots of efforts, and the competition is pretty high. Where Moldova can be in top 3 easily is in selling or exporting experiences. Here we have all the competitive advantages, and this is why tourism. Competitive advantages in selling experience for Moldova, we already talked about it. Wine, hospitality, everything you cannot introduce, you can only be born with it, we have it. So we need to work on this, and we have to sell the experiences because we don't have the benchmark. Services here are sold because they are of higher quality and cheaper in price. Yeah, you can come here and see a dentist at 50% of the cost compared to Western Europe. But experiences can be sold at any price because there is no benchmark to price the experience. I remember the wine, which was mentioned several times before, and it was sold for €15 a bottle. When a set of very eminent masters decided that that experience costs significantly more, you cannot find it for €200 even. So it means that Moldova needs to develop in this direction where no one is limiting us. We are far ahead of many others. We just need to be able to sell it. So this is why tourism. Now, why do we need an international brand or brands to help with that? It is very important because the market is still a brand-driven market. You cannot, you can ride on the promise for just so long. Then you have to deliver. Then somebody has to come, stay, and see the physical product, quality of service, and the reliability, that when the next time the guest comes, the same will repeat. Safe, predictable, high quality. So Marriott, in this respect, we are doing business. It's not social responsibility for us. but by being somewhere in a destination, we definitely help to solve those or to meet those challenges. Just a second, yeah. How do we do that? We are helping that, we are unlocking destinations by first and foremost being the #1 hotel chain in the world. We bring brand recognition. Every city, every destination has a brand. Chișinau has a young brand, developing brand. Marriott has a brand of almost 100 years of history. When you add a 100-year-old brand, very well known in the world, to something which is just developing, you're kind of sharing the brand goodwill. And this is what we are doing by going to different destinations, and Chișinau is no exception. On the contrary, that's a European destination, low base, meaning high growth rate potentially, and this is what we are banking on. We are #1 by any metrics, so that's just another slide with stats. This slide is more for investors. We are #1 not because we are the growing most aggressively. Sometimes it happens, but not always. We're #1 not because we are, the cutest in the group. That's definitely not the case, at least not in my case. But we are #1 because we are overachieving. We deliver higher returns to our investors. You see here the stats. It's an open source stats. All of the competition, like biggest brands, are published on the stock exchanges, so they have to publish their operating results. And that's aggregated stats for the last 7 years, of course before COVID, because COVID mixed-mashed everything. But over 7 years, 8 or even years, you can see how we overachieved. So this is why investors prefer to work with us. They would like to earn more. The whole essence of business, it has 2 pillars: spend less, earn more. So we are helping with the second one for sure. How are we important to Chișinău, for example? This is a very important slide for this city. Marriott Bonvoy is our loyalty program. Every operator has a loyalty program. Ours is the biggest in the world and probably one of the most efficient programs in the world, and that's according to the independent observers. If you combine everything you are getting from the program as a guest and everything investors getting from the program and everything operators getting from the program, that's probably one of the most efficient tools in the world today. Our website is in the top 10 most visited retail sites in the world. It's visited more often than apple.com, although they have good stuff to sell. And this helps to put any city, and especially capital city in Europe, on the map. It is flagged for millions and millions loyal clients who go to the website or see our marketing materials, and they have a higher chance to know where is Chișinău, why they should go there, and where they have to stay, than compared to the situation when Marriott is not here, for example. So this is a powerful channel of communication to the outer world, and it cannot be discounted. That's really, that's probably what, if I have to talk about one slide, that would be it. That's it. Now, couple of interesting trends. We have more than 700 hotels in Europe, but interestingly, we're talking about AC hotels and Moxie hotels, and in the pipeline, AC, Autograph, and Tribute. So, which means that guests today, I won't deep dive into the brand, the whole brand story, but guests today prefer something which is not traditional. The guests tend to be more disruptive. They prefer non-conventional design, non-classic exterior. They prefer experience like nothing else, like no other. And this is the major trend, and this is why you see all these hotels, they are not traditional. 52, 29, 22, those are like around 100 hotels which are built completely the opposite way as compared to your traditional Marriott. Chișinau, as one of the colleagues said before, has a lot in common with Berlin. It's a city for disruptors, and I think that should be the bet. Chișinau should attract more disruptive guests. Those who defy the template. They don't want to be like others. They want to do business in a destination where not a lot of people are doing business. They want to spend vacation in a destination which is not Maldives, but Moldova. They want to drink wine, not French or Spanish for that matter, even though that fantastic wines. But still, if you want to do something different, this is the place to be. And for that, people, we need to bring product. Moxie, definitely required in Chișinău for a disruptive, young, vibrant traveler. That's #1 priority for the company, and I know that a lot of investors are looking into it. We will make that happen because city requires it. Traditional Marriott product is also needed just to be on par with competition in Europe and host MICE events. A lot of colleagues mentioned MICE before from the City Hall. MICE is a very delicate segment. If you look at the geography, Chișinău is very close. But when you check the airlift price, Chișinău is far away. Chișinău is 200 euro away from Bucharest, which is a spitting distance on the map. Chișinău is 300 euro away from Istanbul, and Chișinău is 250 euro away from Warsaw. Imagine you are sitting in Warsaw, and you draw a radius line where 250 euro can get you. Every city within that radius is your competition. What Chișinău has to offer to beat that competition? That should be first and foremost, that should be a physical, state-of-art, modern product. This palace is fantastic for our event, but if you want to sell yourself to Apple for a quarterly conference, that won't cut it. You have to deliver something else. And as you can see from the picture and from the slide, my heart is with the Wine Hotel. It's a wine resort. That one is in Rioja region. That's a fantastic property. Of course, I understand that there is a long way to go here, but the concept should be this. Moldova is a wine destination, untouched, long way to go. But if we build something which is going to allow tour operators, agencies, guides, everyone sell a package and a product where people can not only stay in Chișinău, but go like 50 kilometers away, spend overnight, soak into the culture, and get injected the Moldavian DNA, that's the key to success. This is how you export experience and you make sure that they come back. So yeah, that would be my presentation for today. It went off.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Vă mulțumesc mult, într-adevăr.
Thank you very much. Indeed, brands do miracles in tourism when they are present on the market of touristic cities. I know you are tired, but please bear with us for the most presentation. A fighter, a speaker, famous speaker who has been fighting his entire life to conserve and to preserve the cultural heritage of Chișinău, but also of the entire country. When we choose a destination, we want to see, for instance, Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, or Louvre in Paris, or other sites, or cultural pearl with a nice facade, with a rich culture and history. Of course, Chișinău has what to offer and what to show in the area of cultural heritage as well. How can historical and cultural heritage be like a magnet to attract foreign tourists? I kindly invite Mr. Ion Ștefăniță, expert in the area of cultural heritage, with a short presentation about innovations in attracting tourists for the cultural heritage.
Da, ne-am pornit să descoperim Chișinăul, ne-am pornit să descoperim Republica Moldova. M-am pornit și eu într-o primăvară.
In spring 1986, when I was in the first grade, second grade, we went to discover Chișinău. And we went to Chișinău, we had such emotions as we had plans to get to New York. So this left us such an impression that it was a green city. And ever since I had this aim to spend my life in Chișinău and to dedicate myself to Chișinău. And this thing has happened ever since 1908 and up until now, since Chișinău has become my home, my city, and I am doing the best I can for this city to progress, to advance. And I remember when we were studying in France, I presented myself that I was from the Republic of Moldova, but many of the people didn't know I was from Moldova, about Moldova and Chișinău. But 17 July 1436 was the first documented attestation of Chișinău. Chișinău passed through many danger, calamities, wars, like wars and calamities, which erased over 70% of the old buildings from Chișinău's history, so they were demolished or disappeared. We have in those 186 urban perimeters something that became unknown for me personally in 2010. For me, it was an enigma, a mystery, what means underground Chișinău. And this is what I'm trying to develop in perspective, this brand as the underground galleries of Chișinău. And this history starts on 9 November 2010, when Mazaraki, it's actually the place where the history of Chișinău begins. An old person has told me, if we go down here, we will reach Colina Visterniceni, the Visterniceni hill near. So that's why I set myself to discover that in this underground Chișinău, in the professional agenda, I insisted that in each week to go underground in this underground galleries. Up until now, we went until in 150. I visited over 150 underground gallery cellars, and even maybe underground where we're sitting. There's something interesting. That's why I'm interested for things to get to know, be known. This happened in 2018, 2019, with the help of the colleagues from the U.S. Embassy, which financed a project for the research of underground Chișinău. And ever since began a lobby for the development of this project. We were at the research period, and I think that now we have to go to the value to harness this potential for the tourists to also visit the underground. Chișinău. But as it was spoken by the wine, where was wine kept to be by now? In cellars. I think we should develop a national wine cellar. Why not? But which can be developed on Alexandru cel Bun 19th Street. And the investment portfolio, which was presented by Mrs. Olga Ursu, on page 487 of this portfolio, you will see the offer for a public-private partnership for the cultural center Bucium. You know that in that urban perimeter, if we will make a top of the cellars, or the biggest cellars from Chișinău, there are two big cellars. It's a distance up from here up until Maria Cibotar Street, on another parallel cellar which comes in parallel with Armenească Street. Here I see the potential of developing. Here I see a potential of developing a national wine cellar. But you can see that over 2 years we can finish the forum there in underground Chișinau with a glass of champagne, of sparkling wine. Together with those also from, we can overtake, not far from the Place de la Bourse in Brussels, they have made the experience of in the old city of Warsaw, together with the financial resources from Norway project from Norway. All these touristic routes were valued, and they continue in the underground Warsaw, or colleagues from Cluj, which value these archaeological artifacts. As I ate in Tbilisi in 2013, I ate in Tbilisi. So Chișinău has this potential, for example, to value it. Another brand project which I've proposed ever since 2018, and we started a project Evening Chișinău, the City of Lights. We have monument architectures, historical monuments, 810 in numbers, which should be also restored, as Mr. Stanislav has mentioned, but I would insist for them to be also enlightened. The inspiration comes from the City of Lights Lyon by discussing with Yves Merol, the Vice President of Renaissance Lyon Association, together with the Concert of Lights, with in a concept of concert of lights, and my desire is for this patrimony that we have inherited to be leveraged also by during the nighttime. You know that you will have a walk during the evening. Chișinău, you will see the architecture in a different manner rather than you do it by day. All the architectural elements we place it in a very good light, either monochrome light or polychrome light. Everything can be leveraged by adding some light to it, and I hope some projects also have been realized by now. And the City Hall also wants to perform all over 15 concepts of lights, and I hope there will be some seeing some of them. After we will rehabilitate the gates of the city, we will have also an interactive concept there of light, such as City Hall, after a project of restoration, will be able to do this. Also, maybe we can organize a festival of light, and I hope it will be the 61 member of City of Lights together with Seoul and Lyon. What it means for the development of economic and light, only during 3 days, a festival of lights in Lyon, which takes place from 8 to 12 December. This festival registers an influx of 3 million visitors. 3 million visitors, they are consuming some food, they are moving around, they are spending money for ticket to tram. So there are money which are invested in the budget of the city during 3 or 4 days of the event. The cultural and architectural inheritance, we, the city inhabitants, we should learn a lesson. The patrimonic lesson of this. So this is a lesson which I was rendering to the students of the Ion Creangă University, the Department of Cultural Management. I will give some examples. 3 examples from 3 different states. One, let's say, from CIS countries. Georgia, for example. The touristic flow in Georgia in 2002 was of 250,000 tourists per year. But take into account that they have acknowledged what is the economic value of the tourism, the patrimony. This thing happened at the upper hierarchy from the level of president until the profile entities. They have insisted for this patrimony that Georgia has, Kutaisi, Tbilisi, for it to be conserved, valued, and leveraged and included in a thematic route. Only in Kutaisi, $70 million. Also in the old part of Tbilisi. In 2012, the touristic influx in Georgia was of 5.5 million tourists. That's what it means, the economic value of the patrimony. The next example from the French Republic, which I like the most. France is the country which helped me be educated there, trained me in the field of conservation of patrimony. Paris, many of you have the desire to visit Paris and at least to visit the Louvre Museum at least once in a lifetime. In 2017, Louvre was visited by 10 million visitors. Those 10 million visitors have paid a fee of 15 euros to enter Louvre. So to understand how much money were accumulated after this their visit. So we multiply 10 million by 15 euros, so we understand how much Louvre has gained in money, in financial resources. And the tourists who wanted to visit Paris and Louvre have spent in Paris, in one day, 120 euros. So make the calculations and try to find out how much Paris had to gain after influx of tourists of 10 million visitors. Eiffel Tower, 24,000 visitors per day. The entering fee 15-17 euros. So make the calculations and try to learn how much money French won for this touristic destination per day. The Rome, they invest in Italy. They invest 2.4 million euros, but how much did they won in 2017 if they invested 2.4 billion euros? They'll give a figure. How much? Too much? Give me a figure. We invest 2.4 billion euros to win how much? They won 38 billion euros. This is what it means, the economic value of the patrimony. And I'm glad that today the Chișinău municipality awards gives a special attention to this field. Not an organigram of the cultural department or the city hall. This topic can be found on the agenda. So this touristic influx that is seen with the touristic trolley bus, I think that we are on the right path, and I hope that all of you, through this presentation, you understood this notion of economic value of the patrimony. I hope we will see each other next year, or at least in 2024, there in the Wine Underground Cellar from Alexandru cel Bun, 19th Street. Thank you very much, Mr. Ivan. Dear participants, I want to thank you for your patience, but I would like to conclude this wonderful panel with an example. 120 years ago in Czech Republic, in Prague, lived a writer. He was called Franz Kafka. This writer was tired, he was in a bad health, and he had tuberculosis in advanced degree. And he was proposed to be outdoor, to spend a lot of time outdoor in the park. One day, he was not married, he didn't have children. He saw a girl who was crying. The girl told him she lost her most beloved doll, even if it was old, it was dirty, the doll. Franz Kafka said, let's look for it in the park. They looked for it all day, but they did not find it. Let's come tomorrow morning and we'll find it. They went back, Franz Kafka with this girl, but did not find the doll. On the third day, Franz Kafka also meets the girl, but comes with a letter where it was written. Look, what's written in this letter. I know that you are crying, dear daughter, but me, your doll, I decided to travel and to see the world, and I will send you one letter every day to tell you in which city I'm traveling and what are the adventures I'm facing every day. And during the next few days, until the death, but it's a very short period of time. Franz Kafka was coming with a letter with a new city which was visited by the doll, so-called. Until the end, by seeing that he was dying, in the last day, Franz Kafka comes with a new doll and with a letter, to which the girl said, "This is not my doll." Franz Kafka took the letter and read, "I have changed. I've seen so much beautiful things in the world, and I became a newer, more beautiful." And the girl took the doll and embraced it, and by seeing that it's a more beautiful doll, and it changed. So the moral is you have to travel, discover new destinations, new beautiful cities that will definitely change you for the better. You will become more beautiful, more with new knowledge and new experience. So the team of Chișinău City Hall, they are trying to change their daily life in Chișinău. I would like to applaud the speakers of the touristic panel for their professionalism and for this very nice presentations. But now I would like to applaud yourself for the patience that has also for the agenda that has been running.
Vă aplaudați și în avans pentru că o să aveți nevoie încă de răbdare.
You will need more patience, so please occupy your seats. After a short break, we will have another panel with the topic new real investment market, real investment. The panel will be moderated by Crigan Andrei, Gateway Partners, and we invite you to also to this panel after a lunch break. Lunch break can be served here on the hall. You will be announced when you have to be back in the room. Approximate time is 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch.
尊敬的杨切班市长、严文彬大使、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好！很高兴同各位朋友云端相聚。首先，我谨代表基辛诺乌的友好城市中国青岛市，向基辛诺乌首届经济论坛的顺利召开表示热烈祝贺，向出席论坛的各位嘉宾表示诚挚的问候，并致以美好的祝愿。基辛诺乌历史悠久，风景迷人，充满生机活力。青岛是中国沿海重要的中心城市、滨海度假旅游城市、国际性港口城市和国家历史文化名城。近年来，青岛与基辛诺乌友城关系不断深入，两市交往日益增多。摩尔多瓦驻华大使多次访问青岛，让更多青岛人走进了美丽的基辛诺乌，而且品尝到了来自葡萄酒。尊敬的杨切班市长、严文彬大使、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好！很高兴同各位朋友云端相聚。首先，我谨代表基辛诺乌的友好城市中国青岛市，向基辛诺乌首届经济论坛的顺利召开表示热烈祝贺，向出席论坛的各位嘉宾表示诚挚的问候，并致以美好的祝愿。基辛诺乌历史悠久，风景迷人，充满生机活力。青岛是中国沿海重要的中心城市、滨海度假旅游城市、国际性港口城市和国家历史文化名城。近年来，青岛与基辛诺乌友城关系不断深入，两市交往日益增多。摩尔多瓦驻华大使多次访问青岛，让更多青岛人走进了美丽的基辛诺乌，而且品尝到了来自葡萄酒王国的香醇美酒。今年是中摩建交30周年，让我们携手同行，共创美好未来，不断增进两国人民之间的深情厚谊，持续深化青岛
Cię widzieć. Chociaż znamy się nie od dziś, myślę, że jeszcze wiele o mnie nie wiesz. Znajduję się w centrum Europy, więc szybko do mnie dotrzesz. Za granicą jest o mnie coraz głośniej. Ostatnio mówią o mnie, że jestem smart. Jestem pewien, że znajdziemy wspólną przestrzeń, taką, w której będziesz mógł się rozwijać. Nie czekaj, przyszłość zaczyna się tu, w Lublinie.
Networking.
Chișinăul se transformă. Construim un oraș cu spații verzi amenajate. Cu bulevarde largi și moderne. Cu transport accesibil și confortabil. cu școli și grădinițe amenajate și dotate, cu instituții medicale performante și eficiente, cu infrastructură sportivă și de agrement. Un oraș care are grijă de resursele naturale. Un oraș deschis pentru afaceri și antreprenori. Dezvoltăm orașul împreună.
Stimați participanți, vă invităm să reveniți în sala principală a forumului pentru a participa la următoarea sesiune, la panelul numărul 6, dedicat pieței imobiliare din Chișinău. În 2 minuțele vă așteptăm în sală, vă rugăm să încheieți discuțiile și să revenim la discuțiile de bază. Mersi! El cred că e aproape. Ok. Stimați participanți, cine nu mai este în sală, dar în hall, puteți să reveniți. Începem în 18, 17, 16 secunde. Bună ziua!
Good afternoon, dear guests. My name is Andrei Krigan and I represent the consulting company Gateway and Partners. And I'm happy and honored today to be the facilitator of the sixth panel session of discussions dedicated to the new real estate market and the real estate investment opportunities.
Să fim cât mai conciși cu
We're going to try to be as short as possible with the speakers of this panel, with whom I'm honored to share this stage, and to provide to you valuable information about the real estate in Chișinău, and to conclude nicely the second day of the Economic Forum Chișinău. Now I would like you to meet with applause the speakers in this panel. And I would like to announce a guest online, Matthew Nelms, from Program Development Branch of UN Habitat. At the same time, physically here with us on the stage, in front of you will be Vyacheslav Ionita, expert in economic policies from IDIS Viitorul. And Mrs. Svetlana Dogotaru, Head of General Department of Urbanism and the Land Sector. Mrs. Svetlana, looking forward to see you here. For the introductory words about the investments in the real estate, I'd like to give the floor to Matthew Nelms from the UN Habitat Development Program. Mr. Nelms, you have the floor. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Nelms. I'm a program coordinator in the Office of the Interregional Advisor for Eastern Europe and Central Asia at UN Habitat. UN Habitat was kindly invited here today by Chișinău City Hall. We'd love to have been there in person, but unfortunately we're traveling at the moment for World Habitat Day, which will be held on Monday in Balıkesir in Turkey. World Habitat Day is the official beginning of what we call Urban October. Urban October is a month in which UN Habitat will be hosting a number of different events on the theme of Leave No One and No Place Behind. The theme of Leave No One and No Place Behind is where I'd like to start this little presentation because it links so clearly with the focus of this panel, which is real estate development. I'd like to approach the topic through the lens of access to adequate and affordable housing for all. So firstly, just a little bit of background to UN Habitat for those who may not already know us. So UN Habitat is the steward for SDG 11, Sustainable Development Goal 11. This means it's our primary mandate to address the targets set out by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Target number 1 of SDG 11 is, by 2030, to ensure access for all to adequate, safe, affordable housing, basic services, and upgraded slums. The primary vehicle through which we approach addressing urban issues is called the New Urban Agenda. The New Urban Agenda recognises the fundamental role of housing in economic development and poverty reduction, and it promotes equal access to adequate and affordable housing as an effective equaliser for shared prosperity and growth. So we have an approach at UN Habitat to foreground housing in the sustainable development conversation. And this approach is called the housing at the centre. It aims to shift the focus from simply building houses to a more holistic framework for housing development. At the national level, the goal is to integrate housing into national urban policies, while at the local level, the approach is to reinforce the importance of housing to urban planning and designing integrated and inclusive societies. One of the reasons why housing is such an important and cross-cutting issue is that a well-functioning housing market can be a vector for economic development and a source of job creation. Access to housing is a precondition for access to employment, education, health, social services, etc. Putting housing at the centre becomes imperative, given the emerging forms of urbanism that are producing cities which are not inclusive for all members of society. As you can see here in the statistic, around 80% of cities worldwide do not have affordable housing options for people on median income. The housing affordability crisis also exacerbates urban inequalities. The lack of affordable solution often pushes people, and particularly certain disadvantaged social groups, into moving into locations that limit their access to employment, education opportunities, as well as healthcare and green spaces. While states have an obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill the right to adequate housing, this can only be achieved through the sharing of responsibilities among national and local governments, international, regional organizations, private sector, civil society actors, and the list goes on. National policies should reflect the increasingly crucial role played by the private sector and other non-governmental actors in delivering adequate, safe, and affordable housing solutions. The increasing commodification of housing and the related unsustainable increase in housing costs require policymakers to work together with the private sector and civil society actors towards the creation of policy. These policies may include introducing measures to limit speculative landholding, increasing the supply of social and cooperative housing, reducing barriers to appropriate financing and construction, or developing accountability frameworks to ensure that private actors and investors are accountable. There's a growing awareness that the private sector plays a fundamental role in advancing towards the sustainability and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Private developers, construction firms, professional organizations, and financial institutions are fundamental players in mobilizing resources to meet the growing affordable housing demand. In Chișinau, we're hopeful that we will begin collaborating on projects in the near future together with our UN country team partners. Many thanks and congratulations on the fantastic forum. I wish you a great rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelms, for your introductory speech. Domnul Nelms a trasat foarte...
Mr. Nails has spoken clearly about one of the strategic objectives globally, which is access to dwellings, which is so necessary for the citizens, including the citizens of the capital. We understand that the development of the real estate, including the residential area, access towards comfortable and modern dwellings is so important, and Mr. Nails mentioned that's important for the social, economic, and the social development, economic development of the country. Now I would like us to move towards the development of the residential real estate, together with our expert from Iris Viitorul, Mr. Vyacheslav Ioniță, who is going to talk how successful we are in this and what are the latest developments and what are the trends in the market. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, I have a challenge today. Those who are from this field understand that this year the real estate market, like, you shouldn't talk about that this year. It's so challenging. But whoever doesn't remember what I will speak about, you should remember two things about the market in Chișinău. Just two things. The first and most important thing I'd like to draw your attention, and please take it seriously, including those of you who are going to talk about real estate this year, next year, and up to 1 year. We are now at a stage when I first saying that for the first time the real estate market in Moldova comes into the maturity stage, and now I'm going to explain, because what I'm saying is not just stories. I will tell you how it happens. So how our real estate market for 23, 24, and 25, and after years when our children will be able to say that indeed the real estate in Moldova, and after 100 years, comes into a maturity period, and I will explain why. And the second thing which we all need to remember is that the real estate market is the hidden champion of Moldova. We are speaking about the fact that we are exporting wines. Always when I speak about exports, I'm telling everyone how much wine we export. For instance, IT services, we export worth of $4 million. But we should speak about many things that we have, but a hidden champion existing, and where investments are made, and where lots of money is being earned, where we have new businesses. Now we have really new businesses, new for 10 years on the market, which is going to grow in the following years. That's the real estate market. That's a champion about which nobody is speaking. And you should remember some other figures. All the wealth of the citizens of Moldova, everything that we have, each of us separately, is estimated to about $50 billion. So all the wealth of the citizens of Moldova is around $50 billion. 70% of all our wealth, property like land, money in the bank, gold in the house, real estate, 70% are represented by our dwellings. So that's 35 billion. And 70% out of 70% out of the dwellings are located in Chișinau. So half of all the entire wealth of Moldovan citizens is concentrated in dwellings in Chișinau. That's our wealth. So, and only in the past 12 years until now, the citizens of Moldova have invested in dwellings in Chișinau around €4 million. Show me another sector in the national economy where so much investment was done. We are so happy that in free economic zones investments of $400 million were invested, but compare it with $4 billion. Currently in Moldova, in Chișinau, there is a new trend. If 15 years ago only 6% of the inhabitants of Chișinau were renting apartments, now we have 16% renting out. If 15 years ago 15,000 apartments were rented out, now we have almost 50,000 apartments being rented out. Imagine that 50,000 apartments are rented out. If somebody rents it out, and the investment, people have invested in renting out apartments at least €2.5 billion. Show me another sector of the economy which has invested so much money. Annually, apartments generate, and I hope the fiscal people don't follow me now, €150 million are generated by the apartments. Most of them are not registered with the tax inspectorate, but that's a new trend which brings us closer to other countries. And Moldova, as in other countries, there is a new market of those who invest in order to rent out apartments. Why people rent apartments? It's not my topic, but just in short, who is renting apartments? Young people with a good salary who does not want to live with their parents. In Chișinău municipality, if we look attentively, well, the real estate in Chișinău, why it goes through this materialization period? I'll give you some interesting data about how much was built in Chișinău during 100 years. If you can notice attentively, the biggest construction works was done in the years 90. We are saying that lots are buildings are built now, but now we are reaching just half of what has been built in the years 90. We have the sensation that we are building a lot, but that's a different topic. Today we should only talk about positive things. We won't speak about ugly things. But until the 90s in the Republic of Moldova, most of the dwellings were not sold, and there was no real estate market. But even then, 40% of everything that was built in Chișinău was sold. People were buying, but the real estate market, indeed, there was no one. And then until 2010, we didn't have any real estate market, and we have some movement in 2005-2008 when there was an explosion of prices, but there were few constructions, and there was an explosion related to the remittances from abroad, and that market was abnormal. Why it was abnormal? Because the affordability of apartments was impossible. Individual working in Moldova was unable to purchase an apartment that period. And then we had 10 years of stagnation until 2018, and since 2018 until 2021 the market has known recovery, started to grow, and a few phenomena happened. I will show you a few graphs. So the number of transactions, we are only going to speak about transactions. In the latest 2 years, we have a double number of apartments sold. Another important thing, the market is concentrated in Chișinău. Why this happens? The Republic of Moldova now faces a wave of internal migration. If so far people were leaving Moldova to go abroad, now we have a strong domestic migration. 70% of those who are leaving the villages come to Chișinău. The rest are going to Bălți and some others to the regional center. So Chișinău has become the only settlement in Moldova which absorbs absolutely the entire population. A person has two chances. You know, now the Bureau of Statistics has published some people are coming back home, those who worked abroad, and they are coming back, but then they take two decisions, either to leave for Chișinău, either to go back abroad. The second phenomenon that happened, I know we are complaining life is hard, but incomes calculated in euro, because apartments are being sold with euro, increased substantially, and what we have as a result. So we have the following situation. Currently, purchasing an apartment in Moldova becomes 4 times easier than 10 or 15 years ago. In 2005, you had to work for 52 years in order to be able to buy an apartment in Chișinău, while now this figure decreased to 13 years. We are speaking about new finished apartments, so 70 square meters. A second thing that happened here, now the real estate in Moldova is characterized by several things. Internal migration, population from the villages coming to Chișinău, and there is a high demand of apartments, if not for purchasing, then for renting, because that's why the prices for renting are increasing. And the second thing is extremely important. We are not paying attention to it, but it's phenomenal. The behavior of citizens has changed. If earlier they were marrying at a young age, now they are marrying 5 or 6 years later, because marrying later they need a place where to live, and they want to live by themselves. And what happens in that case? In Moldova, currently the real estate is reaching the maturity stage, because the prices of apartments correspond to the incomes of the people. People have the incomes allowing them to buy apartments. Secondly, the bank rates have decreased a lot, and people can take borrowings. Until 2017, we didn't have any mortgages, and then we have an explosion of borrowings. So there is a financial tool which allows you making borrowings. Thirdly, the young people have incomes. They want to live, but they have no place where to live. So you see how the mortgage decreased. You needed to pay 3.5 salaries of the family for a mortgage, and now it decreased a lot. And now apartments cost commensurably to the life cost of Moldova. A lot of people are coming to Chișinău, and the population lives in rents. And when I'm saying it's becoming mature, well, this year we have a slight crisis.
The war and everything that's happening, and starting from 2023, the prices for apartments are having the same price for the life. The credits, the basic rate for credits has grown, but in 1 year and 1.5 years will get back, will get lower. And the third, the apartments become a source of investment for those who want to invest in real estate. 46,000 families are renting an apartment. 46,000 investors would have to invest 2.5 million euros if they want to invest in real estate. This will mark the time when our real estate market grows into a maturity phase. Thank you very much.
Mulțumim, domnule Ioniță.
Thank you very much. As usual, all who are following you monthly and weekly are trying to think which are the next trends which you will identify in which field it will be. Today you spoken to us about the residential market in Chișinău. We noticed this boom that marked us. A bit the context is changing this year. We can see that also the financing rates have grown at the bank. Yes, we have a stock of apartments, a bigger one than we had by now. But in the investment aspect, we have to understand that Moldova and Chișinău have even more foreign visitors, and including starting from 2014, since Moldova has signed the association agreement with the EU, we have more visitors, foreign visitors. And this stock of apartments also hosts our inhabitants who come and back to Moldova, or foreign visitors. And somehow the apartments offer comes to replace the hotel's offer, as somehow it's not it's still underdeveloped. How do you think we will see a stabilization of the market, or we are speaking about long-term and medium-term perspective? Indeed, today I wanted to speak only about the good things, because we are at an investment forum, but I don't have enough time, but you have the presentation. Indeed, this year all the indicators are involuting that this was forecasted since last year. The market has started to grow too rapidly. If a person in the mountain starts to run, if it started running too fast, anyway, it has to get to the top of the hill. It stops, it's resting, and then going forward. Now the market is in the same condition. We have to take it from one spot to another spot. Or either we construct in a chaotic manner, because now we don't have to have excessive regulations.
Gata, Banca Națională ne anunță că am ajuns la vârful dealului.
The mortgage, so also the rates for the credits will decrease. Also, we are in a crisis, but the revenues of the population, including recalculated in euros, are grown, and the apartments, comparing to the salary, are in the same at the same level. That's why I think that the real estate market in 2023, at least at the half of at the middle of 2023, will start to grow. And then majority of the countries are associations of people who live in rent. Their entire neighborhoods who are constructed or built especially for being rented, to be rented. Now we have 16% of people who are renting an apartment, or soon we will have 100 or 120,000 of apartments who will be rented. We'll have to think about who invests, how invest, and how do we protect the rights of the renter. We have to protect their rights. when we have the sanitation tax, because now it's paid only by the owner, but also the renter should pay that tax. So the market is going into maturity phase. Because in the Soviet times we didn't have many sales of the apartments. After that we had a decline of 20 years and then another growth due to remittances, and then a drop in 10 years, during 10 years, and the last 4 years with the credits. And starting from the next year we will keep on moving forward. Thank you for your intervention.
Imobiliară a fost un motor important.
The real estate market was a good investment, not only in the real estate but also in the capital. In order to maintain this engine, we need other engines. On the second part, we will speak what opportunities we speak about business in real estate, not non-residential sector, including in industry, and part of speaking about offices, speaking about terrains to be rented or to be sold. But we all like for the development to be in a more clear framework. In order to be attractive for investors, the real estate sector should have its much more clear rules. This gives it a higher level of transparency. Well, it's an important basis, and we keep on speaking about regulations for a better development of urban market. I want to speak to Mrs. Svetlana Dogotaru, head of the functionary and from the City Hall. So, Mrs. Svetlana, we wish you good luck. Hello, dear guests. First of all, I would like to thank you that you've worked with us 2 days in a row, and you had a chance to wait for these last panels, and you can't wait to see not me, but the information I want to present to you. Today I come to speak about rules. We all know that the city are rules. The city are the people, represent the people. The people who use everything that is constructed or realized in this city is made by the people and is set it in such a way for the city to be, as Mr. Mayor said, to be more, to be greener, to be more comfortable, to be more intelligent, and to be more competitive. We also have a city. We plan some actions. We approve rules, and we establish the monitoring of these rules for all the participants in the investment processes in the city and for all of us who live in this city. When we speak about rules, we refer to clarity, transparency, operativity, and an authorization, a very simplified authorization process. This is very important because otherwise the rules are hard and not many people will start to comply to them. If we speak about rules from the territorial point of view, we have specified urban documents which are in a hierarchical manner, which are territorial ones, and specified they have a validity time. We have the general urban plan of the locality, documents which were approved in 2007 and 2008. They are still valid, but we are following these plans. And currently it's also correcting the general plan, because these processes are called, a general plan is not developed from zero, from scratch, but also is permanently updating, and new solutions are proposed to develop the city. On the next hierarchical stage are the urbanistic aerial plans, which show how the development should take place on a following area, on a specific area, and for each investment. What is to mention for the aerial urban plans, they have a validity term which correspond to the validity term of the general approved plan. Only if the council somehow decides otherwise, it can be established another validity term, and the documents for urban plan are those who regulate placing on a following territory. All these documents are approved by the local council. The urban regional aerial plan, regional plans, we have a document which says that the codes cannot be modified, the urban aerial plan. We say that we can, that it can be modified because it's foreseen in the legislation, but the legislation should be read properly and understood properly and not otherwise. And I hope that these topics will be solved through explanations and through the contest of the parliament, who can interpret the legislation and to bring the laws to normal understanding, same as in other countries where there is a need to approve the regional plan for the development of the territory, from the point of view that 20-25 years, the validity term of the urban document, of the general plan, is a too large term, during which many things change, the social economic situation changes, many things change, and then we cannot wait for another term to be developed, for another urban general plan to be developed. Now we work on policy documents. You will see some of them, but we work in parallel on 10 documents. I will designate or I will explain very briefly those essential ones on which we work. Is the strategy of Chișinau municipality for socio-economic development and spatial development, the center urban plan for the development of center of Chișinău on the streets, industrial streets, Mesager and Albeșoara Street, for their development, which are industrial streets. Also, those who use the municipal properties. Or if we speak about the strategy of Chișinău municipality, it's a document of a strategic document which Cushman & Wakefield and Foundation for the Center of Development of Chișinău. All these companies are those who worked on this process. The process started 2 years ago through assessment of the existing situation, or also a multitude of about 50 experts from different fields which have shown which are the problems in the city on different in different areas. Another document, now the project document, which is subsequently from November, starting on from November, we are in the consultancy processes. We have a very active consultation process. The project is consulting together with the society, with the focus groups, which were organized. A whole range of debates. They all were public. You can all find all of them on the website of the direction and consult them. Aside from that, we have another time which can be, we can propose new solutions, different objections, critiques to the document, amendments. Through your consultancy, through your proposals, we can improve this document, and in the following stage, it will be proposed for the approval to the local council. I also want to mention that the general urban plan, which was planned to be developed together with the strategy, because the solution was the following: while the project tasks are specified and this company is selected to propose new solutions, in parallel also the strategy should be developed, because it was delayed by the pandemics and by the war in the region that started. We stopped a bit the process for procurement for development of a general plan, and we get back to this process when a new strategy will be approved. And the next slide, please. For an investment process, when an investor makes a decision to accomplish a project, it is important that the local public authority should not make obstacles to it. So the process should be clear, and the local public authorities should make all the process clear and the documents very well interpreted. Terms for construction authority: 20-30 days for issuing the urban certificate and for issuing authorization. There are no certificates in other countries. On the question, in such other countries, there is no such situation. When asked about how do you manage to issue such a certificate, such an important certificate in such a short time, is the authority. So the terms are very short. And the principles of tacit approval foresees that in case when the authorization is not issued in the established term and argumented refusal is not issued, then the authorization is considered as issued. So investor has the right to leverage its right. So he can only announces us that he started the construction works. That's why for investors it's a very big plus, and I think that there are people who even benefit from this subject. But for us, those who will work in the local public authority, this makes us more disciplined, because at the same time by tacit approval and immediately they apply sanctions, and the sanctions are very high. To compare that, it's the salary of 4 or 5 months of a public official. So no one wants to have these fees and fines imposed on them in case something goes wrong. Starting from last year, we implemented a simpler project to issue the authorization, because we automized the process. Now one can receive authorizations online. You can apply for an authorization. It is very simple to use, so we invite you to use this platform. It's the government platform, Permissive Acts. So that's why we also digitalized the archive, and we referring to the authorizations and the functionary documents. They are useful both for the authorities as well as for the projectors, for the large public, and for the investors. They can use this information. Now a very important aspect, the municipal lands, because the land is a place where any investment project can be used. I want to say that in city halls, now it was relaunched the process of procurement or bidding of terrains. No land can be sold directly to the beneficiary. It's only through the process of bidding. So no one gives directly to investor a piece of land. Everything is fair. The process is fair, and only through bidding. Their value is different depending on access to social infrastructure and including also by the period to which they are bidded. Lands in the suburbs, we also have given some figures and the information about the lands which I gave to you. I can tell you an example about the urban plan, regional plans to leverage the plans and to give another level of maturity to the buildings that are bidded when an urbanistic aerial space is for Ciocana, district of Chișinău. I wanted to give an example with the urban plan for Mircea Bătrân Boulevard from Chișinău. There mentioned everything, all the aspects of infrastructure. There is a school, a kindergarten, a green area for those who would want to invest there. They will definitely have a great success, and the value of the lands is much more attractive rather than those the lands which without having these documents approved. Also, the urban plan for such areas such as Arbișoara, Mesager, Industrial One, and the center, and their urban aerial plans through which the municipality has aimed to leverage these fields to identify which lands can be sold and auctioned and bidded, and how these areas can be developed or reconversions on some areas. The entertainment areas, how can they be redeveloped? When once approved, they make a clarity, they establish the rules for these lands, and you can see some photos which included from the development plans, industrial plans on Messenger Street, and there are also projects of reconstruction of streets, which will also increase the value, the economic value of these areas. Here we have the situation, the current situation on planning, as well as for photos, and we are getting back to the center. It's a document imposed for development. I don't do it because just for the sake of developing plans, but since 2007-2008, since urban plans have been approved, it imposed a ban of usage of regulation for central area with the condition for urban central or for downtown urban plan to be developed. So now we don't have a regulation for center. Now what can be built in the center are reconstruction or some renovations up until some extension. But in order to fully realize investments on this area, we need an urban development plan. We are working in this direction, and this has existed in the past, but we had some misunderstandings with the Ministry of Culture. We didn't find a common language on this. We were not on the same page on this topic, and a reference plan, because it's very important to have this reference plan. I hope that we'll manage now, because we cooperate with the Ministry of Culture. We work in joint groups, and including the methodology of these plans, of reference plans, which will be based on developing the... So that was about it. In the city live the people. We are those who are living in the city, and we are benefiting from all the services available in the city. And here I have a quote. You can get this like a very good city is like a good party where people want to stay more longer than needed because they enjoy the time. So let's make our city greener, safer, more resilient, more intelligent, and more competitive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Svetlana. We also have some questions which I would like to ask. We've seen topics linked to authorization and the urban central plan for the downtown area of Chișinău. A few years ago, I was a member of a working group which was working for international rankings, up until recently doing business. And there was measured an indicator linked to authorizations in construction, especially for the Republic of Moldova and for Chișinău. And I have to mention the fact that This was more based on the perception of those who were applying for authorization. Not very many of them, and the perception were correct. But it was also a painful point, the position for which we were the lowest position in the rank, and now there's also the perception from the side of developers that there's no authorization. I'm trying to give an explanation for what is happening, why things are happening this way, because this in this survey doing business we are somewhere at the end of the rank, because it should not be that way, where we try to understand why this happens. The experts who are working and they try to understand this like head from start. Nor the projector, the designer are not interested to make the project faster. The authorization is not, the time for authorization is not correct. It's a false direction, because we are the last on the ranking top of doing business. 20-30 days is the time for issuing an authorization, and there is no need for coordination and for additional authorization. Everything is done by the local public authority during these 20-30 days. We are the first on top. We have intelligent experts which know how to read and participate in these programs. But now the perception is like, what should I say? I'm not a developer. I'm a specialist from the local local authority, and I know the perception of the developers, because somehow they are upset that some construction authorization are not issued. There are some refusals and some are not awarded. What is the reason? Because we, at least since I came in the team where I'm working, we don't issue construction authorization on lands which do not belong to the beneficiary. If you don't have a land, you just go and buy it, and then you come up and get an authorization. We don't issue authorization in the yards of the residential areas of the buildings if there is no infrastructure on the land which belongs to the beneficiary. If you don't have a place where to place the playgrounds, the parking lots, all this technical infrastructure needed for the object, then you don't get an authorization. We understand it's a bit harsh, but also the investor, we see this also in the yards. As Mr. Yunitsa has mentioned, we are at an investment forum. I don't want to criticize, but there are some abuses which the specialized authorities can deal with it. Definitely it's good that we progress and the things change. And indeed the perception must change, but we also need a lot of communication. What we've noticed ever since, that only developers and their lawyers didn't participate at this survey together with authorities, because they could have done it, because they could have improved this process. And then we proposed for them to be invited on to this survey. Also those who are making the regulations, to confirm somehow. And also, in that case, the business environment should have been asked only if the laws are respected or not, because we are known that the authorization process lasted for up to 1 year for industrial constructions. Probably we would have had a better position from what we see now. I want to ask you also about
switching to digital format of the authorizations. I know that we're moving to that direction. We yesterday discussed with some architects, and they said that still some documents need to be presented physically, and the resources of the city hall are limited. But the problem is not just limited resources, but also time. We have managed to implement a project we issued authorization for construction and urbanism certificates on the online platform, and we can issue documents by online submitting of documents. We want to develop this system in order to expand this process to project documentation and for the reception of works, because we need to develop some standards for presentation of the project documentation, which needs to be examined automatically. So the procedure should be automated in order to involve less human resources. So we want to implement such a project. I've seen you're going to have some tenders. The mayor announced the following one is on the 7th of October. We have a plot of land which we're putting on tender. We are inviting everyone. So it's tender with also we can sell to foreigners. In the legislation of Moldova, we have interdiction only for the agricultural land to be sold to foreigners. For the rest of the others can participate in our tenders. Dear investors, that's official announcement. Participate please on 7th October and can see what are those opportunities. You can also look into the investment profiles, and Mrs. Svetlana has spoken about the zonal urbanistic plans, including the industrial zones. And the second part of the panel, we are going to discuss about these aspects. Mrs. Svetlana, thank you. Let's encourage her with some applause. We have another speaker in this part of the panel. Strategic planning on long term is considered very important for solving the issues faced by cities in the entire world, and Chișinău, and also the zonal plan and urban plan are very important, being the main tools by which local authorities manage city development, as Mrs. Svetlana showed in her presentation. Now we are going to speak about the zonal urban development plans as important tools for proper city management. Online, we have Irina Irbitskaya, independent consultant in the area of urban architecture and development from Consultancy and Transformation.
You have the floor.
Bună ziua, Chișinău.
Bună ziua.
And good evening, dear participants of the forum. Hello?
Yes, we hear you and the applause is up for you.
Yes. Okay, I can begin.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I hear you. Can I begin my presentation?
Yes.
Могу я начать?
Да, вы можете начать вашу презентацию на экране.
Thank you. So it is a pleasure to be invited to Chișinău Economic Forum and to share the ideas and delivers of my Parisian partner Kwanza company and my consultancy projects in Chișinău that I have been consulting since last November by the invitation Chief Architect of Chișinău, Svetlana Dagataru. And digitally enabled people-centric Chișinău. How this topic is related to real estate? Well, successful real estate projects by the end of the 20th century had to meet two requirements. First one is the location in a sustainable urban environment that is convenient for people. The second one is its architecture must be the art. In the 21st century, the real estate project needs a third component. Successful real estate is a digital real estate. It means that real estate must have a digital core. Now Chișinau has progressive projects. Two of them are projects of a new district designed in paradigm sustainable green city with a total area of more than 700 hectares and developed by Chișinau project local team. And third project is a project of the network of creative hubs in Chișinau, which will be deployed in 271 objects of municipal property. This project is developing now by the ArtCore team and Alexander Tsibar, architect in Chișinau. So, the concept of the new district messenger. This project will provide to the citizens of Chișinau with a boulevard ring of 3 kilometers long, water ring, you can see it in the center of the picture, and even water canal is about 1.5 kilometers long. And Green Boulevard network is also here. And also more than 100 mixed-use urban blocks, 200 mixed-use urban blocks, including urban industries blocks. And 12 service centers, as schools, kindergartens, university, even university, culture centers, and health centers. The Albișoara district is also designed in paradigm sustainable green city. And this district will provide the green water linear park more than of River Big, and it's about even more, 3 kilometers long along the river. And also 18 mixed-use urban blocks you can find here. And also 12 services centers inside this territory. So it forms a huge area of a new format of urban districts. And the network of creative hubs based on municipal property, including the libraries, cultural heritage objects, museums, and old industrial and administrative buildings. And these creative hubs will also work like service center of the citizens of Chișinău in walking accessibility. And why should Chișinău become a digital enabled city? Because there is no other way for any city to enter the 21st century and become a people-centered city. So this is an architecture of the data orchestration platform, which is ensured to deliver of my partner Quanza company. Architecture, within a smart city, the buildings and the infrastructures can no longer be designed outside their environment or be connected to it. And they must face new regulations that are beginning to impose the production of reports capable of demonstrating their performance. The first one, in order to meet these double challenges, our technological architecture makes it possible to process three complementary structuring of the data. The first one is graph-type databases allowing to implement the real-time digital twin and to offer contextualized visualization or in 2D or 3D. Repository database for information relating to occupants, operators, and third-party systems. NoSQL databases to access building environment information, big data, and so on. And the building and the infrastructures then become aggregators to contextualize data made available to all its actors through open, documented, and secure APIs and native applications. This is a slide this is a slide for those who want to see the details after the forum. The solution is composed of several layers, bringing together all the actors and solutions at the service of the project. A core system that acts the building infrastructure-wide data orchestrator and allow all IT, OT, IoT systems to be converged and interoperable. A database allows the creation of dedicated services and applications for users and third partners, with great flexibility and scalability for each building and each services over time and throughout its lifespan. A cybersecurity and intrusion detection model. Native applications dedicated to operators, managers, users, and citizens. A demonstrator smart city meta-aware for various simulations, either with existing data or with fictitious data generated to test different scenarios, development flow, etc., based on generative design coupled with the reality solutions. Intelligent devices allow the tower to adapt to the context. Artificial intelligence engine and advanced analysis solution to enable continuous improvement of the experience over time and mitigate the risks of rapid obsolescence of equipment and technologies. So this was a prototype of Internet of the City module. This also slide to whom want to see the presentation after the forum. So this is most innovative part and component our prototype Internet of the City model. And a digital model of the UCLATS is innovative component of our IOC model, which revolutionarily transforms the smart city concept into a wise city concept, or even better, into digital enabled city concept. IOC module creates a digital twin of the UCLAT structure. It requires UCLAT process in order to achieve joint metabolism of humans and the physical environment. And the second nucleus of our concept, digital forum of stakeholders. This is a digital application of political science of the city, materialized as a digital platform at which urban interests articulate themselves in antagonistic conflict. What is a UCLAT? A UCLAT is a comprehensive and persistent way of life, mode of activity expressed spatially. The ways UCLATs exist in the city differ according to the type of settlement, whether it is capital city, a regional city, administrative center, or a small town or a village. A UCLAT is characterized by the prevalent family culture, by its attitude to surrounding space, etc., etc. There is 14 identifiers of UCLATs, which we can algorithmize for our IOC model. So there's also about 12 or 14 groups, it depends from size of the city, groups of interest or groups of stakeholders, beginning from local property owners and ending by international independent experts. If we would like to digitalize our city, the step one is to produce a digital model of UCLATs. The second two, the Internet of the City model, IOC should be implemented in one or a few, for the first step, urban blocks. And step 3, we compose a digital skeleton of the city is a network of IOC models. And step 4, there is no way to produce effective master plan. There is only one way to produce effective master plan, is to produce master plan of the city as a digital city. I believe in progress, and I believe that Chișinău can connect with another city as a digital-enabled, people-centered city. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc comes also from our side. Irina, to you. Thank you for your presentation, for your vision on the development plans and your insights. Stimați participanți,
Dear participants, that was the first part of the panel. I'd like to thank the speakers in the first part, Mrs. Babatar, Mr. Ionita. Please take your places in this room. And now we are going to discuss in the second part of the panel, and now I'm kindly inviting the following speakers. We're speaking about the heritage, cultural heritage, the historical center, real estate investments, and a new real estate program with the following speakers. And I kindly invite here Mr. Sergiu Musteață, Mr. Alexandru Cordoneanu, our guest Carlo Goginava from Georgia, and the Deputy Mayor Olga Ursu.
și pentru că apreciem foarte mult timpul dumneavoastră și vrem să fim eficienți.
Because we appreciate your time and we want to be efficient, I will move to my first speaker in the panel, Mr. Sergiu Musteață, PhD and teacher at the Ion Creangă University, who is going to talk about the role of the cultural heritage in developing a sustainable society, the case of Chișinău. Dear Chișinău inhabitants and dear guests of the capital, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm honored to participate in this forum and just in a few words to speak about an area as important as neglected, which is the cultural heritage, what we have taken over from the previous generations. And when we speak about the cultural heritage, of course, we need to understand that everything we have today is due to our predecessors, and this counts a lot. And this starts from education in the family, in the street, in the schools, in any institution where we work. I will not give you details about the definition, but every time it's important to understand the sense of the term we are using. And we shouldn't invent the wheel, because the theory of the cultural heritage has evolved a lot in the later decades and has become pluridisciplinary, because it implies lots of other connected sciences which help us understand, study and preserve and protect and promote adequately this heritage. And this entire process and system of protecting and promoting the cultural heritage, the community, the human counts, because the human has produced things and left this patrimony, and we have the duty to preserve it and transmit it to the following generations. That's why the community of heritage is very essential in preservation and leveraging. And if you look at this graphic, you can see that the cultural heritage relates to everyone and everything. The human should be at the center. In that context, of course, we could speak about rights and responsibilities, although the Constitution of the Republic of Moldova says clearly, expressly, that cultural and natural heritage is the duty of any citizen. We should understand that from the citizen to the community is just one step, and we need to be accountable at individual level, but also at the community level. By ourselves, we can do lots of good things, but if we want to have an adequate policy and protected heritage, which is representative for us, And so that the people who visit us and could understand us better, then we should have a joint effort. That's why every individual is important, but also every individual should be aware that he or she is part of the community, and is very important. Matthew earlier has spoken about the Agenda 2030 of the UN and the global development goals until 2030. I wish they would be implemented by 2030, but I think even after 2030 they will be topical still, because as you see, focuses are put on very important areas in the entire world, starting from the poverty, starting from the lack of food. And objective number 11 is related to the city and the community. At the beginning, we believed that we have heritage here because the community, the place where the human works and lives, counts a lot. But afterwards, they understood that cultural heritage you can find everywhere, and you can find in everywhere. If you speak about food supply, water supply, water is part of the cultural heritage. The culture of using the water is very important. If you speak about those areas which have shortage of water. So today we can speak about the heritage as supranational element. All the more 5 years ago, United Nations, particularly the institution responsible for security, voted for the first time a resolution which draws the attention that cultural heritage is an area relating to protecting and promoting peace. Today, witnessing a war when Russia aggressively abuses Ukraine, we understand that not only the life of people is in danger, but also the wealth, the heritage, and therefore the Security Council, the UN, draws the attention about the need of including cultural heritage in the national and global strategies. And if we speak about sustainable cities, we need to take into account that sustainable society can be only there where we invest and focus on the essential components, the social, economic, environmental, and cultural sectors. The cultural part and the educational part are very important and to put together, because a high level of education can't be reached without a high level of culture, and vice versa. And therefore we need to pay attention to that aspect, because our expectations toward the society can only be achieved only when we invest in people, when we cultivate them and make them accountable, so that they understand that everyone has the rights, and every right comes out from a responsibility or an obligation, not only to ask for rights, but to be aware that they should contribute through this.
Orașele sunt sustenabile, atât de mult discutat subiectul acesta, de mai mulți ani în toată lumea. Cum le
How should we transform the city to be centered on the people? The housing is so important, and we haven't learned how to solve the issues of the housing in order to be a sufficient space to have the necessary comfort, and not to forget about the heritage that we have in terms of preserving it. When I speak about heritage, it's not just a building or the ruins of the building. It's about a total volume of knowledge which come from the immaterial heritage, and they count a lot for the existence and the development of ours. In that context, the urbanization and continuous development is so important. I agree with the statement that the city is continuously developing and should grow. Growing doesn't mean as many stores of the building as possible, but we speak about quality buildings. If we speak about the time consumed to go from place A to place B and many other aspects of what qualitative urbanization and sustainable urbanization means. A project implemented should be valid throughout a bigger period of time, rather than coming back and repairing it the next year because we forgot to install some pipelines. So it means that everyone should participate actively and qualitatively. What Chișinau wants to attain and what the humans living here. Mr. Ionita said Chișinau is like a sponge which absorbs everything. From demographics to investments. In Moldova, 80% of 80% is existing only due to Chișinău. And Chișinău, people say they like Chișinău because it's a cultural center. They say, I live here because it's a green city. So we want our city to continue to have vegetation, to have oxygen. And it's city of the heart. It's like more spiritual. But people find themselves in this concept. And it counts a lot when we speak about the spirit of the visitors and the inhabitants of Chișinău. Well, we could have disputes about what happiness is, but if a person say they are happy or they are satisfied of living in Chișinău, it matters a lot. Or is a city of the hope, which means that they have hope for a better future and they make investments in time, in business, and investments in their future. We have many opportunities here, and we discussed today and yesterday about these opportunities. Another question raises from the perspective of history and life experience, how to reconcile the present and the future, thinking about the future. A question which is very topical and will stay so. When we think about investments, let's try to analyze what experience we have gathered so far. What are we improving and what are we destroying, and how people are going to feel tomorrow as a result of such investments, but not forgetting that we have an image and a very rich heritage that needs to be preserved. What are the prospects?
Dar de fiecare dată trebuie să atragem.
There are lots of prospects, but we need to pay attention to the vision. And Irina mentioned from a conceptual point of view that we need to conceptualize what we want to do. And then Mr. Godaro said about public consultations since November for 1 year. Well, people could say, oh, should you discuss for so long? Well, we'd better discuss for longer time than failing to cover all the subjects. In this context, the community counts a lot. And decision-making as well. Humans should feel important, because when they need to ask to get somewhere, they should be able to receive it quickly. We speak about digitization, but it doesn't go so quickly, and it's not so efficient and adequate because we haven't understood it well, or didn't understand it fully. Digitalization means not only scanning through PDF. Digital services means operativity, quality, and client satisfaction. And we need to get adjusted to those technologies and possibilities. On the other hand, it was mentioned about cybersecurity. We need to pay attention to what we have in this virtual area in order to protect it. It becomes a virtual heritage which we need to take care of, how we protect it and how we send it to the next generations. In that context, we shouldn't invent the wheel. It should be clear. Base steps are simple: vision, concept, action plan, and the simplest thing, budget. We have created many strategies until 2020 and 2014. In Georgia, Georgians were praising us. Oh, how good, you have a strategy for culture and education for 2020. But after 2020, how much of that strategy was implemented? Not even 10%, but the excuse is simple. We have no money. No, it's not about that. We have no brains. We haven't invested in concept, vision, and calculations which are rational. We should plan for lower and invest the existing resources, but rather have results. And we know that from the investment made today, we can make the next step tomorrow. Because if we plan for many things and then in a year we identify we have no money, then it shows we don't know how to think strategically, and that matters a lot, particularly in the context of the current crisis. So many crises that we have: energy crisis, war, any other crisis. That's why this kind of meetings, forums are very important, let alone the political belongings and other aspects related to the human behavior. When we speak about our city, our capital, the place where we live and work, we need to join our efforts in order to find the proper solutions and to take pride, the local inhabitants, but also the visitors. Thank you.
Mulțumim, domnul Musteață, pentru această incursiune în tot ce...
Thank you very much, Mr. Mosteață, for your intervention. You had it dynamically, interestingly. You have deepened us into that subject. And indeed, if we think a little bit about traveling abroad, those who travel abroad, we have seen a lot of history there, a lot of cultural heritage that they preserved, and we don't have them here. The question is, why don't we have them? Actually, we do have them, but we don't know about them, and we don't leverage them, don't use them, and can't capitalize them, including for economic purposes. Running after constructions and material values, we have forgotten about non-material values. And so we will stay in the Cultural Center of Chișinău. And Mr. Alexandru Cordoneanu, member of the Civical Group for Cultural Heritage, is going to speak about urban identity.
Încurajați-l cu aplauze. Subiecte importante, nu doar...
These are important subjects. Thank very much the organizers of this forum, because they established very well the heritage topics in the tourism one and in the real estate sessions. But the problem of cultural heritage of Chișinău and cultural buildings appeared and was notified by the community of Chișinău when the real estate started to grow. It means starting with the end of the first decade of century 21. And then it was established our Civical Group for Cultural Heritage as a reaction to the challenges both within the administration and within the business. And the attempts to build on the foundations of the historical Chișinău, sort of a Moldovan New York. The attempt to destroy the already built heritage. Basically, we have no more over 80 heritage sites during this time, so they disappeared, and it's unrecoverable. And then participating in the general plan, an urbanistic plan which was trivial for years 2007, 2008, which didn't affect our cultural identity of Chișinău. It wasn't based on that identity. So we thought we need to highlight to what extent Chișinău is different from other cities, and in what manner Chișinău meets in what characterizes itself and its inhabitants and all the cultural paradigms existing for 300 years since we have the city. And together with our friends from the Civical Group for Cultural Heritage, Mr. Sergiu Mosteață, President of the National Association of Young Historians, we started a series of conferences, Identities of Chișinău, since 2011. There are 8 editions of such conferences, 8 volumes or even 9 volumes of those conferences, which might be useful even for those who deal with the real estate. Maybe there should be a ligbez for all the business people, for them to know that this city has a strong memory, which is also very interesting. We have acquired the right to have this memory. The memory of this city was repressed. Is a city of 300 years. It's a historical city. And this title of historical city was given to it in 1886, and it was confirmed by the institutions of the independent republic after 93 through the registry of monuments. The historical Chișinău Chișinău is a historical city which deserves the entire attention of the administration and the researchers, but also the business. 2 years ago, We have the round table with the general mayor, together with the business, with the academia, with the civil society, where we highlighted the issues faced by the historical Chișinău. And for 2 years we worked on that topic, so that this year in July, the Municipal Council of Chișinău voted for the first time the establishment of an entity which is going to be responsible for the heritage issues in Chișinău. It didn't happen for 30 years since the law on monuments exists. Chișinău, which has the richest collection of historical monuments, is the only historical city in Moldova, and hasn't benefited from any institution to deal with those issues, and that's why we lost a lot. The issue of the heritage is not just an issue of demolition of some historical sites. The heritage problem relates to the identity of the city, but also the development prospects. The urban identity is topic for creation and for work, not just for architects, for historians and archaeologists and urban anthropologists. The urban identity is a topic for the administrators and the managers of the cities. We believe in the relationship that we have now with the city hall and with the mayor. We believe that this team has understood very well this aspect and focuses very well on the heritage issues. There are 3 symbols of identity and memory which can't be excluded from the process of development of Chișinău. And these symbols are called historical nucleus of Chișinău, historical center, which is a heritage site protected by the state, included in the registry within the limits of Street Ismail, Matievici, Albișoara. It's integrated heritage site. We haven't clarified yet the responsibility towards this site. It's the topos of creation of Chișinău. It's the place which gave the identity and life to this city. And these 3 symbols have a continuous relationship. The historical core or nucleus of Chișinău is the oldest part of the city. The historical core of Chișinău is the oldest part of the city. As I said, the territory which preserves and witnesses about the past of this city. It integrates space which is represented or which was built during the past 300 years. Why 300 years? Because as the historians and archaeologists say, in 1642 the ruler Vasile Lupu has raised in Chișinău a church in the name of Saint Nicolae, and when he raised also the church in Orhei. It's possible that the church in Orhei would be similar to the one in Chișinău. We have had a very beautiful church. They say also we have had a Lord's Court in Chișinău, close to the current Eugen Ionescu theater, which was built on the foundation of the old Cathedral of Chișinău, which was founded on the foundation of the Boyar's Church Vasile Lupu. And that's when the history of Chișinău starts. It seems to us that Chișinău appeared after 1812, when constructions of another style started to be built. But based on what the travelers who came to Moldova those times, we could say that Chișinău was an interesting urban structure, even from the text of Celebi, who in 1652 was passing through Chișinău, through the Turkish areas from those times. He was speaking about Chișinău like about a city with a splendid fortress which had 17 churches. We don't know what happened to that city. We know that after that some cultural catastrophes and humanitarian catastrophes have happened. Chișinău was burnt from the scratches like 5 times. In the 18th century, through this territory, we had about 5 Russo-Turkish wars, and only by the end of the 18th century, they have burnt this city from the foundation. Chișinău is important not only historically, in terms of identity, but also as prospects for development of the entire city. The second element is the archaeological city. Chișinău area was populated continuously since the Paleolithic times. There is the archaeological map of Chișinău, which speaks about the archaeological remains that were researched in the area of Melestiu, close to the hospital or the former youth center Gagarin. In the years 57, they discovered the fact that the Paleolithic humans lived there, and on the remains indicating that on this territory during the Iron Age people lived here, during the Dacian period, during the Cucuteni culture, during the medieval period and the modern period. So Chișinău has been resided for long time. We know it since the 14th century. So archaeologists are responsible for taking out from anonymity the 99% of unknown part of the city, because only 1% of the history of Chișinău we know from documents. And another symbol of identity, but also for development, is the river Bâc. Bâc is older than the city itself, and it appeared first, and then on its banks a settlement was raised. Chișinău and Bâc, based on documents, they appeared together in the first documents. It was called Chișinău from the Bâc, or Chișinău on the Bâc. The formula has been seen in following documents. Physically and symbolically, the relationship of Chișinău with the Bâc river was a vital one. The Bâc river has been missed and has been used as a residual, as a waste place for waste storage. There was a plan in the 19th century, but that was not implemented. It was stipulated that out of historical Chișinău, all the enterprises and storages should be taken away, and the entire industrial activity, including from the Bâc area, should have been taken away. And what we have now as storages on the Bâc river and the gray area, it should have become a developmental area according to those plans, but we haven't succeeded to have a vision for development of that area. Today I have seen in the presentations of the urban plan for Albișoara, I think it's a good movement, but what we need is not only a plan for the urban development, but a vision for the development of that zone. Within this conference, we have had many discussions on this topic, how this area should develop. And one of the suggestions that we had, you can see that the big area, the one in red, is quite big, which can be developed and should be developed. It's probably the most important development zone, the most important X for the development of Chișinău for the 21st century. And we have had a project for development of this area in 2008, a project that was ordered by the City Hall of Chișinău, and then they rejected it. And 3 entities from abroad participated: Milano Polytechnic, Barcelona University, and London company. And after that workshop, this area benefited from a master plan, but unfortunately it was not implemented by the previous administration. And I think the current administration has the forces and prospects in order for this area to become a development area. Here we could develop a new business area, an administrative area, so a new Chișinău city, as the other historical cities have done, like Riga, which has developed a Riga city on the other border than the historical Vilnius, Milano, and Moscow and St. Petersburg. As I said, let's try to bring it to a conclusion. I would like to highlight that our cultural heritage and historical heritage of Chișinău is a foundation for the future, is the most important foundation for the future, for development and for our joint identity. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cordoneanu. Thank you, Mr. Mosteațu, for everything you are doing together, because you identify and leverage and preserve, you promote, you tell about everything about historical center, cultural heritage. Now I would like to make a comparison about how to preserve this heritage and this historical center. Like in that, like my economy, my friend economy, it's not about money, it's about economy, the economy of the city. And the economy is an organism which can't resist without blood, and the blood of the economy is funds. And I would like to invite our colleague, their guest from Georgia, Kamagu Ginava, partner of Windsor Freeman Capital, who is going to speak about how we finance urban infrastructure and how we make the emerging markets. And he is going to speak about nice examples from Georgia.
Group has experience also in Uzbekistan, in Ukraine, in Georgia. So tell us a little bit more about what lessons you have learned with your group. Thank you.
Yes, with the great pleasure. So first of all, I'm so happy to be here. Upon invitation of Municipality of Chișinău and our dear General Major Ion Ceban, thank you so much. You certainly completed one of my, let's put it that way, dreams to be in this part of the world, which is absolutely novel to me, absolutely unique, and very hospitable. And for Georgians, hospitality means a lot, means everything actually. So, upon advice of my friends, maybe I will switch to Russian, Mr. Major, if you are not against, because I want to, this message of mine be taken away to the wider group, and I think there will be some of the interesting topics I will raise today. Russian, if it's not a problem, then let's do it. Андрей,
Absolutely okay.
Да. Приветствую еще раз всех, большое вам спасибо. Я из точно такой же страны, как Молдова, Грузия. Мы очень похожи на друг друга, и физически, и душевно, и культурно.
Culturally,
and morally probably, and by religion, we are very close people. We are in the same region with absolutely identical problems, with challenges, with potential to grow. I would like to tell about my institution. This is a state DFC, which works in the region for 25 years, and for more than one time, not a single time, it visited Moldova. What this forum created, as minimum, it created to bring 300 to 400 million of direct investments from the United States. This is very important, and therefore I would like to thank again the mayoral team, Mr. Mayor, and there is the bread is not running after your belly is running after the bread. So you actually hit the point. Investments, especially investments from the European Union, United States, they never come if you don't ask them to come. And how could you call this type of investments into the society? Through the voice of a municipality, through the voice of government. Of course, people want to live well, they want to have a nice infrastructure, but forming all those impulses are coming from the leaders within the mayoralty and government. We were invited for the first time ever. Until now, no one called us. We came, and here you see the results. The effect was almost immediate. So briefly, I will tell what our agency of investments did in a small country in Georgia. DFC, U.S. development and capitalization, $60 million, 160 countries of operation. Moldova is an eligible country in which they could and should invest and operate, because it's Ukraine, Russia, Moldova, then Romania, Bulgaria, the European Union countries. But in our country, they could work. So those $60 billion should be invested in developing countries, in countries of our size, of our economic potential. And this example is a good showing us well what future could be in this country. And everything starts with a city. $1 billion they see invested in Georgia. 60% went to Tbilisi. Then seeing how it works in the capital, they went to Kutaisi, Poti, and other cities. Same will happen in Moldova. Our company, that is official representative, is covering all the region. We have processed more than $300 million for Georgia alone. And 56 is also in the pipeline, including Ukraine, and we hope very much that the country limit, which allocated for Moldova today is $300 to $400 million. If the municipality will allow us to unwind our wings, we could do it. And our bank wants to work with the private sector. We was the development of private sector as a driver of economy, and this is the axiom of the American approach and doing business, and probably even a religion. Since the topic of our discussion is real estate, so real estate by itself is great. It's construction of buildings, of housing, and infrastructure. In general, this is already investment. I would like to talk about real estate as a infrastructure for tourists. When we are building a hotel, we understand that this is jobs during the construction time, and what I would like our dear mayor to see is to see inflow of money in long term that could, like service industry could be created, and maintenance and tickets. So those out-of-pocket expenses of tourists down at the Horeca and other places, in other services, and you have a lot to offer to the touristic potential from Europe and probably all the rest of the world. It's a unique country. I was talking about Georgia and Moldova. And even the day before, when starting my speech, Mr. Mayor mentioned Georgia 3 or 4 times. And this is not by mere chance, not just because we are nice and beautiful people and very well dressed for the event, but just because we have a lot in common. Look at the population number. We are about 1 to 1. So GDP per capita about 5,000 of both countries. General territory, we are slightly bigger, but Abkhazia has been cut away from us. So we have 34 square kilometers, and talking rating, we are 16, 15. And what I feel pain talking that tourism as part of the GDP in Georgia in 19 was 18.7% out of the total economy. And it's only 3% in Moldova. Oh, we have 4.5, so we are growing, but very, very small. Actually, you should have had it at 18% minimum, same as in Georgia, because all the elements of our common culture, our hospitality of the Black Sea area, agriculture, winemaking, it's 1-to-1. It's none of the countries could actually repeat same parameters like Georgia. Only 2 countries are eating polenta or mamaliga, only Moldova and Georgia. So all the tourist flow in cash in 19 was $3.2 billion, and about 400 million only in Moldova. You have huge potential. If your potential will not grow, has a capacity to grow by at least 5-6 times. And when Mr. Mayor is creating such economic forum, why do you think he should do it? Because the government cannot cover, the budget cannot cover all the needs, especially talking about infrastructure. There's nothing like that. Only 20 or 30% probably European countries, European cities could allow for from the general budget. The rest comes from the external investments. So our objective that municipality of Chișinău is now creating is to create this impulse to invite investments, ask for long-term investments. So through PPP, privatization and PPP as a key approach to take the momentum. We will have empty land standing there, empty houses, and when we offer to invest, here's a project, let's have a tender, and then it's new jobs. We're talking about beautiful infrastructure, building hospitals, hotels, and we are doing same in Georgia. If you in a few time we'll have 2 or 3 hours direct flights to Georgia. We could show what we managed to build in Tbilisi and other cities. And the last what I wanted to tell, for 2019, about 8 million visitors visited our small Georgia. and maybe 200 to 300,000 visited Moldova. This is a huge difference. You're much closer to Europe. It's much easier to get to Moldova. And why we could get 8 million, why they have chosen Georgia. Probably they have something that you need to improve real fast in Moldova. And it means we are moving in the right direction. Like branding hotels in Georgia, we have the majority. We have 12 hotels from the most known, and 18%, another 18 in the pipeline. So there is no place enough just to place hotels in Kutaisi. And what should be developing first, infrastructure or tourists should come back? For many years we thought, let's wait when there will be demand, let's see the economic and banking institutions that do not want to take a risk, and let's see the tourists. After that we will release loans. But the example of Georgia shows the more you are prepared with infrastructure, the better you have the gain at the end of it. So in Kabaleti or Batumi, Marriott opened, so immediately the tourists go there. And all the tourist agencies are giving a signal, go there, try wine, based in the sea. So this system works. And so come to Moldova, eat some food and listen to music, visit museums. That's how it works. So I'm thankful to Ivan and representative on Marriott. He's a Moldovan origin. He was born in Moldova. I understand you have a stimulus to do something like that. So the number of beds development through the years and how it correlates with the inflow of the visitors. We had 5 million in 1935 beds. Once the COVID took its grip off the population, the tourist flow increased as well. So more beds, more visitors, more money. So no need to prove the fact. Once again, I'm repeating, we saw on Moldova 2 or 3 brands. And this is not enough. This situation needs to be changed. Those projects have a huge potential, and you have to multiply them by 5, so that will be in the rest of the country. I'm not talking about networking hotels of worldwide knowledge, like in the wine region. We could build a simple design, small hotels like chateau, like chateau from France, and guest house, winery, kitchen, and this is a good drive for this change. And it actually something that helped us to get 8% of the general number of beds comes to Kahetia with a wine growing area. That's $60 million contribution out of $3 billion inflow of the tourists. 10% about is only with wine tourism. They come for 2 days, they tried shashlik, they had the wine, and 2 nights, stayed 2 nights and left. That fresh cash inflow. So I believe that the potential that you have today is quite comparable, it's quite palpable. You don't need to envy that, it's just purely empirical evidence. So in Georgia, we financed since '93 more than $1 billion. It's actually financial sector, hotels, business, health sector, universities, infrastructure, ports, hydro stations, wind stations, and solar panels. And only in real estate of hotel type, 150 million portfolio. And things like 100, 150, they are actually changing $1 billion could change the entire economy, because this billion is actually attracting equity from another, because this is only, and everyone want to co-invest, especially the American government. So you will see how the American and European funds will enter Moldova, because they know experience. They did it many times in other countries. So Moldova has a proper trajectory. You have a candidateship for entering the European Union. I believe this type of meetings, this type of forums, they are giving real fruits. At least the fact that within this year, or maybe in the Q1 next year, we will open our representation office in Chișinau, and then we will look for private projects and looking for what areas we could cover, like American hospitals, hotels, infrastructural projects of other types, like industrial zones, etc. According to parameters in this American bank, we cannot invest more than $2 or $3 million. It's we could actually give a holiday on return on a loan up to 6 months, and we actually wait until the project is in effect and starts covering the loan taken. So 50-60% of the project we could release like a loan, 75% for existing business, for additional development, which is from 5 to 5.5% annual. So such loans are not existing in local banks. So I believe that's a good move. So of course, Americans are very very straightforward people. They are working directly to invest into the project. So there is no perpetuum mobile, no special science. It's a general shareholders structure. There could be up to 49%, but it should be 49% in private. We do market research or feasibility or market study, research on the effect on the environment, same as our colleagues meant. We need to develop them in line with the social part and environment and so on. Everything should be in a package and should be synchronized and in a proper optical approach. Here if we are talking about service agreements, Marriott, we work a lot with Marriott International around the world. And for us, it's important that when we are building, they should be according to the standards of Marriott. And we know when they are managing their business, it will never be at a loss. It's always be to a win. And those the loading of such hotels are more than 60%. And the investor is properly measuring its income and loss. So nothing specific, nothing very complicated if you know how the project is structured. So processing in time, if we take it, this application is from 1 to 2 months of specific business case, depending on its preparedness and the level of preparedness of some of the other projects, and up to 3 months approval. So So approval takes 3 months, and after that you are signing legal agreements, legal documents, like investment contract, loan, collateral. And the most important is direct investment into the specific projects, no guarantees, no working through the banks. It's an account of a specific project in a bank and direct financing to the account of some of the other projects. So basically the screening committee, then study, feasibility study, and the final investment committee or credit committee when we issue a final document of financing the project. So application should be filed when you have all those documents at hand, feasibility study, business plan, and so on. And while studying, during the due diligence, we are diving deeper. We look at the condition of buildings, construction documentation, and same permission for construction if licenses are needed, and then specific the approval of the loan, and we draft the final documents talking about the credit loan and agreement and provision. We are signing all the agreements and then issuing the money. So that's what I wanted to tell to Andrew. And let me repeat again, the topic was tourism and infrastructure. And this is a small direction, only part of what IFC is doing. So the whole panel is broad, starting with renewable energy, with solar and wind, hydro, stations and heating. Everything for us is interesting, and priority is given to health sector. We opened a few hospitals in Tbilisi. We'll talk to the municipality, and if we will be able to do the same project here, universities and production, food processing, retailing, absolutely all the spectrum of important private business, private initiative that has a clear vision of what it wants to do. Many thanks on behalf.
On behalf of the Georgian people and the Tbilisi city, I'm sending our warmest regards to Chișinău and Moldova. Thank you very much for your hospitality. After such a presentation, well, I'm taking the ball and I will present my presentation. The Vice Mayor mentioned about the investment profiles that we prepared together with the municipality. There are quite a few interesting projects related to infrastructure, social, healthcare, real estate. And since we have conducted a study of the real estate market this year, and I will switch to my native language, to my mother tongue, and tell about interesting things about the office market and land market.
Dear participants, thank you very much for your patience. I will make a very short presentation, taking into account the short time that we have. So everyone will be able to see my presentation later on, will be available. Relatively recent during this year, until the change of the context in Ukraine. The investment agency, together with the colleagues from the International Agency for International Development, which refer to the non-residential market, lands available and industrial spaces and logistical spaces less hotels and cafes. So a few topics that I wanted to share with you. There are two important factors. We speak about definitely the geopolitical context in which we are in and the construction costs. Also, they are similar to the average of the region. In our country, the market is also small. With the local capital, there's developers which don't have such an easy access in the country. Metal, wood, we all have, and it has at accessible prices. We all have these materials, and inflation, which is very important now, and the financing rate. And Mr. Carlos' presentation is very important in this context. Everything that's referring to the process has in more context criteria which refer to everything that's referring to the heritage, and all these aspects are important. Who are the players on the market? We have identified some developers. There are about 30 companies which are active in the construction area. The city hall, the local public authorities, the ministry, the cadastre, and the notaries. Few aspects linked to Chișinău, the Republic of Moldova. As you can see that here we can see that only the central area is somehow in a contest with the smaller authorization issued. The capital is very big and it represents 70% of the economy of the country. A few statistical data linked to what is happening in Chișinău and in the biggest municipalities, also marked in red. You see Chișinău municipality. We speak about the constructions, number of transactions. The transactions on the surface, so we speak about trains with about lands. The transactions is 1%. The surface is much smaller at the country level, but anyway, somehow Chișinău prevails with this share. And I think referring to spaces, buildings, the investors prefer to make transactions with these actives, and the surface is 5.6 million, and the share is huge, same as in the economy. About the emerging trends for the office market, as you can see, as around this information can be available on the Public Investment Agency with the technical details, including important interesting aspects for investors. We speak about 76 buildings of offices in Chișinău, one of A class in 2019, and 63 of B class. The class B prevails in this field, and we see a very big market to develop AA plus class buildings in Chișinău, because the infrastructure of the city is a kind of old type one. In perspective, we speak about new offices of A plus class, new 9A class building, and 7 buildings of class B. We see them on class A on the main boulevards in the historical part of the city. Also, even more local categories investors invest also from their activity. We speak about the group that represents Carlo is one that can benefit, and together we can create opportunities and synergy in this field. So more details are here about the stock with this perspective, the meters, and we have this percent. 20% are more than A-class offices, the creative industry, the BPO, the creative industry. Also here in the offices we have data on how much square meter costs. the construction and the sale is interesting in the investment field. The most expensive sectors under this aspect are Center, Ciocana, Botanica for sales, and Center, Telecentru, and Botanica for renting. So these are based on the statistical data, but also based on the we have 15 developers, builders, constructors, and real estate agencies, and 60% are rented and 40% are in sales, in transactions. On the trend, as we speak about new buildings, more spaces with parking lots, and also the rent in the spaces in A class is around 20 euros, and the prices have top where we rent offices for this rate to be reached, to be increased. It reached 18 to 20 without utilities. Thus, for the investors, the rent is not that interesting, and the rent becomes an interesting trend in this area. And respectively, the request for spaces is, as types of spaces, is between 150 and square meters in offices of class A and B. The key clients are companies from services industry, IT companies, BPO, and everything, which means support for the businesses and international organizations and agencies and development partners, because now Moldova has become a status of candidate to the EU, and we have many more partners, and more organizations establish their decision-making centers and headquarters and offices in Chișinău, and we have a very high request for these spaces. On the part, everything that means the industrial part, the economic zones present interest, and the airport area, their space is very limited. There is much potential. A new park will be, innovative industrial park will be set up, maybe with some IT elements. Research and development is a new concept, not only for classical manufacture production, high potential also on this part. Mrs. Dogotaru has mentioned that this authorization system has improved. The speed is much higher, including the reaction speed from the city hall, from the authorities, and for the industrial objectives is a very high one. What other aspects? Many other statistics. Unfortunately, Chișinău concurrents with everything, the spaces, industrial spaces, because the workforce is much more expensive in the capital and more prepared, more intelligent, respectively. In this area, the competition is on the part of the offices. But anyhow, with the development of the infrastructure, what is the priority? One, the infrastructure, the utilities, the urban plan will offer opportunities even more for establishing partners, including in closer to Chișinău. And here we have statistical data, including on how much it is to grow, the prices for different types of spaces, for A class, for B class. It was for 550 euros by now, but now people, specialists, are expecting for it to grow until 700 euros per square meter. But let's hope there will be foreign investors that will help reduce this cost, which will make Republic of Moldova and Chișinău much more attractive for investors and for creating infrastructure in the industrial area. You will be able to see the key clients on the industrial part are those who are in the agricultural area, the automotive ones, which appeared recently in the Republic of Moldova. We have also players who are in the Republic of Moldova, which are not. I'm not sure this is what Chișinău wants, and a few aspects linked to the economic factors. We speak about the risks, which are high costs and inflation, and including the conflict in Ukraine, retains the investors to make the decision to come in the country, and we must be sure that open and transparent in this respect. And there are many opportunities and developing the economic zones and the free economic agreement with many states and the perception of the business environment, and how Moldova is somewhere behind Georgia, but I'm sure that we can reach Georgia behind. Somehow we want to copy, but we are a bit different, and let's see on what we focus. Referring to local initiatives, and we see that infrastructure has started to move. Electricity, lightning, everything creates interesting opportunities in this respect. The growth, we have a continuous demand. In this geopolitical context, somehow we reached to an end of the economic cycle, those 5 or 10 years. It's not only Republic of Moldova in this context, it's the entire world in this context, Europe, Asia, because somehow the war amplifies this element, and let's hope that the history is repeating, and every war has an ending and creating many opportunities. We must be very attentive to it, and respectively on the first line of this most interesting line, everyone are waiting for the development of a center of the downtown. There is a lot of potential in this area. Obviously, the fiscal, the tax initiatives helped. We have the IT park for IT companies, other initiatives of elements. We hope that central authorities will not make moves anyhow, very aggressive moves in this area to create a predictable environment. And if they plan some activities, they will have them having some researches on the base, and obviously the quality of living has risen in the last few years, especially the comfort of living in capital has risen, and let's hope we'll have some opportunities, and the key infrastructure will have more results. And why to invest in these fields with a geographic location? We are EU candidates. We have everything is liberalized, customs. We have logistic opportunities and flexibility in cooperation with the authorities. Authorities are much more open now, especially those at the local level, central level, and we have competitive costs. The workforce. We have a positive experience in their services, especially in IT. What we can mention here, everything that's referring to the real estate market.
Bun, și se dezvoltă tot mai multe strategii. Auzim tot mai mult despre documente strategice, despre viziuni. Este nevoie de ele pentru că și investitorii în primul rând vor să vadă, ok, cât de departe vedeți, da? Vedeți pe un an înainte, pe 5, pe 10.
For 5, 10, 20 years, and Mr. Mayor has announced, and Mrs. Vice Mayor has spoken that everything is appearing now. We think in perspective for 2025, 2030, 2035, we want more investment for several billions of euros, in dollars, in euros. As we put here a small disclaimer that we are offers, they are offers, and thank you very much for your attention and for your patience for this to participate in this event. And we pass on very fast to the surprise of this panel, but you've seen the name and agenda. I want to give the floor opportunity to present the municipal program for the improvement of living conditions, Your Home in Chișinau, about this new project, which comes to help the real estate market from Chișinau. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrei.
Eu am să încerc să nu vă rețin tare mult, dar consider că este o temă foarte importantă pentru municipiu, pentru locuitori, pentru tineri în primul rând, mai ales în contextul actual pe care îl avem în țară, contextul economic mai mult. Primăria Municipiului Chișinău, dar vreau să fac așa o mică paranteză, dar zic încă o dată, mult nu vă rețin. S-a menționat și aici, în aceste câteva zile, și ieri și astăzi, au menționat mai mulți speakeri că Chișinăul este un pol economic.
It's an economic hub, a financial hub, educational hub, or magnet that attracts towards it First of all, the inhabitants from the entire country. And first of all, it attracts the young people. All the young people are coming here, are studying, they later on make a family and they want to stay here. And the biggest challenge here is was mentioned is the biggest challenge is to buy a flat, to try to find financial resources, own financial resources to buy it. But in the context which we have today, the rise of indicators that you can see already also on the screen, the access to financial resources becomes even more difficult. And the pressure on young people, on the families, among the fact that also they have to grow a child, they have to pay the monthly rate of if the rate was previously 3, 4, 5,000 lei, recently the rate has grown considerably. The City Hall of Chișinău has proposed a program initiative and has made a first research in this respect to facilitate or to find solutions to facilitate the access of young specialists, especially either to help them buy a new building, a new apartment, or to build a house, or to improve the life conditions with the support, financial support, with the compensation subvention awarded for buying the flat, either partial support. But it's still in development. I don't want to keep you with some figures. Mr. Ionuț and Mr. Grigan have spoken about rise in price for flats and about stagnation or acceleration of the market in Chișinău, first of all. But what did we do? We tried to assess what we have on the market within the similar existent programs. We examined what it offers, how the countries have to offer, and we identified some some drawbacks, and we introduced some new elements, some elements which would cover those drawbacks and which would cover those interpretations, existent ones, where with ill intention would benefit from them. And first of all, we will eliminate the plafonation of the sum to which the credit can be accessed. The price of apartments has risen considerably. If a young family wants to buy an apartment and it has it found apartment with a bigger sum, but it has the possibility to pay this mortgage, then we will plafonate not the total sum of the credit, but the sum up to which the compensation will be given. And the remaining part will be covered by the beneficiary. We will try to exclude the plafon for the subscription for the age, and the mortgage will be followed to will be passed on to the children when they get to the pension age, for it to be able to be transferred to the children, to their children. And one more advantage, one more option of the program is not only to buy a new house, but also in the suburbs and for the building of houses and in development of suburbs. The reimbursement term of the credit for it to be viable for a young person should be not lower than 25-35 years. To plafonate this term without it to be possible interpretation. If we write buy, we give the option to the banks, to the financiers, to determine their own, to be able to decrease. And then we put again the pressure on beneficiaries. When we were speaking about a program of this kind, it is important to work with the developers and to work with the banks to offer or to negotiate some more advantageous conditions, favorable conditions, taking into consideration also the warranty which the authorities can offer, and to exclude the hidden commissions for that category of credits towards the particular ones existing on the market.
Prima etapă ne dorim.
First stage we want and we hope to help up until 1,000 families.
Și în primul rând ne vom axa pe acei tineri care vor să activeze în domeniul public, pentru că anume aici salariile, din păcate, sunt mici și, din păcate, autoritățile locale nu au posibilitatea să intervină în acest sens. Astfel, inițiativa acestui program, 1, este necesară, 2, este intenția să o facem și 3, eu sper foarte mult și sunt convinsă că, având un astfel de program, pe lângă celelalte pe care le mai oferă Municipalitatea Tinerilor, programul pentru startup-uri prezentat ieri, programul de compensații pentru compensarea chiriei pentru tinerii specialiști angajați în sectorul public, și acest program va face posibil ca tinerii specialiști calificați
for young people to grow a family, to have a family. And thank you very much.
Mulțumim și noi, Olga.
Dear participants, thank you very much. Your applause are for you. These applause are for you. I want to thank our dear guests and the participants of this panel. Thank you very much. You can have a seat in the room. This having been said, we are the finalizing of this beautiful event. We have a beautiful occasion to present for a final word Mr. General Mayor Mr. Ion Ceban, which will tell us how do we end this program.
Mulțumesc foarte mult lui Andrei, echipii sale și tuturor în general celor care s-au implicat pentru organizarea și desfășurarea acestui.
Thank everyone who was involved in this investment profile, so for everyone who presented information.
Ceea ce am făcut noi pe parcursul acestor 2 zile, vreau să vă mulțumesc dumneavoastră pentru răbdare. Eu zic că a fost foarte interesant, pentru mine a fost foarte interesant, deși toate lucrurile astea.
Part of them, definitely one part which come from the experts from abroad. They are very useful things. We will think how we'll want to apply them in the near future. On this occasion, I want to thank again the team of Chișinau City Hall, who was at the first experience to organize this kind of event. 90% of those who evaluated, who were present on this stage, know very well how to make their to perform in the field. But by yesterday or by today, they were never on stage to speak publicly. So that's why let's give them a round of applause, because they had the courage. They were prepared very well. I know not by. I know very well this. I think they succeeded in this. Why I'm saying this? That because they work in the field, they have very clearly established topics on competency as leaders of subdivisions, of directions, of institutions. And this inspires me, the confidence that they don't know not only at this stage how they should do the things work, but they can together in the team to trace those future objectives 2025, 2030, 2035, green city, a city with enhanced mobility, open to investors, competitive for investors for all the ages of population. When I say open to everyone, I say, you know, that a very good part that you have. You should know that a great part of the photos from Chișinău are made by Felicia, which is an employee of Chișinău City Hall. What I think, what I wanted to say, and probably I've missed it in the first part of the event, is that for us it matters a lot. And I was discussing with Mr. Vice Mayor, how do we should build, how should we get there, how should we combine operational and the routine of the strategic objectives, because we want to see the city to be a developed one where you would want really to live, to come back, to return, to live, and be here anytime you have the chance, or return here once you come from abroad. And the most important thing is probably when you indeed We love this city. We like this city. We like this place. We can respect the past to understand among each other and to not to forget that things can become reality. This is what I've learned since I was a small child. Things can become reality when we dream about them, when we dream of them, and I think we make things happen. We make dreams happen. Now, when everyone is tired, I want to thank all the expert partners, everyone that were behind. I know you know that there is a team of tens of people. Of people who are very tired, who are behind the stages. I want to thank everyone. There's somehow at the city hall, maybe people who helped organize this or events, people behind the stage, because it's a team of so many people who were involved and helped organize this event and for it to make it successful. And let's hope that this event will become a regular one. So let's hope these subjects will be also, let's make them, and let's hope we will have results for them to be traceable, and let's hope things will become more specific, not only just talk. We at the City Hall, we are the people who like to do things rather than talk a lot. We are at the end of the event. Today, the ones who have tickets for entering the Ethno Jazz Festival, I think it's a great event. We are also a component part. Trigon is a band of Chișinau municipality for direction of culture. We want to wish Mr. Stefanets a lot of success because he turns 30, his birthday tomorrow. We will move slowly towards to Opera and Ballet Theatre. There is our name player, here in the country and abroad, a singer, Konstantin Moscovici, who this week the executive of the City Hall has proposed and the government has approved for him to be the citizen, the honorary citizen. For him to be citizen of Chișinău, honorary citizen of Chișinău.
Both Georgians, Moldovans, and everybody, we shall go there and see great performance. Cine a obosit de?
Who is tired of presentations, of jazz or of music? We have the wine day. It's very hard to get tired there. Either you can get tired there, or and you go home and get a nap, but you just know that in the center of Chișinău we have over 70 wineries with a great break. So if the event is returning after the pandemics when it was not held, so who has a desire to talk, to communicate, to buy a glass of wine, because any winery you would visit, we have an extraordinary wine. We have for accessible price. Yes, and we would like to know everyone who came from abroad, for those who are following us from abroad, from overseas. Because we had many interactions during this time, we want to thank you. We want to say goodbye. In Romanian, goodbye means we will see each other. It means la revedere. With another occasion, we don't say farewell. We don't bid farewell. And you're welcome anytime. You are welcome anytime. You can be our guests, and we will be honored to discuss with you, to share with you some ideas. To taste some pies or mamaliga, together with a glass of wine, by a glass of wine, red wine, white wine, or rosé, and many other things that you can do here in the Republic of Moldova. Once again, as we started this event, we would say welcome to Chișinău, welcome to the Republic of Moldova. At any time you you can visit us, and we will be very hospitable. A small country with a big heart. Thank you, everyone.